Chapter 6 New Problems. The Arabs and the Mongols. The flowering of Arab culture and contacts with India. Mahmud of Ghazni and the Afghans. The Indo-Afghans. South India. Vijayanagar. Babur. Sea power. Synthesis and growth of mixed culture. Parda, Kabir, Guru Nanak, Amir Khusro, the Indian social structure, the importance of the group, village self-government, Shukra Nitisara, the theory and practice of caste, the joint family, Babur and Akbar, the process of Indianization, contrast between Asia and Europe in mechanical advance and creative energy, development of a common culture, Aurangzeb puts the clock back, growth of Hindu nationalism, Shivaji, the Marathas and the British struggle for supremacy, triumph of the British, backwardness of India and the superiority of the English in organization and technique. Ranjit Singh and Jai Singh, the economic background of India, the two Englands. Chapter 7 The last phase, the consolidation of British rule and rise of nationalist movement. The ideology of empire, the new caste. The plunder of Bengal helps the Industrial Revolution in England. The destruction of India's industry and the decay of her agriculture. India becomes, for the first time, a political and economic appanage of another country. The growth of Indian state systems. Contradictions of British rule in India. Ram Mohan Roy, the press secretary Sir William Jones, English education in Bengal, the Great Revolt of 1857, racialism, the techniques of British rule, balance and counterpoise, growth of industry, provincial differences, reform and other movements among Hindus and Muslims, Kamal Pasha, nationalism in Asia, Iqbal, heavy industry begins, Tilak and Gokhale, separate electorates. The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. Chapter 6 New Problems. The Arabs and the Mongols. While Arsha was reigning over a powerful kingdom in North India and Huan Sang, the Chinese scholar pilgrim, was studying at Nalanda University, Islam was taking shape in Arabia. Islam was to come to India both as a religious and a political force and create many new problems. But it is well to remember that it took a long time before it made much difference to the Indian scene. It was nearly 600 years before it reached the heart of India, and when it came to the accompaniment of political conquest, it had already changed much, and its standard bearers were different. The Arabs, who, in a fine frenzy of enthusiasm and with a dynamic energy, had spread out and conquered from Spain to the borders of Mongolia, carrying with them a brilliant culture, did not come to India proper. They stopped at its northwestern fringe and remained there. Arab civilization gradually decayed, and various Turkish tribes came into prominence in Central and Western Asia. It was these Turkish and Afghans from the Indian borderland who brought Islam as a political force to India. Some dates might help to bring these facts home to us. Islam may be said to begin with Hijrat, the departure of the Prophet Muhammad from Mecca to Medina in 622 AC. Muhammad died 10 years later. Some time was spent in consolidating the position in Arabia, and then those astounding series of events took place which carried the Arabs with the banner of Islam right across Central Asia in the east and across the whole North African continent to Spain and France in the west. In the 7th century, and by the beginning of the 8th, they had spread over Iraq, Iran, and Central Asia. In 712 AC, they reached and occupied Sindh in the northwest of India and stopped there. A great desert separated this area from the more fertile parts of India. In the west, the Arabs crossed the narrow straits between Africa and Europe, since called the Straits of Gibraltar, and entered Spain in 711 AC. They occupied the whole of Spain and crossed the Pyrenees into France. In 732, they were defeated and checked by Charles Martel at Tours in France. This triumphant career of a people whose homelands were the deserts of Arabia and who had thus far played no notable part in history is most remarkable. They must have derived their vast energy from the dynamic and revolutionary character of their prophet and his message of human brotherhood. And yet, it is wrong to imagine that the Arab civilization suddenly rose out of oblivion and took shape after the advent of Islam. There has been a tendency on the part of Islamic scholars to decry the pre-Islamic past of the Arab people and to refer to it as a period of Jahiliyat, a kind of dark age of ignorance and superstition. Arab civilization, like others, had a long past, intimately connected with the development of the Semitic race, the Phoenicians, Cretans, Chaldeans, Hebrews. The Israelites became more exclusive and separated themselves from the more Catholic Chaldeans and others. Between them and other Semitic races, there were conflicts. Nevertheless, all over the Semitic area, there were contacts and interchanges, and to some extent a common background. Pre-Islamic Arab civilization grew up especially in Yemen. Arabic was a highly developed language at the time of the Prophet, with the mixture of Persian and even some Indian words. Like the Phoenicians, the Arabs went far across the seas in search of trade. There was an Arab colony in South China near Canton in pre-Islamic days. Nevertheless, It is true that the Prophet of Islam vitalized his people and filled them with faith and enthusiasm. Considering themselves the standard bearers of a new cause, they developed the zeal and self-confidence which sometimes fills a whole people and changes history. Their success was also undoubtedly due to the decay of the states in Western and Central Asia and in North Africa. North Africa was torn by internecine conflicts between rival Christian factions, leading often to bloody struggles for mastery. The Christianity that was practiced there at the time was narrow and intolerant, and the contrast between this and the general toleration of the Muslim Arabs with their message of human brotherhood was marked. It was this that brought whole peoples weary of Christian strife to their side. The culture that the Arabs carried with them to the distant countries was itself continuously changing and developing. It bore the strong impress of the new ideas of Islam, and yet to call it Islamic civilization is confusing and probably incorrect. With the capital at Damascus, they soon left their simple ways of living and developed a more sophisticated culture. That period might be called one of the Arab-Syrian civilization. Byzantine influences came to them, but most of all, when they moved to Baghdad, the traditions of old Iran affected them, and they developed the Arab-Persian civilization, which became dominant over all the vast areas they controlled. Widespread and apparently easy as the Arab conquests were, they did not go far beyond Sindh in India, then or later. Was this due to the fact that India was still strong enough to resist effectively the invader? Probably so, for it is difficult to explain otherwise the lapse of several centuries before a real invasion took place. Partly it may be due to the internal troubles of the Arabs. Sindh fell away from the central authority at Baghdad and became a small independent Muslim state. But though there were no invasions, contacts between India and the Arabs world grew. Travelers came to and from, embassies were exchanged, Indian books, especially on mathematics and astronomy, were taken to Baghdad and were translated into Arabic. Many Indian physicians went to Baghdad. These trade and cultural relations were not confined to North India. The southern states of India also participated in them, especially the Rashtrakutas on the west coast of India, for purposes of trade. This frequent intercourse inevitably led to Indians getting to know the new religion Islam. Missionaries also came to spread this new faith, and they were welcomed. Mosques were built. There was no objection raised either by the state or the people, nor were there any religious conflicts. It was the old tradition of India to be tolerant to all faiths and forms of worship. Thus, Islam came to India as a religion several centuries before it came as a political force. The new Arab empire under the Umayyad Caliphs had its seat and capital at Damascus, where a splendid city grew up. But soon, about 750 AC, Abbasid Caliphs took the capital to Baghdad. Internal conflicts followed, and Spain fell away from the Central Empire, but continued for long as an independent Arab state. Gradually, the Baghdad Empire also weakened and split up into several states, and the Seljuk Turks came from Central Asia and became politically all-powerful at Baghdad, though the Caliphs still functioned at their pleasure. Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni, a Turk, arose in Afghanistan, a great warrior and a brilliant captain, and he ignored and even taunted the Khalifa. But still, Baghdad continued as a cultural center of the Islamic world, and even faraway Spain looked to it for inspiration. Europe was backward then in learning and science and art and the amenities of life. It was Arab Spain, and especially the University of Cordoba, that kept the lamp of learning and intellectual curiosity burning throughout those dark ages of Europe, and some of its light pierced the European gloom. The Crusades, beginning in 1095 AC, went on for over a century and a half. These did not merely represent a struggle between two aggressive religions, a conflict between the cross and the crescent. The Crusades, say Professor G.M. Trevelyan, the eminent historian, were the military and religious aspect of a general urge towards the East on the part of reviving energies of Europe. The prize that Europe brought back from the Crusades was not the permanent liberation of the Holy Sepulchre or the potential unity of Christendom, of which the stories of Crusades was one long negation. She brought back instead finer arts and crafts, luxury, science, and intellectual curiosity, everything that Peter the Hermit would most have despised. Before the last of the Crusades had ingloriously petered out, something cyclonic and cataclysmic had taken place in the heart of Asia. Genghis Khan had begun his devastating march westward. Born in Mongolia in 1155 AC, he started up on this great march, which was to convert Central Asia into a heap of smoking ruins in 1219. He was no youngster then. Bukhara, Samarkand, Herat, Balkh, all great cities, each having more than 1 million inhabitants, were reduced to ashes. Cengiz went on to Kiev in Russia and then returned. Baghdad somehow escaped, as it did not lie on his route. He died in 1227 at the age of 72. His successors went further into Europe, and in 1258 Hulagu captured Baghdad and put an end to that famous center of art and learning, where for over 500 years treasures from all parts of the world had come and accumulated. That gave a great shock to the distinctive Arab-Persian civilization in Asia. Though this survived even under the Mongols, it continued especially in parts of North Africa and especially in Spain. Crowds of scholars with their books fled from Baghdad to Cairo and Spain, and a renaissance of art and learning took place there. But Spain itself was slipping from the Arab grasp, and Cordoba had fallen in 1236 AC. For another 2 centuries and a half, the Kingdom of Granada continued as a bright center of Arab culture. In 1492 AC, Granada also fell to Ferdinand and Isabella, and Arab dominance in Spain ended. Henceforward, Cairo became the chief Arab center, though it came under Turkish domination. The Ottoman Turks had captured Constantinople in 1453, thereby releasing those forces which gave birth to the European Renaissance. The Mongol conquests in Asia and Europe represented something new in the art of warfare. In scale and in quality, says Liddell Hart, in surprise and in mobility, in the strategic and in the tactical indirect approach, the Mongol campaigns surpass any in history. Genghis Khan was undoubtedly one of the greatest, if not the greatest, military leaders that the world has produced. The chivalry of Asia and Europe was matchwood before him, and his brilliant successes, and it was pure chance that Central and Western Europe escaped from conquest. From these Mongols, Europe learned new lessons in strategy and the art of warfare. The use of gunpowder also came to Europe through these Mongols from China. The Mongols did not come to India. They stopped at the Indus River and pursued their conquests elsewhere. When their great empires faded away, a number of smaller states rose in Asia, and then in 1369, Timur, a Turk claiming to be a descendant of Genghis Khan through his mother, tried to repeat the exploits of Genghis Samarkand, his capital, again became a seat of empire, and brief-lived though this was, after Timur's death, his successors were more interested in a quiet life and in cultivating the arts than in military exploits. A Timurid Renaissance, as it is called, took place in Central Asia, and it was in this environment that Babur, a descendant of Timur, was born and grew up. Babur was the founder of the Mughal dynasty in India. He was the first of the Grand Mughals. He captured Delhi in 1526. Genghis Khan was not a Muslim, as some people seem to imagine, because of his name, which is now associated with Islam. He is said to have believed in Shamaism, a religion of the sky. What this was, I do not know, but the word inevitably makes one think of the Arab word for Buddhist, Samani, which was derived from the Sanskrit Shravana. The base forms of Buddhism flourished then in various parts of Asia, including Mongolia, and it is probable that Genghis grew up under their influence. It is odd to think that the greatest military conqueror in history was probably some kind of a Buddhist. In Central Asia, even today, 4 legendary figures of great conquerors are remembered: Sikandar or Alexander, Sultan Mahmud, Genghis Khan, and Timur. To these 4 must be added now a 5th, another type of person, not a warrior, but a conqueror in a different realm, round whose name the legends have already gathered: Lenin. The flowering of Arab culture and contacts with India. Having rapidly conquered large parts of Asia, Africa, and a bit of Europe, the Arabs turned their minds to conquest in other fields. The empire was being consolidated. Many new countries had come within their ken, and they were eager to find out about this world and its ways. The intellectual curiosity, the adventures in rationalist speculation, the spirit of scientific inquiry among the Arabs of the 8th and 9th centuries were very striking. Normally, in the early days of a religion based on fixed concepts and beliefs, faith is dominant and variations are not approved or encouraged. That faith had carried the Arabs far, and that triumphant success itself must have deepened that faith. And yet, we find them going beyond the limits of dogma and creed, dabbling with agnosticism and turning their zeal and energy towards adventures of the mind. Arab travelers, among the greatest of their kind, go to far countries to find out what other people were doing and thinking, to study and understand their philosophies and sciences and ways of life, and then to develop their own thought. Scholars and books from abroad were brought to Baghdad, and the Caliph al-Mansur, middle 8th century, established a research and translation bureau where translations were made from Greek, Syriac, Zend, Latin, and Sanskrit. Old monasteries in Syria, Asia Minor, and the Levant were ransacked for manuscripts. The old Alexandrian schools had been closed by Christian bishops, and their scholars had been driven out. Many of these exiles had drifted to Persia and elsewhere. They now found a welcome and a safe haven in Baghdad, and they brought Greek philosophy and science and mathematics with them. Plato and Aristotle, Ptolemy and Euclid. There were Nestorian and Jewish scholars and Indian physicians, philosophers and mathematicians. All this continued and developed during the reigns of Caliphs Harun al-Rashid and al-Mamun, 8th and 9th centuries, and Baghdad became the biggest intellectual center of the civilized world. There were many contacts with India during this period, and the Arabs learned much of Indian mathematics, astronomy, and medicine, and yet it would appear that the initiative for all these contacts came chiefly from the Arabs, and though the Arabs learned much from India, the Indians did not learn much from the Arabs. The Indians remained aloof, wrapped up in their own conceits, keeping as far as possible within their own shells. This was unfortunate, for the intellectual ferment of Baghdad and the Arab Renaissance movement would have shaken up the Indian mind just when it was losing much of its creative vigor. In that spirit of intellectual inquiry, the Indians of an older days would have found kinship in thought. The study of Indian learning and science in Baghdad was greatly encouraged by Barmak family or the Barmecides, which gave viziers to Harun al-Rashid. This family had probably been converted from Buddhism. During an illness of Harun al-Rashid, a physician named Manak was sent for from India. Manak settled down in Baghdad and was appointed the head of a large hospital there. Arab writers mention 6 other Indian physicians living in Baghdad at the time besides Manak. In astronomy, the Arabs improved on both the Indians and the Alexandrians, and 2 famous names stand out. Al-Khwarizmi, a mathematician and astronomer of the 9th century, and the poet astronomer Omar Khayyam of the 12th century. In medicine, Arab physicians and surgeons were famous in Asia and Europe. Most famous of them was Ibn Sina or Avicenna, of Bokhara, who was called the Prince of Physicians. He died in 1037 AC. One of the greatest Arab thinkers and philosophers was Abu Nasr Farabi. In the philosophy, the influence of India does not seem to have been marked. Both of philosophy and science, the Arabs looked to Greece and the old Alexandrian schools. Plato, and more especially Aristotle, exercised a powerful influence on the Arab mind, and since then, and up to the present day, they have become more in Arabic commentaries than in original versions, standard subjects for study in Islamic schools. Neoplatonism from Alexandria also influenced the Arab mind. The materialist school of Greek philosophy reached Arabs and led to the rise of rationalism and materialism. The rationalists tried to interpret religious tenets and injunctions in terms of reason. The materialists almost rejected religion altogether. What is noteworthy is the full freedom of discussion allowed in Baghdad for all these rival and conflicting theories. This controversy and conflict between faith and reason spread from Baghdad all over the Arab world and reached Spain. The nature of God was discussed, and it was stated that he cannot have any qualities such as commonly attributed to him. These qualities were human. To call God benevolent or righteous was, it was suggested, just as pagan and degraded as to say that he has a beard. Rationalism led to agnosticism and skepticism. Gradually, with the decline of Baghdad and the growth of the Turkish power, this spirit of rationalist inquiry lessened. But in Arab Spain, it still continued. One of the most famous Arab philosophers in Spain went to the limits of irreligion. This was Ibn Rushdi, Averroes, who lived in the 12th century. He is reported to have said of various religions of his time that they were meant for children or for fools, or they could not be acted upon. Whether he actually said so or not is doubtful, but even the traditions show that the kind of man he was, and he suffered for his opinions. In many ways, he was remarkable. He wrote strongly in favor of giving women a chance to play a part in public activities, and held that they were fully capable of justifying themselves. He also suggested that incurables and such-like persons should be liquidated as they were a burden on society. Spain was then far in advance of other centers of European learning, and Arab and Jewish scholars from Cordoba were greatly respected in Paris and elsewhere. These Arabs evidently had no high opinion of other Europeans. An Arab writer named Said of Toledo described the Europeans living north of the Pyrenees thus: "They are of a cold temperament, and never reach maturity. They are of a great stature and of a white color, but they lack all sharpness of wit and penetration of intellect. The flowering of Arab culture and civilization in Western and Central Asia derived its inspiration from two main sources, Arab and Iranian. The two mixed inextricably, producing a vigor of thought as well as a high standard of living conditions for the upper classes. From the Arabs came the vigor and the spirit of inquiry, and from the Iranians the graces of life, art, and luxury. As Baghdad waned under Turkish domination, the spirit of rationalism and inquiry also declined. Genghis Khan and the Mongols put an end to all this. 100 years later, Central Asia woke up again, and Samarkand and Herat became centers for painting and architecture, reviving somewhat the old traditions of Arab-Persian civilizations. But there was no revival of Arab rationalism and interest in science. Islam had become a more rigid faith, suited more to military conquests rather than conquests of the mind. Its chief representative in Asia were no longer the Arabs, but the Turks and the Mongols, later called the Mughals in India, and to some extent the Afghans. The Mongols in Western Asia had become Muslims. In the Far East and in the middle regions, many took to Buddhism. The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. Chapter 6. Mahmud of Ghazni and the Afghans. Early in the 8th century, in 712, the Arabs had reached Sindh and occupied it. They stopped there. Even Sindh fell away from the Arab Empire within half a century or so, though it continued as a small independent Muslim state. For nearly 300 years there was no further invasion or an incursion into India. About 1000 AC, Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni in Afghanistan, a Turk who had risen to power in Central Asia, began his raids into India. There were many such raids, and they were bloody and ruthless, and on every occasion Mahmud carried away with him a vast quantity of treasure. A scholar contemporary, Al-Biruni of Khiva, describes these raids. The Hindus became like atoms of dust, scattered in all directions, and like a tale of old in the mouths of people. Their scattered remains cherished, of course, the most inveterate aversion towards all Muslims. This poetic description gives us some idea of the devastation caused by Mahmud, and yet it is well to remember that Mahmud touched and despoiled only a part of North India, chiefly along the lines of his marches. The whole of Central, Eastern, and South India escaped from him completely. South India at that time and later was dominated by the powerful Chola Empire, which controlled the sea routes and had reached as far as Srivijaya in Java and Sumatra. The Indian colonies in the eastern seas were also flourishing and strong. Sea power was shared between them and South India. But this did not save North India from a land invasion. Mahmud annexed Punjab and Sindh to his dominions and returned to Ghazni after each raid. He was unable to conquer Kashmir. This mountain country succeeded in checking and repulsing him. He met with a severe defeat also in the Rajputana desert regions on his way back from Somnath in Kathiawar. This was his last raid, and he did not return. Mahmud was far more a warrior than a man of faith, and like many conquerors, he used and exploited the name of religion for his conquests. India was to him just a place from where he could carry off treasure and material to his homeland. He enrolled an army in India and placed it under one of his noted generals, Tilak by name, who was an Indian and a Hindu. This army he used against his own co-religionists in Central Asia. Mahmud was anxious to make his own city of Ghazni rival the great cities of Central and Western Asia, and he carried off from India a large number of artisans and master builders. Building interested him, and he was much impressed by the city of Mathura, modern Mutra, near Delhi. About this he wrote, "There are here 1,000 edifices as firm as the faith of the faithful, nor is it likely that this city has attained its present condition, but at the expense of many millions of dinars, nor could such another be constructed under a period of 200 years. In the intervals of his fighting, Mahmud was interested in encouraging cultural activities in his own homeland, and he gathered together a number of eminent men. Among these was the famous Persian poet Ferdowsi, author of the Shahnamah, who later fell out with Mahmud. Al-Biruni, a scholar and a traveler, was a contemporary, and in his books he gives us a glimpse into other aspects of life in Central Asia then. Born near Khiva, but of Persian descent, he came to India and traveled a great deal. He tells us of the great irrigation works in the Chola kingdom in the south, though it is doubtful if he visited them himself or went to South India. He learned Sanskrit in Kashmir and studied the religion, philosophy, science, and arts of India. He had previously learned Greek in order to study Greek philosophy. His books are not only a storehouse of information, but tell us how behind war and pillage and massacre, patient scholarship continued, and how the people of one's country try to understand those of another, even when passion and anger had embittered their relations. That passion and anger no doubt clouded judgments on either side, and each considered his own people superior to the other. Of the Indians, Al-Biruni says they are haughty, foolish, vain, self-contained, and stolid,
and that they believe that there is no country like theirs, no nation like theirs, no kings like theirs, no science like theirs. Probably a correct enough description of the temper of the people. Mahmud's raids are a big event in Indian history, though politically, India as a whole was not greatly affected by them, and the heart of India remained untouched. They demonstrated the weakness and decay of North India, and Al-Biruni's accounts throw further light on the political disintegration of North and West. These repeated incursions from the Northwest brought many new elements into India's closed thought and economy. Above all, they brought Islam for the first time to the accompaniment of ruthless military conquests. So far, for over 300 years, Islam had come peacefully as a religion and taken its place among the many religions of India without trouble or conflict. The new approach produced powerful psychological reactions among the people and filled them with bitterness. There was no objection to a new religion, but there was a strong objection to anything which forcibly interfered with and upset their way of life. India was, it must be remembered, a country of many religions, in spite of the dominance of the Hindu faith in its various shapes and forms. Apart from Jainism and Buddhism, which had largely faded away and had been absorbed by Hinduism, there was Christianity and the Hebrew religion. Both of these had reached India probably during the 1st century after Christ, and both had found a place in the country. There are a large number of Syrian Christians and Nestorians in South India, and they are as much part of the country as anyone else. So were the Jews, and so too was the small community of Zoroastrians who had come to India from Iran in the 7th century. So also were many Muslims on the west coast and in the northwest. Ahmad came as a conqueror, and the Punjab became just an outlying province of his dominions. Yet, when he had established himself as a ruler there, an attempt was made to tone down his previous methods in order to win over the people of the province to some extent. There was less of interference with their ways, and Hindus were appointed to high office in the army and the administration. Only the beginnings of this process are noticeable in Mahmud's time. It was to grow later. Mahmud died in 1030. More than 160 years passed after his death without any other invasions of India or an extension of the Turkish rule beyond Punjab. Then, an Afghan, Shahabuddin Ghuri, captured Ghazni and put an end to Ghaznavite Empire. He marched to Lahore and then to Delhi, but the king of Delhi, Prithviraj Chauhan, defeated him utterly. Shahabuddin retired to Afghanistan and came back next year with another army. This time he triumphed, and in 1192 he sat on the throne of Delhi. Prithviraj is a popular hero, still famous in song and legend, for reckless lovers are always popular. He had carried away the girl he loved and who loved him from the very palace of her father, Jaichandra, king of Kannauj, defying an assembled host of princelings who had come to offer court to her. He won his bride for a brief while, but at the cost of a bitter feud with the powerful ruler and the lives of the bravest on both sides. The chivalry of Delhi and central India engaged in internecine conflict, and there was much mutual slaughter. And so, all for the love of a woman, Prithvi Raj lost his life and throne, and Delhi, that seat of empire, passed into the hands of an invader from outside. But his love story is sung still, and he is a hero, while Jai Chandra is looked upon almost as a traitor. This conquest of Delhi did not mean the subjugation of the rest of India. The Cholas were still powerful in the south, and there were other independent states. It took another century and a half for Afghan rule to spread over greater part of the south. But Delhi was significant and symbolic of the new order. The Indo-Afghans, South India, Vijayanagar, Babur, and sea power. Indian history has usually been divided by English as well as some Indian historians into three major periods: ancient or Hindu, Muslim, and the British period. This division is neither intelligent nor correct. It is deceptive and gives a wrong perspective. It deals more with the superficial changes at the top than with the essential changes in the political, economic, and cultural development of the Indian people. The so-called ancient period is vast and full of change, of growth and decay, and then growth again. What is called the Muslim or medieval period brought another change and another important one, yet it is more or less confined to the top and did not vitally affect the essential continuity of the Indian life. The invaders who came to India from the northwest, like so many of their predecessors in more ancient times, became absorbed into India and the part of her life. Their dynasties became Indian dynasties, and there was a great deal of racial fusion by intermarriage. A deliberate effort was made, apart from few exceptions, not to interfere with the ways and customs of the people. They looked to India as their home country and had no other affiliations. India continued to be an independent country. The coming of the British made a vital difference, and the old system was uprooted in many ways. They brought an entirely different impulse from the West, which had slowly developed in Europe from the times of the Renaissance. Reformation and political revolution in England was taking shape in the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. The American and French revolutions were to carry this further. The British remained outsiders, aliens, and misfits in India, and made no attempt to be otherwise. Above all, for the first time in India's history, her political control was exercised from outside, and her economy was centered in a different, distant place. They made India a typical colony of the modern age, a subject country for the first time in her long history. Mahmud of Ghazni's invasion of India was certainly a foreign Turkish invasion and resulted in Punjab being separated from the rest of India for a while. The Afghans, who came at the end of the 12th century, were different. They were an Indo-Aryan race, closely allied to the people of India. Indeed, for long stretches of time, Afghanistan had been and was destined to be a part of India. Their language, Pashto, was basically derived from Sanskrit. There are few places in India or outside which are so full of ancient monuments and remains of Indian culture, chiefly of Buddhist period, as Afghanistan. More correctly, the Afghans should be called the Indo-Afghans. They differed in many ways from the people of the Indian plains, just as people of the mountain valley of Kashmir differed from the dwellers of the warmer, flatter regions below. But in spite of this difference, Kashmir had always been and continued to be an important seat of Indian learning and culture. The Afghans differed also from the more highly cultured and sophisticated Arabs and Persians. They were hard and fierce like their mountain fastness, rigid in their faith, warriors not inclined towards intellectual pursuit or adventures of the mind. They behaved to begin with as conquerors over a rebellious people and were cruel and harsh. But soon they toned down. India became their home, and Delhi was their capital, not distant Ghazni as in Mahmud's time. Afghanistan, where they came from, was just an outlying part of their kingdom. The process of Indianization was rapid, and many of them married women of the country. One of their great rulers, Alauddin Khilji, himself married to a Hindu lady, and so did his son. Some of the subsequent rulers were racially Turk, such as Otto Kutubuddin Aybak, the Sultana Razia, and Iltutmish. But the nobility and the army continued to be mainly Afghan. Delhi flourished as an imperial capital. Ibn Battuta, a famous Arab traveler from Morocco, who visited many countries and saw many cities from Cairo and Constantinople to China, described it in the 14th century, perhaps with some exaggeration, as one of the greatest cities in the universe. The Delhi Sultanate spread southwards. The Chola kingdom was declining, but in its place, a new seafaring power had grown. This was the Pandya kingdom, with its capital at Madurai and its port at Kayo on the east coast. It was a small kingdom, but a great center of trade. Marco Polo twice visited this port on his way from China in 1288 and 1293, and had described it as a great and noble city, full of ships from Arabia and China. He also mentions the very fine muslins, which look like tissues of spider's web, and which were made on the east coast of India. Marco Polo tells us an interesting fact. Large number of horses were imported by sea from Arabia and Persia into South India. The climate of South India was not suited to horse breeding, and horses, apart from their other uses, was necessary for military purposes. The best breeding ground for horses were in Central and Western Asia, and this may well explain to some extent the superiority of the Central Asian races in warfare. Genghis Khan's Mongols were magnificent horsemen and were devoted to their horses. The Turks were also fine horsemen, and the love of the Arab for the horse is well known. In North and West India, there are some good breeding grounds for horses, especially in Kathiawar, and Rajputs are very fond of their horses. Many a petty war was waged for a famous charger. There is a story of a Delhi Sultan admiring the charger of a Rajput chief and asking him for it. The Hara chief replied to the Lodi king, "There are 3 things you must not ask of a Rajput: his horse, his mistress, or his sword." And he galloped away. There was trouble afterwards. Later, in the 14th century, Timur the Turk, or Turco-Mongol, came from the north and smashed up the Delhi Sultanate. He was only a few months in India. He came to Delhi and went back. But all along his route he created a wilderness adorned with pyramids of skulls of those he had slain. And Delhi itself became a city of the dead. Fortunately, he did not go far, and only some parts of Punjab and Delhi had to suffer this terrible affliction. It took many years for Delhi to wake up from this sleep of death, and even when it woke up, it was no longer the capital of a great empire. Timur's visit had broken that empire, and out of it had arisen a number of states in the south. Long before this, early in the 14th century, 2 great states had risen: Gulbarga, called the Bahmani kingdom, and the Hindu kingdom of Vijayanagar. Gulbarga was now split up into 5 states. One of these being Ahmednagar. Ahmad Nizam Shah, the founder of Ahmednagar in 1490, was the son of Nizam-ul-Mulk Bahiri, a minister of the Bahmani kings. This Nizam-ul-Mulk was the son of Brahmin accountant named Bhairu, from which his name Bahiri. Thus the Ahmednagar dynasty was of indigenous origin, and Chand Bibi, the heroine of Ahmednagar, had mixed blood. All the Muslim states in the south were indigenous and Indianized. After Timur's sack of Delhi, North India remained weak and divided up. South India was better off, and the largest and most powerful of the southern kingdoms was Vijayanagar. This state and city attracted many of the Hindu refugees from the north. From contemporary accounts, it appears that the city was rich and very beautiful. The city is such that the eye has not seen nor ear heard of any place resembling it upon the whole earth, says Abdul Razak from Central Asia. There were arcades and magnificent galleries for the bazaars, and rising above them all was the palace of the king, surrounded by many rivulets and streams flowing through channels of cut stone, polished and even. The whole city was full of gardens, and because of them, as an Italian visitor in 1420, Niccolo Conti writes, the circumference of the city was 60 miles. A later visitor was Pais, a Portuguese who came in 1522 after having visited the Italian cities of the Renaissance. The city of Vijayanagar, he says, is as large as Rome and very beautiful to the sight. It is full of charm and wonder with its innumerable lakes and waterways and fruit gardens. It is the best provided city in the world, and everything abounds. The chambers of the palace were a mass of ivory with roses and lotuses carved in ivory at the top. It is so rich and beautiful that you could hardly find anywhere another such. Of the ruler, Krishnadeva Raya, Pais writes, "He is the most feared and perfect king that could possibly be, cheerful of disposition and very merry. He is one that seeks to honor foreigners and receives them kindly, asking about all their affairs, whatever their condition may be." While Vijayanagar was flourishing in the south, the petty sultanate of Delhi had to meet a new foe. Yet another invader came down from the northern mountains on the famous battlefield of Panipat near Delhi, where so often India's fate had been decided. He won the throne of Delhi in 1526. This was Babur, a Turco-Mongol and a prince of the Timurid line in Central Asia. With him begins the Mughal Empire of India. Babur's success was probably due not only to the weakness of the Delhi Sultanate, but to his possessing a new and improved type of artillery which was not in use in India then. From this period onwards, India seems to lag behind in the developing science of warfare. It would be more correct to say that the whole of Asia remained where it was, while Europe was advancing in this science. The great Mughal Empire, powerful as it was in India for 200 years, probably could not compete on equal terms with the European armies from the 17th century onwards. But no European army could come to India unless it had control over the sea routes. The major change that was taking place during these centuries was the development of European sea power. With the fall of the Chola kingdom in the south in the 13th century, Indian sea power declined rapidly. The small Pandya state, though intimately connected with the sea, was not strong enough. The Indian colonies, however, still continued to hold command over the Indian Ocean till the 15th century, when they were ousted by the Arabs, who was soon to be followed by the Portuguese. The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. Chapter 6. Synthesis and Growth of Mixed Culture. Partha, Kabir, Guru Nanak, Amir Khusro. It is thus wrong and misleading to talk of a Muslim invasion of India, or of the Muslim period in India, just as it would be wrong to refer to the coming of the British to India as a Christian invasion or to call the British period in India a Christian period. Islam did not invade India. It had to come to India some centuries earlier. There was a Turkish invasion, Mahmud's, and an Afghan invasion, and then a Turco-Mongol or the Mughal invasion. And of these, the latter two were important. The Afghans might well be considered a border Indian group, hardly strangers to India, and the period of their political dominance should be called the Indo-Afghan period. The Mughals were outsiders and strangers to India, yet they fitted into the Indian structure with remarkable speed and began the Indo-Mughal period. Through choice or circumstance, or both, the Afghan rulers, those who had come with them, merged into India. Their dynasties became completely Indianized, and with their roots in India, looking upon India as their homeland and the rest of the world as foreign. In spite of the political conflict, they were generally considered as such, and many, even of the Rajput princes accepted them as their overlords. But there are other Rajput chiefs who refused to submit, and there were fierce conflicts. Firoz Shah, one of the well-known sultans of Delhi, had a Hindu mother. So had Ghayasuddin Tughlaq. Such marriages between the Afghans, Turkish, and the Hindu nobility were not frequent, but they did take place. In the south, the Muslim ruler of Gulbarga married a Hindu princess of Vijayanagar with great pomp and ceremony. It appears that in Muslim countries of Central and Western Asia, Indians had a good reputation. As early as the 11th century, that is before the Afghan conquest, a Muslim geographer, Idrisi, wrote, "The Indians are naturally inclined to justice and never depart from it in their actions. Their good faith, honesty, and fidelity to their engagements are well known, and they are so famous for these qualities that people flock to their countries from every side." An efficient administration grew up, and communications were especially improved, chiefly for military reasons. Government was more centralized now, though it took care not to interfere with the local customs. Sher Shah, who intervened with the early Mughal period, was the ablest among the Afghan rulers. He laid the foundations of a revenue system which was later expanded by Akbar. Raja Todar Mai, Akbar's famous revenue minister, was employed by Sher Shah. Hindu talent was increasingly used by the Afghan rulers. The effect of Afghan conquest on India and Hinduism was twofold, each developing contradicting the other. The intermediate reaction was an exodus of people to the south, away from the areas under the Afghan rule. Those who remained became more rigid and exclusive and retired into their shells, tried to protect themselves from foreign ways and influences by hardening the caste system. On the other hand, there was a gradual and hardly conscious approach towards these foreign ways, both in thought and life. A synthesis worked itself out. New styles of architecture arose, food and clothing changed, and life was affected and varied in many other ways. The synthesis was especially marked in music, which, following in the old Indian classical pattern, developed in many directions. The Persian language became the official court language, and many Persian words crept into popular use. At the same time, the popular languages were developed. Among the unfortunate development that took place in India was the growth of parda, or the seclusion of women. Why this should have been so is not clear, but somehow it did result from the interaction of the new elements on the old. In India, there had previously been some segregation of the sexes among the aristocracy, as in many other countries and notably in ancient Greece. Some such segregation existed in ancient Iran also, and to some extent all over Western Asia. But nowhere was there any strict seclusion of women. Probably this started in the Byzantine court circles, where eunuchs were employed to guard the women's apartments. Byzantine influences traveled to Russia, where there was fairly strict seclusion of women right up to Peter the Great's time. This had nothing to do with the Tartars, who, it is well established, did not segregate their women folk. The mixed Arab-Persian civilization were affected in many ways by the Byzantine customs, and possibly the segregation of upper-class women grew to some extent. Yet, even so, there was no strict seclusion of women in Arabia or in other parts of Western or Central Asia. The Afghans who crowded into northern India after the capture of Delhi had no strict parda. Turkish and Afghan princesses and ladies of the court often went riding and hunting and paying visits. It is an old Islamic custom still to be observed that women must keep their laces unveiled during Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca. Parda seems to have grown in India during Mughal times, when it became a mark of status and prestige among Hindus and Muslims. This custom of seclusion of women spread especially among the upper classes of those areas where Muslim influences had been most marked. In the great central and eastern bloc, comprising Delhi, the United Provinces, Rajputana, Bihar, and Bengal. And yet it is odd that parda has not been very strict in the Punjab and in the frontier province, which are predominantly Muslim. In the south and west of India, there has been no such seclusion of women except to some extent among the Muslims. I have no doubt at all, among the causes of India's decay in recent centuries, parda, or the seclusion of women, holds an important place. I am even more convinced that the complete ending of this barbarous custom is essential before India can have a progressive social life That it injures women is obvious enough, but the injury to man, to the growing child who has to spend much of its time among women in Parda, and to social life generally is equally great. Fortunately, this evil practice is fast disappearing among the Hindus, more slowly among the Muslims. The strongest factor in this liquidation of Parda has been the Congress, political and social movements which have drawn tens of thousands of middle-class women into some kind of public activity. Gandhiji has been and is a fierce opponent of Parda and has called it a vicious and brutal custom which has kept women backward and undeveloped. I thought of the wrong being done by men to the women of India by clinging to a barbarous custom which, whatever use it might have had when it was first introduced, had now become totally useless and was doing incalculable harm to the country. Gandhiji urged that women should have the same liberty and opportunity of self-development as man. Good sense must govern the relations between the two sexes. There should be no barrier erected between them. Their mutual behavior should be natural and spontaneous. Gandhiji has indeed written and spoken with passion in favor of women's equality and freedom, and has bitterly condemned their domestic slavery. I have digressed and made a sudden jump to modern times, and must go back to the medieval period after the Afghans had established themselves in Delhi, and a synthesis was working itself out between the old ways and the new. Most of these changes took place at the top, among the nobility and upper classes, and did not affect the mass of the population, especially the rural masses. They originated in court circles and spread in the cities and urban areas. They began a process which was to continue for several centuries of developing a mixed culture in North India. Delhi, and what are known now as the United Provinces, became the center of this, just as they had been, and still continued to be the center of the old Aryan culture. But much of this Aryan culture drifted to the south, which became a stronghold of Hindu orthodoxy. After the Delhi Sultanate had weakened owing to Timur's incursion, a small Muslim state grew up in Jaunpur in the United Provinces. Right through the 15th century, this was a center of art and culture and toleration in religion. The growing popular language, Hindi, was encouraged, and an attempt was even made to bring about a synthesis between the religious faiths of Hindus and Muslims. About this time, in far Kashmir, in the north, an independent Muslim king, Zainul-Abidin, also became famous for his toleration and his encouragement of Sanskrit learning and the old culture. All over India, this new ferment was working, and new ideas were troubling people's minds. As of old, India was subconsciously reacting to the new situation, trying to absorb the foreign element and herself changing somewhat in the process. Out of this ferment arose new types of reformers who deliberately preached this synthesis, often condemned or ignored the caste system. There was the Hindu Ramanand in the south in the 15th century, and his still more famous disciple, Kabir, a Muslim weaver of Benares. Kabir's poems and songs became, and still are, very popular. In the north, there was Guru Nanak, who is considered the founder of Sikhism. The influence of these reformers went far beyond the limits of the particular sects that they grew up after them. Hinduism, as a whole, felt the impact of the new ideas, and Islam in India also became somewhat different from what it was elsewhere. The fierce monotheism of Islam influenced Hinduism, and the vague pantheistic attitude of the Hindu had its effect on the Indian Muslim. Most of these Indian Muslims were converts, bred up in and surrounded by the old traditions. Only a comparatively small number of them had come from outside. Muslim mysticism and Sufism, which probably had its beginnings in the Neoplatonism, grew. Perhaps the most significant indication of the growing absorption of the foreign element in India was its use of popular language of the country, even though Persian continued to be the court language. There were many notable books written by early Muslims in Hindi. The most famous of these writers was Amir Khusro, a Turk whose family had settled in the United Provinces for 2 or 3 generations, and who lived in the 14th century during the reigns of several Afghan sultans. He was a poet of the first rank in Persia, and he knew Sanskrit also. He was a great musician and introduced many innovations in Indian music. He is also said to have invented the sitar, the popular stringed instrument of India. He wrote on many subjects, and in particular in praise of India, enumerating the various things in which India excelled. Among these were religion, philosophy, logic, language and grammar, Sanskrit, music, mathematics, science, and the mango fruit. But his fame in India rests above all on his popular songs written in the ordinary spoken dialect of Hindi. Wisely, he did not choose the literary medium, which would have been understood by a small coterie only. He went to the villager not only for his language, but for his customs and ways of living. He sang of the different seasons, and each season, according to the old classical style of India, had its own appropriate tunes and words. He sang of life in its various phases, of the coming of the bride, of separation from the beloved, of the rains when life springs anew from the parched earth. Those songs are still widely sung and may be heard in any village or town in northern or central India. Especially when the rainy season begins, and in every village big swings are hung from branches of mango and peepal trees, and all the village girls and boys gather together to celebrate the occasion. Amir Khusro was the author also of innumerable riddles and conundrums which are very popular with children as well as grown-ups. Even during his long life, Khusro's songs and riddles had made him famous. That reputation has continued and grown. I do not know if there are any other instance anywhere of songs written 600 years ago maintaining their popularity and their mass appeal and being still sung without any change of words. The Indian social structure, importance of the group. Almost everyone who knows anything at all about India has heard of the caste system. Almost every outsider and many people in India condemn it or criticize it as a whole. Probably there is hardly anyone left in India who approves of it in all its present ramifications and developments, though there are undoubtedly many who still accept its basic theory, and large number of Hindus adhere to it in their lives. Some confusion arises in the use of the word caste for different people, attach different meaning to it. The average European or an Indian who is allied to him in thought and approach thinks of it as just a petrification of classes, an ingenious method to preserve a certain hierarchy of classes, to keep the upper class permanently at the top and the lower ones permanently at the bottom of the scale. There is truth in that, and in its origin, it was probably a device to keep the Aryan conquerors apart and above the conquered people. Undoubtedly, in its growth, it has acted in that way, though originally there may have been a good deal of flexibility about it. Yet, that it is only a part of the truth and does not explain its power and cohesiveness the way it has lasted down to our present day. It survived not only the powerful impact of Buddhism and many centuries of Afghan and Mughal rule and the spread of Islam, but also the strenuous efforts of innumerable Hindu reformers who raised their voices against it. It is only today that it is seriously threatened and its very basis has been attacked. That is not chiefly because of some powerful urge to reform itself, which has arisen in the Hindu society, though such urge is undoubtedly present, nor is it because of ideas from the West, though such ideas have certainly exerted their influence. The change that is taking place before our eyes is essentially due to the basic economic changes which have shaken up the whole fabric of Indian society and are likely to upset it completely. Conditions of life have changed, and thought patterns are changing so much that it seems impossible for the caste system to endure. What will take its place is more than I can say, for something much more than the caste system is at stake. The conflict is between two approaches to the problems of social organization, which are diametrically opposed to each other. The old Hindu conception of the group being the basic unit of organization, and the excessive individualism of the West emphasizing the individual above the group. That conflict is not of India only, it is of the West also and of the entire world, though it takes different forms there. The 19th century civilization of Europe, taking shape in democratic liberalism and its extensions in economic and social fields represented the high watermark of that individualism. That 19th century ideology, with its social and political organization, has extended itself and flowed into the 20th century. But it seems wholly out of date now and is cracking under the stress of crises and war. The importance of the group and the community is emphasized more now, and the problem is to reconcile the respective claims of the individual and the group. The solutions of that problem may take different forms in different countries, yet there will be an ever-increasing tendency for one basic solution to apply to all. The caste system does not stand by itself. It is a part and integral part of a much larger scheme of social organization. It may be possible to remove some of its obvious abuses and to lessen its rigidity, and yet to leave the system intact. But that is highly unlikely, as the social and economic forces at play are not much concerned with this superstructure. They are attacking it at the base and undermining the other supports which held it up. Indeed, great parts of these are already gone and are rapidly going. More and more, the caste system is left stranded by itself. It has ceased to be a question of whether we like caste or dislike it. Changes are taking place in spite of our likes and dislikes. But it is certainly in our power to mold these changes and direct them so that we can take full advantage of the character and the genius of the Indian people as a whole, which have been so evident in the cohesiveness and the stability of the social organization they built up. Sir George Birdwood has said somewhere, "So long as the Hindus hold to the caste system, India will be India. But from the day they break from it, there will be no more India. That glorious peninsula will be degraded to the position of a bitter east end of the Anglo-Saxon Empire. With caste or without it, we have long been degraded to that position in the British Empire, and in any event, whatever our future position is likely to be, it will not be confined within the bounds of that empire." But there is some truth in what Sir George Birdwood said, though probably he did not look at it from this point of view. The breakup of a huge and long-standing social organization may well lead to a complete disruption of social life, resulting in absence of cohesion, mass suffering, and development on a vast scale of abnormalities in individual behavior, unless some other social structure more suited to the times and to the genius of the people take its place. Perhaps disruption is inevitable during the transition period, though there is enough of this disruption all over the world today. Perhaps it is only through pain and suffering that accompany such disruptions that people grow and learn the lessons of life and adapt themselves anew to changing conditions. Nevertheless, we cannot just disrupt and hope for something better without having some vision of the future we're working for, however vague that vision may be. We cannot just create a vacuum, or else that vacuum may be filled up itself by a way we may have to deplore. In the constructive schemes that we may make, we have to pay attention to the human material we have to deal with, to the background of its thought and urges, and to the environment in which we have to function. To ignore all this and to fashion some idealistic scheme in the air, or merely to think in terms of imitating what others have done elsewhere, would be folly. It becomes desirable, therefore, to examine and understand the old Indian social structure which has so powerfully influenced our people. This structure was based on three concepts: the autonomous village community, caste, and the joint family system. In all these three, it is the group that counts. The individual has a secondary place. There is nothing very unique about all this separately, and it is easy to find something equivalent to any of these three in other countries, especially in medieval times. Like the old Indian republics, there were primitive republics elsewhere. There was also a kind of primitive communism. The old Russian Mir might be comparable in some ways to the Indian village community. Caste has been essentially functional and similar to the medieval trade guilds of Europe. The Chinese family system bears a strong resemblance to the Hindu joint family. I do not know enough of all these to carry the comparisons far, and in any case it is not important for my purpose. Taken as a whole, the entire Indian structure was certainly unique, and as it developed, it became more so. Village self-government, Shukra Nitisara. There is an old book of the 10th century which gives us some idea of Indian polity as it was conceived prior to the Turkish and Afghan invasions. This is the Nitisara, the Science of Polity by Shukracharya. It deals with the organization of the central government as well as of town and village life, of the King's Council of State and various departments of government. The village panchayat or elected council has large powers, both executive and judicial, and its members were treated with greatest respect by the king's officers. Land was distributed by this panchayat, which also collected tax out of the produce and paid the government share on behalf of the village. Over a number of these village councils, there was a larger panchayat or council to supervise and interfere if necessary. Some old inscriptions further tell us how the members of the village councils were elected and what their qualifications and disqualifications were. Various committees were formed, elected annually, and women could serve on them. In case of misbehavior, a member could be removed. A member could be disqualified if he failed to render accounts of public funds. An interesting rule to prevent nepotism is mentioned. Near relatives of members were not to be appointed to public office. These village councils were very jealous of their liberties, and it was laid down that no soldier could enter the village unless he had a royal permit. If the people complained of an official, the Niti Sara says that the king should take the side not of his officers but of his subjects. If many complained, then the official was to be dismissed. For who does not get intoxicated by drinking of the vanity of office? The king was to act in accordance with the opinion of the majority of people. Public opinion is more powerful than the king, as the rope made of many fibers is strong enough to drag a lion. In making official appointments, work, character, and merit are to be regarded neither caste nor family, and neither through color nor through ancestors can the spirit worthy of a Brahmin be generated. In the larger towns, there were many artisans and merchants, and craft guilds and mercantile associations and banking corporations were formed. Each of these controlled its own domestic affairs. All this information is very fragmentary, but it does not appear from this and many other sources that there was a widespread system of self-government in towns and villages, and the central government seldom interfered so long as its quota of taxes was paid. Customary law was strong, and the political or military power seldom interfered with the rights based on custom. Originally, the agrarian system was based on cooperative or collective village. Individuals and families had certain rights as well as certain obligations, both of which were determined and protected by customary law. There was no theocratic monarchy in India. In Indian polity, if the king is unjust or tyrannical, the right to rebel against him is admitted. What the Chinese philosopher Mencius said 2000 years ago might apply to India. When a ruler treats his subjects like grass and dirt, then the subject should treat him as a bandit and an enemy. The whole conception of monarchical power differed from that of European feudalism, where the king had authority over all persons and things in his domain. This authority he delegated to the lords and barons who vowed allegiance to him. Thus a hierarchy of authority was built up. Both the land and the people were connected with it, belonged to the feudal lord, and through him to the king. This was the development of a Roman conception of dominion. In India, there was nothing of this kind. The king had the right to collect certain taxes from the land, and this revenue collecting power was all he could delegate to others. The peasant in India was not the lord's serf. There were plenty of land available. There was no advantage in dispossessing the peasant. Thus, in India, there was no landlord system as known in the West, nor was the individual peasant the full owner of his patch of land. Both these concepts were introduced much later by the British with disastrous results. Foreign conquests brought war and destruction, revolts and their ruthless suppression, and new ruling classes relying chiefly on armed forces. This ruling class could often ignore numerous constitutional restraints which had always been part of customary law of the country. The important consequences followed, and the power of self-governing village communities decreased, and later various changes were introduced in the land revenue system. Nevertheless, the Afghan and the Mughal rulers took special care not to interfere with old customs and conventions, and no fundamental changes were introduced, and the economic and social structure of Indian life continued as before. Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq issued definite instructions to his officials to preserve customary law and to keep the affairs of the state apart from the religion, which was a personal matter of the individual preference. But changing times and conflicts, as well as increasing centralization of government, slowly but progressively lessened the respect given to customary law. The village self-governing community, however, continued. Its breakup began only under the British rule. The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru, Chapter 6, The Theory and Practice of Caste, the Joint Family. In India, says Howell, religion is hardly a dogma, but a working hypothesis of human conduct adapted to different stages of spiritual development and different conditions of life. In the ancient days, when the Indo-Aryan culture first took shape, religion had to provide for the needs of men who were far removed from each other in civilization and intellectual and spiritual development as it is possible to conceive. There were primitive forest dwellers, fetishists, totem worshippers, and believers in every kind of superstition. And there were those who had attained the highest flight of spiritual thought. In between, there was every shade and gradation of belief and practice. While the highest forms of thought were pursued by some, they were wholly beyond the reach of many. As social life grew, certain number of uniformities of belief spread, but even so, many differences and cultural and temperamental remain. In the Indo-Aryan approach was to avoid the forcible suppression of any belief or the destruction of any claim. Each group was left free to work out its ideals along the plane of its mental development and understanding. Assimilation was attempted, but there was no denial or suppression. A similar and even more difficult problem had to be faced in social organization. How to combine these utterly different groups in one social system, each group cooperating with the whole, yet retaining its own freedom to live its own life and develop itself. In a sense, though the comparison is far-fetched, this may be compared to the numerous minority problems of today which afflict so many countries and are still far from solution. The United States of America solved their minority problems more or less by trying to make every citizen a 100% American. They make everyone conform to a certain type. Other countries with a longer and more complicated past are not so favorably situated. Even Canada has its strong race, religion, and language conscious French group. In Europe, the barriers are higher and deeper, and yet all this applies to Europeans or those who have spread from Europe. People who have certain common background and similarity of culture. Where non-Europeans come in, they do not fit this pattern. In the United States, Negroes, though they may be 100% American, are a race apart, deprived of many opportunities and privileges which others have as a matter of course. There are innumerable worse examples elsewhere. Only Soviet Russia is said to have solved its problems of nationalities and minorities by creating what is called a multinational state. If these difficulties and problems pursue us even today, with all our knowledge and progress, how much harder they must have been in the ancient days when the Indo-Aryans were evolving their civilization and social structure in a land full of variety and different types of human beings. The normal way to deal with these problems then and later was to exterminate or enslave the conquered populations. This way was not followed in India, but it is clear that every precaution was taken to perpetuate the superior position of the upper groups. Having ensured that superiority, a kind of multiple community state was built up, in which certain limits and subjects to some general rules. Freedom was given to each group to follow its avocation and live its own life in accordance with its own customs or desires. The only real restriction was that it must not interfere or come into conflict with another group. This was a flexible and expanding system, for new groups could always be formed either by newcomers or by dissident members of an old group, provided they were numerous enough to do so. Within each group, there was equality and democracy, and the elected leaders guided it and frequently consulted the entire group whenever any important question arose. These groups were almost always functional, each specializing in a particular trade or craft. They became thus some kind of trade unions or craft guilds. There was a strong sense of solidarity within each, which not only protected the group, but sheltered and helped an individual member who got into trouble or was in economic distress. The functions of each group or caste were related to the functions of other castes, and the idea was that if each group functioned successfully within its own framework, then the society as a whole worked harmoniously. Over and above this, a strong and fairly successful attempt was made to create a common national bond which would hold all these groups together. The sense of a common culture, common traditions, common heroes and saints, and a common land to the four corners of which people went on pilgrimage. This national bond was of course very different from present-day nationalism. It was weak politically, but socially and culturally it was strong. Because of its political lack of cohesiveness, it facilitated foreign conquest. Because of its social strength, it made recovery easy as well as assimilation of new elements. It had so many heads that they could not be cut off, and they survived conquests and disaster. Thus, caste was a group system based on services and functions. It was meant to be an all-inclusive order without any common dogma and allowing the fullest latitude to each group. Within its wide fold, there was monogamy, polygamy, and celibacy. They were all tolerated, just as other customs, beliefs, and practices were tolerated. Life was to be maintained at all levels. No minority need submit to a majority, for it could always form a separate autonomous group, the only test being, is it a distinctive group large enough to function as such? Between two groups, there could be any amount of variation of race, religion, color, culture, and intellectual development. An individual was only considered as a member of a group. He could not do anything he liked so long as he did not interfere with the functioning of the group. He had no right to upset the functioning, but if he was strong enough and could gather enough supporters, it was open to him to form another group. If he could not fit in with any group, that meant that he was out of joint so far as social activities of the world were concerned. He could then become a sannyasi who had renounced caste, every group, and the world of activity, and could wander about and do what he liked. It must be remembered that while the Indian social tendency was to subordinate the individual to the claims of the group and the society, and religious thought and spiritual seeking have always emphasized the individual. Salvation and knowledge of the ultimate truth were open to all, to the members of every caste, high or low. This salvation or enlightenment could not be a group affair. It was highly individualistic. In the search for this salvation also, there was no inflexible dogmas, and all the doors were supposed to lead to it. Though the group system was dominant in the organization of society, leading to caste, there has always been an individualistic tendency in India. A conflict between two approaches is often in evidence. Partly that individualism was the result of the religious doctrine which laid emphasis on the individual. Social reformers who criticized or condemned the caste system were usually religious reformers, and their main argument was that the divisions of the caste system came in the way of spiritual development and the intense individualism to which religion pointed. Buddhism was a breakaway from the group caste ideal towards some kind of individualism as well as universalism, but this individualism became associated with a withdrawal from normal social activities. It offered no effective alternative social structure to caste, and so caste continued then and later. What were the main castes? If we leave out for the moment those who were considered outside the pale of caste, the untouchables, there were the Brahmins, the priests, teachers, intellectuals, the Kshatriyas or the rulers and the warriors, the Vaishyas or merchants, traders, bankers, etc., and the Shudras who were the agricultural and other workers. Probably the only close-knit and exclusive caste was that of the Brahmins. The Kshatriyas were frequently adding to the number both from foreign incoming elements and others in the country who rose to power and authority. The Vaishyas were chiefly traders and bankers and also engaged in a number of other professions. The main occupation of the Shudras were cultivation and domestic service. There was always a continuous process of new castes being formed as new occupations developed, and for other reasons, the older castes were always trying to get up in the social scale. These processes have continued to our day. Some of the lower castes suddenly take to wearing the sacred thread which is supposed to be reserved for the upper castes. All this really made little difference as each caste continued to function in its own ambit and pursued its own trade or occupation. It was merely a question of prestige. Occasionally, men of the lower caste, by sheer ability, attained to positions of power and authority in the state. But this was very exceptional. The organization of society being, generally speaking, non-competitive, non-acquisitive, these divisions into castes did not make as much difference as they might have otherwise have done. The Brahmin at the top, proud of his intellect and learning, and respected by others, seldom had much in the way of worldly possessions. The merchant, prosperous and rich, had no very high standing in the society as a whole. The vast majority of the population consisted of agriculturalists. There was no landlord system, nor was there any peasant proprietorship. It is difficult to say who owned the land in law. There was nothing like the present doctrine of ownership. The cultivator had the right to till his land, and the only real question was as to the distribution of the produce of the land. The major share went to the cultivator. The king or the state took a share, usually 1/6, and every functional group in the village which served the people in any way had its share. The Brahmin, the priest and teacher, the merchant, the blacksmith, the carpenter, the cobbler, the potter, the builder, the barber, the scavenger, etc. Thus, in a sense, every group, from the state to the scavenger, was a shareholder in the produce. Who were the depressed classes and the untouchables? The depressed classes is a new designation applying rather vaguely to a number of castes near the bottom of the scale. There is no hard and fast line to separate them from others. The untouchables are more definite. In North India, only a very small number engaged in scavenging or unclean work are considered untouchable. Fa Xian tells us that when he came, the persons who removed human feces were untouchable. In South India, the numbers were much larger. However, they began and grew to such great numbers it is difficult to say. Probably those who were engaged in occupations considered unclean were so treated. Later, landless agricultural labor may have been added. The idea of ceremonial purity has been extraordinarily strong among the Hindus. This has led to one good consequence and many bad ones. The good one is bodily cleanliness. A daily bath has always been an essential feature of a Hindu's life, including most of the depressed classes. It was from India that this habit spread to England and elsewhere. The average Hindu and even the poor peasant takes some pride in his shining pots and pans. This sense of cleanliness is not scientific. The man who bathes twice a day will unhesitatingly drink water that is unclean and full of germs. Nor is it corporate at any rate. Now, the individual will keep his own hut fairly clean, but throw all the rubbish in the village street in front of his neighbor's house. The village is usually very dirty and full of garbage heaps. It is also noticeable that cleanliness is not thought of as such, but as a consequence of some religious sanction. When that religious sanction goes, there is a marked deterioration in the standards of cleanliness. The evil consequence of ceremonial purity was a growth of exclusiveness, touch-me-notism, and of not eating and drinking with people of other castes. This grew to fantastic lengths unknown in any other parts of the world. It led also to certain classes being considered untouchable because they had the misfortune to do some other kind of essential work which were considered unclean. The practice of normally feeding with one's own caste people spread to all castes. It became a sign of social status, and the lower castes stuck to it even more rigidly than some of the higher ones. This practice is breaking up now among the higher castes, but it is still there continuing among the lower castes, including the depressed classes. If interdining were taboo, much more so was intermarriage between castes. Some mixed marriages inevitably took place, but on the whole, it is extraordinary how much each caste kept to itself and propagated its own kind. The continuation of racial identity through long ages is an illusion, and yet the continuation of racial identity through the long ages is an illusion, and yet the caste system in India has to some extent managed to preserve distinctive types, especially among the higher castes. Some groups at the bottom of the scale are sometimes referred to as outside the caste groups. As a matter of fact, no group, not even the untouchables, are outside the framework of the caste system. The depressed classes and the untouchables form their own castes and have their panchayats or caste councils for settling their own affairs. But many of them have been made to suffer cruelly by being excluded from the common life of the village. The autonomous village community and the caste system were thus two of the special features of the old Indian social structure. The third was the joint family, where all the members were joint sharers in the common property and the inheritance went by survivorship. The father or some other elder was the head, but he functioned as a manager, not as the old Roman paterfamilias. A division of property was permitted under certain circumstances and if the parties concerned so desired. The joint property was supposed to provide for the needs of all members of the family, workers or non-workers. Inevitably, this meant a guaranteed minimum for all of them, rather than high rewards for some. It was a kind of insurance for all, including even the subnormal and the physically or mentally deficient. Thus, while there was security for all, there was a certain leveling down of the standard of service demanded as well as of the recompense given. Emphasis was not laid on personal advantage or ambition, but on that of the group, that is, the family. The fact of growing up and living in a large family minimized the egocentric attitude of the child and tended to develop an aptitude for socialization. All this is very opposite of what happens in the highly individualistic civilizations of the West, and more especially of America, where personal ambition is encouraged and personal advantage is the almost universal aim, where all the plums go to the bright and the pushing, and the weak and the timid of the second rate go to the wall. The joint family system is rapidly breaking up in India, and individualistic attitudes are developing, leading not only to far-reaching changes in the economic background of life, but also to new problems of behavior. All the three pillars of Indian social structure are thus based on the group and not on the individual. The aim was social stability, security, and continuance of the group, that is, of the society. Progress was not the aim, and progress therefore had to suffer. Within each group, whether this was the village community, the particular caste, or the large joint family, there was a communal life shared together and a sense of equality and democratic methods. Even now, caste panchayat functions democratically. It surprised me at one time to see the eagerness of a villager, sometimes illiterate, to serve on the elected committees for political or other purposes. He soon got into the way of it and was the helpful member whenever any question relating to his life came up, and was not easily subdued. But there was an unfortunate tendency for small groups to split up and quarrel among themselves. The democratic way was not only a well-known but was a common method of functioning in social life, in local government, trade guilds, religious assemblies, etc. Caste, with all its evils, kept up the democratic habit in each group. There used to be elaborate rules of procedure, election, and debate. The Marquis of Zetland has referred to some of these in writing about the early Buddhist assemblies. And it may come as a surprise to many to learn that the assemblies of Buddhists in India 2000 or more years ago are to be found the rudiments of our own parliamentary practice of the present day. The dignity of the assembly was preserved by the appointment of a special officer, the embryo of Mr. Speaker in the House of Commons. The second officer was appointed whose duty it was to see that when necessary, a quorum was secured. The prototype of the parliamentary chief whip in our own system. A member initiating business did so in the form of a motion which was to open to discussion. In some case, this was done once only, in others 3 times, thus anticipating the practice of Parliament in requiring that a bill be read a third time before it becomes a law. If the discussion disclosed a difference of opinion, the matter was decided by the vote of majority, and voting being by ballot. The old Indian social structure had thus some virtues, and indeed it could not have lasted so long without them. Behind it lay the philosophical ideal of Indian culture, the integration of man, the stress of goodness, beauty, and truth rather than acquisitiveness. An attempt was made to prevent the joining together and concentration of honor, power, and wealth. The duties of the individual and the group were emphasized, not their rights. The Smritis, the Hindu religious books, give lists of dharmas, functions, and duties of various castes, but none of them contains an inventory of rights. Self-sufficiency was aimed at in the group, especially in the village, and in a different sense in the caste. It was a closed system, allowing a certain adaptability, change, and freedom within its outer framework, but inevitably growing more and more exclusive and rigid. Progressively, it lost its power to expand and tap new sources of talent. Powerfully vested interests prevented any radical change and kept education from spreading to the other classes. The old superstition known to be such by many among the upper classes were preserved and new ones were added to them. Not only the national economy, but thought itself became stationary, traditional, rigid, unexpansive, and unprogressive. The conception and practice of caste embodied the aristocratic ideal and was obviously opposed to the democratic conception. It had its strong sense of noblesse oblige, provided people kept to their hereditary stations and did not challenge the established order. India's success and achievements were on the whole confined to the upper classes. Those lower down in the scales had fewer chances and their opportunities were strictly limited. The upper classes were not small limited groups, but large in numbers, and there was a diffusion of power, authority, and influence. Hence they carried on successfully for a very long period. But the ultimate weakness and failing of the caste system and the Indian social structure were that they degraded a mass of human beings and gave them no opportunities to get out of that condition, educationally, culturally, or economically. That degradation brought deterioration all along the line, including in its scope even the upper classes. It led to the petrification which became a dominant feature of India's economy and life. The contrast between this social structure and those existing elsewhere in the past were not great, but with the changes that have taken place all over the world during the past few generations, they have become far more pronounced. In the context of society today, the caste system and much that goes with it are wholly incompatible, reactionary, restrictive, and barriers to progress. There can be no equality in status and opportunity within its framework, nor can there be political democracy, and much less economic democracy. Between these two conceptions, conflict is inherent, and only one of them can survive. The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. Chapter 6. Babur and Akbar, the process of Indianization. To go back, the Afghans had settled down in India and had become Indianized. Their rulers had to face first the problem of lessening the hostility of the people and then of winning them over. So, as a deliberate policy, they toned down their early ruthless methods and became more tolerant, invited cooperation, and tried to function not as conquerors from outside, but as Indians, born and bred in the land. What was at first a policy gradually became an inevitable trend as the Indian environment influenced these people from the northwest and absorbed them. While the process continued at the top, more powerful currents arose spontaneously among the people, aiming at a synthesis of thought and ways of living. The beginnings of a mixed culture began to appear, and the foundations were laid on which Akbar was to build. Akbar was the third of the Mughal dynasty in India, yet it was in him, in effect, that the empire was consolidated. His grandfather, Babur, had won the throne of Delhi in 1526, but he was a stranger to India and continued to feel so. He had come from the north, where the Timurid Renaissance was flourishing, in his homelands in Central Asia, and the influence of art and culture of Iran was strong. He missed the friendly society he was used to, and the delights of conversation, the amenities and the refinements of life which had spread from Baghdad and Iran. He longed for snow and ice of northern highlands, for the good flesh and flowers and fruits of Fergana. Yet, with all his disappointments at what he saw, he says that Hindustan is a remarkably fine country. Babur died within 4 years of his coming to India, and much of his time was spent in fighting, in laying out a splendid capital at Agra, for which he obtained the services of a famous architect from Constantinople. Those were the days of Suleiman the Magnificent in Constantinople, when fine buildings were rising up in that city. Babur saw little of India, and surrounded as he was by a hostile people, missed much. Yet, his account tells us of the cultural poverty that had descended on North India. Partly this was due to the Timur's destruction, partly to the exodus of many learned men and artists and noted craftsmen to the south. But it was also due to the drying up of the creative genius of the Indian people. Babur says that there was no lack of skilled workers and artisans, but there was no ingenuity or skill in mechanical invention. Also, it would appear that in the amenities and luxuries of life, India was considerably behind Iran. Whether this was due to some inherent want of interest in this aspect of life in the Indian mind, or to later developments, I do not know. Perhaps As compared with the Iranians, the Indians of those days were not so much attracted to these refinements and luxuries. If they had cared for them sufficiently, they could have easily got them from Iran, as there was frequent intercourse between the two countries. But it is more likely that it was a later development and another sign of cultural rigidity and decline of India. In earlier periods, as can be seen from classical literature and paintings, there was refinement enough, and for those times, a high and complicated standard of living. Even when Babur came to North India, Vijayanagar in the south had been spoken of by many European travelers as representing a very high standard of art and culture, refinement and luxury. But in North India, cultural decay was very evident. Fixed beliefs and a rigid social structure prevented social effort and advance. The coming of Islam and of a considerable number of people from outside with different ways of living and thought affected existing beliefs and structure. A foreign conquest, with all its evils, has one advantage. It widens the mental horizon of the people and compels them to look out of their shells. They realize that the world is a much bigger and more variegated place than they had imagined. So, the Afghan conquest had affected India, and many changes had taken place. Even more so, the Mughals, who were far more cultured and advanced in the ways of living than the Afghans, brought changes to India. In particular, they introduced the refinements for which Iran was famous, even to the extent of the highly artificial and strictly prescribed court life, which influenced the ways of living of the nobility. The Bahmani kingdom in the south had direct contacts with Iran via Calcutta. There were many changes in India, and new impulses brought freshness and life to art and architecture and other cultural patterns. And yet, all this was the result of two old world patterns coming into contact, both of which had lost their initial vitality and creative vigor and were set in rigid frames. Indian culture was very old and tired. The Arab-Persian culture had long passed its zenith, and the old curiosity and sense of mental adventure which distinguished the Arabs were no more in evidence. Babur is an attractive person, a typical Renaissance prince, bold and adventurous, fond of art and literature and good living. His grandson, Akbar, is even more attractive and has greater qualities. Daring and reckless, an able general, and yet gentle and full of compassion, an idealist and a dreamer, but also a man of action, a leader of men who roused the passionate loyalty of his followers. As a warrior, he conquered large parts of India, but his eyes were set on another and more enduring conquest, the conquest of the minds and hearts of the people. Those compelling eyes of his were vibrant like the sea in sunshine. as Portuguese Jesuits of his court have told us. In him, the old dream of a united India again took shape, united not only politically in one state, but organically fused into one people. Throughout his long reign of nearly 50 years, from 1556 onwards, he labored to this end. Many a proud Rajput chief who would not have submitted to any other person, he won over to his side. He married a Rajput princess, and his son and successor Jahangir was thus a half Mughal and a half Rajput Hindu. Jahangir's son Shah Jahan was also the son of a Rajput mother. Thus, racially, this Turco-Mongol dynasty became far more Indian than Turk or Mongol. Akbar was an admirer of and felt a kinship with the Rajputs, and by his matrimonial and other policy, he formed an alliance with the Rajput ruling class, which strengthened his empire greatly. This Mughal-Rajput cooperation, which continued in subsequent reigns, affected not only government and administration and army, but also art, culture, and ways of living. The Mughal nobility became progressively Indianized, and the Rajputs and others were influenced by Persian culture. Akbar won many people to his side and kept them there, but he failed to subdue the proud and indomitable spirit of Rana Pratap of Mewar in Rajputana, who preferred to lead a hunted life in the jungle rather than give even formal allegiance to one he considered a foreign conqueror. Round himself, Akbar collected a brilliant group of men devoted to him and to his ideals. Among them were two famous brothers, Faizi and Abul Fazl, Birbal, Raja Man Singh, and Abdul Rahim Kankana. His court became a meeting place for men of all faiths, and all who had come had some new idea of new invention. His toleration of views and his encouragement of all kinds of beliefs and opinions was so far as to anger some of the more orthodox Muslims. He even tried to start a new synthetic faith to suit everybody. It was in his reign that the cultural amalgamation of Hindu and Muslim in North India took a long step forward. Akbar himself was certainly as popular with the Hindus as with the Muslims. The Mughal dynasty became firmly established as India's own. The contrast between Asia and Europe in mechanical advance and creative energy. Akbar was full of curiosity, even ever seeking to find out about things both spiritual and temporal. He was interested in mechanical contrivances and in the science of war. He prized war elephants especially, and they formed an important part of his army. The Portuguese Jesuits of his court tell us that he was interested in and curious to learn about many things and possessed an intimate knowledge not only of military and political matters, but many of the mechanical arts. In his eagerness for knowledge, he tried to learn everything at once, like a hungry man trying to swallow his food at a single gulp. And yet, it is very odd how his curiosity stopped at a point and did not lead him to explore certain obvious avenues which lay open before him. With all his great prestige as the great Mughal and the strength of his empire as a land power, he was powerless at sea. Vasco da Gama had reached Calicut via the Cape in 1498. Albuquerque had seized Malacca in 1511 and had established a Portuguese sea power in the Indian Ocean. Goa, on the western coast of India, had become a Portuguese possession. All this did not bring the Portuguese into direct conflict with Akbar, but Indian pilgrims going to Mecca by sea, and these sometimes included members of the imperial family or of the nobility, were often held up for ransom by the Portuguese. It was obvious that however powerful Akbar might be on land, the Portuguese were masters of the sea. It is not difficult to understand that a continental power did not attach much importance to sea power, although as a matter of fact, India's greatness and importance in the past had been partly due to a control of the sea routes. Akbar had a vast continent to conquer and had little time to spare for the Portuguese, to whom he attached no importance even though they stung him occasionally. He did think of building ships once, but this was looked upon more as a pastime than a serious naval development. Again, in the matter of artillery, the Mughal armies, as well as those of other states in India at the time, chiefly relied on foreign experts, who were usually Turks from the Ottoman dominions. The master of the artillery came to be known by the title of Rumi Khan, Rum being Eastern Rome, that is. Constantinople, Eastern Rome, that is Constantinople. These foreign experts trained local men, but why did not Akbar or anyone else send his own men abroad for training or interest in himself in improvement by encouraging research work? Yet another very significant thing. The Jesuits presented Akbar with a printed Bible and perhaps one or two other printed books. Why did he not get curious about printing, which would have been of tremendous advantage to him in his governmental activities as well as in his vast empires? Again, clocks. They were very popular with the Mughal nobility, and they were brought by the Portuguese, later by the English, from Europe. They were regarded as luxuries for the rich, and the ordinary people being content with sundials and sand and water clocks. No attempt was made to understand how these spring clocks were made, or to get them made in India. This lack of mechanical bent is remarkable, especially as there were very fine craftsmen and artisans in India. It is not in India alone that this paralysis of creative energy and inventive faculty is visible during this period. The whole of Western and Central Asia suffered from it even more. I do not know about China, but I imagine that some such stagnation affected her also. It must be remembered that both in India and China during the early periods, there was considerable progress in various departments of science. Shipbuilding and an extensive sea trade acted as a constant spur even to mechanical improvements. It is true that no major mechanical development took place in either of these countries or in any other country at that time. The world of the 15th century was from this point of view not very different from what it had been 1,000 or 2,000 years earlier. The Arabs, who had developed to some extent the early beginnings of practical science and had advanced knowledge in many ways during the dark period of the Middle Ages in Europe, became unimportant and backward. It is said that some of the earliest clocks were made by the Arabs in the 7th century. Damascus had a famous clock. So did Baghdad of Harun al-Rashid's day. But with the decline of Arabs, the art of making clocks also disappeared from these countries. Although it was progressing in some of the European countries, the clocks were not rarities. Long before Caxton, the Moorish Arabs of Spain used to print from wooden blocks. This was done by the state for duplication of official orders. Printing there does not seem to have advanced beyond the block stage, and even that faded away later. The Ottoman Turks, who were for long the dominant Muslim power in Europe and Western Asia, completely ignored printing for many centuries, although printed books were being produced in large numbers in Europe, right at their very threshold. They must have known about them, but the incentive to utilize this great invention was totally lacking. Partly also, religious sentiment was opposed to it, as it was considered that it was sacrilegious to print their holy book, the Quran. The printed sheets might be put to improper use or stepped upon or thrown into the rubbish heap. It was Napoleon who first introduced the printing press into Egypt, and from there it spread very gradually and slowly into other Arab countries. While Asia had become dormant, exhausted as it were by its past efforts, Europe, backward in many ways, was on the threshold of vast changes. A new spirit, a new ferment was at work, sending her adventurers across the oceans and turning the minds of her thinkers in novel directions. The Renaissance had done little for the advancement of science. To some extent, it turned people away from science, and the humanistic conservative education which it introduced in universities prevented the spread of even well-known scientific ideas. It is stated that the majority of the educated English, as late as the middle of the 18th century, declined to believe that the earth rotated or that it revolved around the sun, in spite of Copernicus, Galileo, and Newton, and the manufacturers of good telescopes. Bred up in Greek and Latin classics, they still clung to the Ptolemy's earth-centered universe. That eminent English statesman of 19th century, Mr. W.E. Gladstone, in spite of his deep erudition, neither understood nor was attracted to science. Even today, probably, there are many statesmen and public men, and not in India only, who know little of science or the scientific method, though they live in a world governed by the applications of science and themselves use it for large-scale slaughter and destruction. While Asia had become dormant, exhausted as it were by its past efforts, the Renaissance had, however, released the mind of Europe from many of its old fetters and destroyed many an ideal that it had cherished. Whether it was partly and indirectly due to the Renaissance, or whether it was, in spite of it, a new spirit of objective inquiry was making itself felt, a spirit which not only challenged old established authority, but also abstractions and vague speculations. Francis Bacon has written that the roads to human power and to human knowledge lie close together and are nearly the same, and nevertheless, on account of the pernicious and inveterate habit of dwelling on abstractions, it is safer to begin and raise the sciences from those foundations which have a relation to practice, and let the active part be as a seal which prints and determines the contemplative counterpart. And later, in the 17th century, Sir Thomas Browne has said, "But the mortalist enemy unto knowledge, and that which hath done the greatest execution upon truth, hath been peremptory adhesion to authority, and more especially the establishing of our belief upon the dictates of antiquity. For, as every capacity may observe, most men of ages present so superstitiously do look upon ages past, that the authorities of the one exceed the reasons of the other, whose persons indeed far removed from our times, their works which seldom with us pass uncontrolled either by contemporaries or immediate successors, are now become out of the distance envies, and further removed from present times, are conceived to approach the nearer unto truth. Now hereby methinks we manifestly delude ourselves and widely walk out of the track of truth." Akbar's century
was the 16th, which saw in Europe the birth of dynamics, a revolutionary advance in the life of humanity. With that discovery, Europe forged ahead slowly at first, but with an ever-increasing momentum, till in the 19th century it shot forward and built a new world. While the Europe was taking advantage of and exploiting the powers of nature, Asia's static and dormant still carried on in the old traditional way, relying on man's toil and labor. Why was this so? Asia is too big and varied a place for a single answer. Each country, especially such vast countries as China and India, must be judged separately. China was certainly then and later more cultured, and her people led a more civilized life than any in Europe. India, to all her outward seeming, also presented the spectacle not only of a brilliant court, but of a thriving trade, commerce, manufacturers, and crafts. In many respects, the countries of Europe would have seemed backward and rather crude to an Indian visitor then. Yet, the dynamic quality which was evident in Europe was almost wholly absent in India. The civilization decays much more from inner failure than an external attack. It may fail because, in a sense, it has worked itself out and has nothing more to offer in a changing world, or because the people who represent it deteriorate in quality and can no longer support the burden worthily. It may be that the social culture is such that it becomes a bar to advance beyond a certain point, and further advance can only take place after that bar has been removed or some essential quality variation in that culture has been introduced. The decay of Indian civilization is evident. The decay of Indian civilization is evident even before the Turkish and the Afghan invasions. Did the impact of these invaders and their new ideas with the old India produce a new social context, thus unbinding the fetters of the intellect and releasing fresh energy? To some extent this happened, and art and architecture and painting and music and the ways of life were affected. But those consequences did not go deep enough. They were more or less superficial, and the social culture remained much the same as it used to be. In some respects, indeed, it became more rigid. The Afghans brought no new element of surprise or progress. They represented a backward feudal and tribal order. India was not feudal in the European sense, but the Rajput clans, who were the backbone of Indian defense, were organized in some kind of a feudal way. The Mughals were also semi-feudal, but with a strong monarchical center. This monarchy triumphed over the vague feudalism of Rajputana. Akbar might have laid the foundations of social change if his eager, inquisitive mind had turned in that direction and sought to find out what was happening in other parts of the world. But he was too busy consolidating his empire, and the big problem that faced him was how to reconcile a proselytizing religion like Islam with the national religion and customs of the people, and thus to build up national unity. He tried to interpret religion in a rational spirit, and for the moment, he appeared to have brought about a remarkable transformation of the Indian scene. But this direct approach did not succeed, as it has seldom succeeded elsewhere. So not even Akbar made any basic difference to that social context of India. And after him, the air of change and mental adventure which he had introduced subsided, and India resumed her static, unchanging self. The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. Chapter 6. Development of a Common Culture. Akbar had built so well that the edifice he had erected lasted for another 100 years in spite of inadequate successes. After almost every Mughal reign, there was a war between princes for the throne, thus weakening the central power. But the court continued to be brilliant, and the fame of the Grand Mughal spread all over Asia and Europe. Beautiful buildings combining the old Indian ideals in architecture with the new simplicity and the nobility of line grew up in Agra and Delhi. This Indo-Mughal art was in marked contrast with the decadent, over-elaborate and heavily ornamented temples and other buildings of the north and south. Inspired architects and builders put up with loving hands the Taj Mahal at Agra. The last of the so-called Grand Mughals, Aurangzeb, tried to put back the clock, and in this attempt stopped at it and broke it up. The Mughal rulers were strong so long as they put themselves in line with the genius of the nation and try to work for a common nationality and a synthesis of the various elements in the country. When Aurangzeb began to oppose this movement and suppress it, and to function more as a Muslim than as an Indian ruler, the Mughal Empire began to break up. The work of Akbar, and to some extent his successors, were undone, and the various forces that had been kept in check by Akbar's policy broke loose and challenged that empire. New movements arose, narrow in outlook, but representing a resurgent nationalism, and though they were not strong enough to build permanently, and circumstances were against them, they were capable of destroying the empire of the Mughals. The impact of the invaders from the northwest and of Islam on India had been considerable. It had pointed out and shown up the abuses that had crept into Hindu society, the petrification of caste, untouchability,
exclusiveness carried to a fantastic length, the idea of brotherhood of Islam and of the theoretical equality of its adherents made a powerful appeal, especially to those in the Hindu fold who had denied any semblance of equal treatment. From this ideological impact grew up various movements aiming at a religious synthesis. Many conversions also took place, but the great majority of these were from the lower castes, especially in Bengal. Some individuals belonging to the higher castes also adopted the new faith, either because of a real change of belief or more often for a political and economic reason. There were obvious advantages in accepting the religion of the ruling power. In spite of these widespread conversions, Hinduism, in all its varieties, continued as the dominant faith of the land, solid, exclusive, self-sufficient, and sure of itself. The upper castes had no doubt about their own superiority in the realm of ideas and thought and considered Islam as a rather crude approach to the problems of philosophy and metaphysics. Even the monotheism of Islam they found in their own religion, and together with monism, which was the basis of much of their philosophy. Each person could take his choice of these or of a more popular and simpler forms of worship. He could be a Vaishnavite and believe in a personal God and pour out his faith onto him, or a more philosophically inclined, he could wander in the tenuous realms of metaphysics and a high philosophy. Through all, their social structure was based on the group. In matters of religion, they were highly individualistic, not believing in proselytization themselves and caring little if some people were converted to another faith. What was objected to was in interference with their own social structure and ways of living. If another group wanted to function in its own way, it was at liberty to do so. It is worth noting that as a rule, conversions to Islam were group conversions. So powerful was the influence of the group. Among the upper caste individuals might change their religion, but the lower down the scale, a particular caste in a locality, almost an entire village would be converted. Thus, their group life as well as their functions continued as before, with only minor variations as regards worship, etc. Because of this, we find today particular occupations and crafts almost entirely monopolized by Muslims. Thus, the class of weavers is predominantly in large areas wholly Muslim. So also used to be shoe merchants and butchers. Tailors are almost always Muslim. Various kinds of artisans and craftsmen were Muslim. Owing to the breaking up of the group system, many individuals have taken to other occupations, and this has somewhat obliterated the line dividing the various occupational groups. The destruction of crafts and village industries, originally deliberately undertaken under early British rule, and later resulting from the development of a new colonial economy, led to vast numbers of these artisans and craftsmen, more especially the weavers, being deprived of their occupation and livelihood. Those who survived this catastrophe drifted to the land
and became landless laborers or shared a tiny patch of land with their relations. Conversions to Islam in those days, whether individual or group, probably aroused no particular opposition except when force or some kind of compulsion was used. Friends and relatives or neighbors might disapprove, but the Hindu community as such apparently attached little importance to this. In contrast with this indifferent attitude, conversion today attracts widespread attention and are resented, whether they are to Islam or Christianity. This is largely due to the political factors and especially to the introduction of separate religious electorates. Each convert is supposed to be a gain to the communal group, leading ultimately to the greater representation and more political power. Attempts are even made to manipulate the census to this end. Apart from the political reasons, there has also been a growth in Hinduism of a tendency to proselytize and convert non-Hindus to Hinduism. There is one of the direct effects of Islam on Hinduism, though in practice it brings it into conflict with Islam in India. Orthodox Hindus still do not approve of it. In Kashmir, a long continued process of conversion to Islam has resulted in 95% of the population becoming Muslims, though they retained many of their old Hindu customs. In the middle of the 19th century, the Hindu ruler of the state found that a very large number of these people were anxious or willing to return en bloc to Hinduism. He sent a deputation to the Pandits of Benares inquiring if this could be done. The Pandits refused to countenance any such change of faith, and there the matter ended. The Muslims who came to India from outside brought no new technique or political and economic structure. In spite of a religious belief in the brotherhood of Islam, they were class-bound and feudal in outlook. In technique and in methods of production and industrial organization, they were inferior to what prevailed then in India. Thus, their influence on the economic life of India and the social structure was very little. This life continued as of the old, and all the people, Hindu or Muslim or others, fitted into it. The position of women deteriorated. Even the ancient laws had been unfair to them in regard to inheritance and their position in the household, though even so they were fairer than the 19th century English law. Those laws of inheritance derived from Hindu joint family system and sought to protect joint property from transfer to another family. A woman by marriage changed her family. In an economic sense, she was looked upon as a dependent of her father or husband or son, but she could not and did not hold property in her own right. In many ways, she was honored and respected and had a fair measure of freedom, taking part in social and cultural activities. Indian history
is full of the names of famous women, including thinkers and philosophers and rulers and warriors. This freedom grew progressively less. Islam had a federal law of inheritance, but this did not affect Hindu women. What did affect many of them to their great advantage, as it affected Muslim women to a much greater degree, was the intensification of the custom of seclusion of women. This spread among the upper classes all over North and in Bengal, but the south and west of India escaped this degrading custom. Even in the north, and only the upper classes indulged in it, and the masses were happily free from it. Women now had less chances of education, and their activities were largely confined to the household, lacking most other ways of distinguishing themselves, living in a confined and restricted life. They were told that their supreme virtue lay in chastity and the supreme sin in a loss of it. Such was the man-made doctrine, but man did not apply it to himself. Tulsidas, in his deservedly famous poems, the Hindu Ramayana, written during Jahangir's time, painted a picture of a woman which is grossly unfair and prejudiced. Partly because the great majority of Muslims in India were converts from Hinduism, partly because of long contact, Hindus and Muslims in India developed numerous common traits, habits, ways of living, and artistic tastes, especially in northern India, in music, painting, architecture, food, clothes, and common traditions. They lived together peacefully as one people, joined each other's festivals and celebrations, spoke the same language, lived in more or less the same way, and faced identical economic problems. The nobility and the landed gentry and their numerous hangers-on took their cue from the court. These people were not landlords or owners of the land. They did not take rent, but were allowed to collect and retain the state revenue for a particular area. These grants were usually for life. They developed a highly intricate and sophisticated common culture. They wore the same kind of clothes, ate the same type of food, had common artistic pursuits, military pastimes, hunting, chivalry, and games. Polo was a favorite game, and elephant fights were popular. All this intercourse and common living took place in spite of the caste system which prevented fusion. There was no intermarriages except in rare instances, and even then it was not fusion, but usually the transfer of a Hindu woman to the Muslim fold. Nor was there interdining, but this was not so strict. Seclusion of women prevented the development of social life. This applied even more to the Muslim inter se, for the parda among them was stricter. Though Hindu and Muslim men met each other frequently, such opportunities were lacking to the women of both groups. These women of the nobility and upper classes were far more cut off from each other and developed much more marked, separate ideological groups, each largely ignorant of the other. Among the common people in the villages, and that means the vast majority of the population, life had a much more corporate and joint basis.
Within the limited circle of the village, there was an intimate relationship between Hindus and Muslims. Caste did not come in the way, and Hindus looked upon the Muslims as belonging to another caste. Most of the Muslims were converts who were still full of their old traditions. They were well acquainted with the Hindu background, mythology, and epic stories. They did the same kind of work, lived in similar lives, wore the same kind of clothes, spoke the same language. They joined each other's festivals, and some religious festivals were common to both. They had common folk songs. Mostly these people were peasants and artisans and craftsmen. The third large group, in between the nobility and the peasantry and artisans, were the merchant and the trader class. This was predominantly Hindu, and though it had no political power, the economic structure was largely under its control. This class had fewer intimate contacts with the Muslims than any other class above it or below. The Muslims who had come from outside India were feudal in outlook and did not take kindly to trade. The Islamic prohibition against the taking of interest also came in the way of trade. They considered themselves the ruling class, the nobility, and functioned as state officials, holders of grants, of lands, or as officers in the army. There were also many scholars attached to the court or in charge of theological and other academies. During the Mughal period, large number of Hindus wrote books in Persian, which was the official court language. Some of these books have become classics of that kind. At the same time, Muslim scholars translated Sanskrit books into Persian and wrote in Hindi. Two of the best-known Hindi poets are Malik Muhammad Jaisi, who wrote Padmavat, and Abdul Rahim Kankana, one of the premier nobles of Akbar's court and the son of his guardian. Kankana was a scholar in Arabic, Persian, and Sanskrit, and his Hindi poetry is of high quality. For some time he was the commander-in-chief of the imperial army, and yet he was in praise and admiration of Rana Pratap of Mewar, who was continually fighting Akbar and never submitted to him. Kankana admires and commends the patriotism and even the high sense of honor and chivalry of his enemy on the battlefield. It was this chivalry and friendly approach on which Akbar based his policy and which many of his counselors and ministers learned from him. He was particularly attached to the Rajputs, for he admired in them the qualities which he possessed himself: reckless courage, a sense of honor and chivalry, and adherence to the pledged word. He won over the Rajputs, but the Rajput, for all their admirable qualities, represented a medieval type of society which was already becoming out of date as new forces were arising. Akbar was not conscious of these new forces, for he himself was a prisoner of his own social inheritance. Akbar's success is astonishing, for he created a sense of oneness
among the diverse elements of North and Central India. There was a barrier of a ruling class, mainly of foreign origin, and there were barriers of religion and caste, a proselytizing religion opposed to the static but highly resistant system. These barriers do not disappear, but in spite of them, that feeling of oneness grew. It was not merely an attachment to his person, it was an attachment to the structure he had built. His son and grandson, Jahangir and Shah Jahan, accepted the structure and functioned within its framework. They were men of no outstanding ability, but their reigns were successful because they continued on the lines so firmly laid down by Akbar. The newcomer, Aurangzeb, much abler but of a different mode, swerved and left the beaten track, undoing Akbar's work. Yet not entirely, for it is extraordinary how, in spite of him and his feeble and pitiful successors, the feeling of reverence for that structure continued. That feeling was largely confined to North and Center. It did not extend to the South or the West. It was from Western India, and therefore the challenge to it came. Aurangzeb puts the clock back. Growth of Hindu nationalism, Shivaji. Shah Jahan was a contemporary of Louis XIV of France, the Grand Monarch, and the 30-Year War was then ravaging Central Europe. As Versailles took shape, the Taj Mahal and the Pearl Mosque grew up in Agra, and the Jama Masjid of Delhi, and the Divan-e-Am and the Divan-e-Khas in the Imperial Palace. These were lovely buildings with a fairy-like beauty, represent the height of Mughal splendor. The Delhi court, with its peacock throne, was more magnificent and luxurious than Versailles, but, like Versailles, rested on the poverty-stricken and exploited people. There was a terrible famine in Gujarat and the Deccan. Meanwhile, the naval powers of England was rising and spreading. The only Europeans that Akbar knew were the Portuguese. During his son Jahangir's time, the British Navy defeated the Portuguese in the Indian seas, and Sir Thomas Roe, an ambassador of James I of England, presented himself at Jahangir's court in 1615. He succeeded in getting permissions to start factories. The Surat factory was started, and the Madras was found in 1639. For over 100 years, no one in India attached any importance to the British. The fact that the British now controlled the sea routes and had practically driven away the Portuguese had no significance for the Mughal rulers or their advisors. When the Mughal Empire was visibly weakening during Aurangzeb's reign, the British made an organized attempt to increase their possessions in India by war. This was in 1685. Aurangzeb, weak as he was, growing and beset by enemies, succeeded in defeating the British. Even before this, the French had established footholds in India. The overflowing energies of Europe were spreading out in India, and the East, just when India's political and economic conditions were rapidly declining. In France, Louis XIV was still continuing his long reign, laying the seeds of future revolution. In England, the rising middle classes had cut off the head of their king. Cromwell's brief-lived republic had flourished. Charles too had come and gone, and James too had run away. Parliament, representing to a large extent a new mercantile class, had curbed the king and established its supremacy. It was during this period that Aurangzeb succeeded to the throne of the Mughals after a civil war, having imprisoned his own father Shah Jahan. Only an Akbar might have understood the situation and controlled the new forces that were rising. Perhaps even he could have only postponed the dissolution of his empire unless his curiosity and his thirst for knowledge led him to understand the significance of the new technique that were arising and the shift in the economic conditions that was taking place. Aurangzeb, far from understanding the present, failed even to appreciate the immediate past. He was a throwback, and for all his ability and earnestness, he tried to undo what his predecessors had done. A bigot and an austere Puritan, he was no lover of art or literature. He infuriated the great majority of his subjects by imposing the old hated jizya poll tax on the Hindus and destroying many of their temples. He offended the proud Rajputs who had been the props and pillars of the Mughal Empire. In the north, he roused the Sikhs, who, from being a peaceful sect, representing some kind of synthesis of Hindu and Islamic ideas, were converted by repression and persecution into a military brotherhood. Near the west coast of India, he angered the warlike Marathas and the descendants of the ancient Rashtrakutas, just when a brilliant captain had risen amongst them. All over the widespread domains of the Mughal Empire, there was a ferment and a growth of revivalist sentiment, which was a mixture of religion and nationalism. That nationalism was certainly not of the modern secular type, nor did it, as a rule, embrace the whole of India in its scope. It was colored by feudalism, by local sentiment, and sectarian feeling. The Rajputs, more feudal than the rest, thought of their clan loyalties. The Sikhs, a comparatively smaller group in Punjab, were absorbed in their own self-defense and could hardly look beyond the Punjab. And yet, the religion itself had a strong national background, and all its traditions were connected with India. The Indians, writes Professor McDonough, are the only division of the Indo-European family which has created a great national religion, Brahmanism, and the great world religion, Buddhism, while all the rest, from displaying originality in this sphere, have long since adopted to a foreign faith. That combination of religion and nationalism gained strength and cohesiveness from both elements, and yet its ultimate weakness and insufficiency were also derived from that mixture, for it could only be an exclusive and partial nationalism, not including the many elements in India that lay outside the religious sphere.
Hindu nationalism was a natural growth from the soil of India, but inevitably it comes in the way of the larger nationalism which rises above the differences of religion or creed. It is true that during this period of disruption, when a great empire was breaking up and many adventurers, Indian and foreign, were trying to carve out principalities for themselves, nationalism in its present sense was hardly in evidence at all. Each individual adventurer sought to augment his own power. Each group fended for itself. Such history as we have only tells us of these adventures, attaching more importance to them than to more significant happenings below the surface of events. Yet, there are glimpses to show that it was not all adventurism. The many adventurers held the field. The Marathas, especially, had a wider conception, and they grew in power. As they grew in power, this conception also grew. Warren Hastings wrote in 1784, "The Marathas possess alone of all the people of Hindustan and Deccan a principle of national attachment which is strongly impressed on the minds of all the individuals of the nation and would probably unite their chiefs as in one common cause if any great danger were to threaten their general state." Probably this national sentiment of theirs was largely confined to the Marathi-speaking area. Nevertheless, the Marathas were Catholic in their political and military system, as well as their habits. There was a certain internal democracy among them. All this gave strength to them, and Shivaji, though he fought Aurangzeb, freely employed Muslims. An equally important factor in the breakup of the Mughal Empire was the cracking up of the economic structure. There were repeated peasant risings, some of them on a big scale. From 1669 onwards, the Jat peasantry, not far from the capital itself, rose again and again against the Delhi government. Yet another revolt of poor people was that of Satnamis, who were described by a Mughal noble as a gang of bloody, miserable rebels, goldsmiths, carpenters, sweepers, tanners, and other ignoble beings. Thus far, revolts had been confined to princes and nobles and others of high degree. Quite another class was now experimenting with them. While the empire was rent by strife and revolt, the new Maratha power was growing and consolidating itself in western India. Shivaji, born in 1627, was the ideal guerrilla leader of hardened mountaineers, and his cavalry went far and wide, sacking the city of Surat, where the English had their factory, and enforcing the chowth tax payment over distant parts of Mughal dominions. Shivaji was the symbol of a resurgent Hindu nationalism, drawing inspiration from the old classics, courageous and possessing high qualities of leadership. He built up the Marathas as a strong fighting group, gave them a nationalist background, and made them a formidable power which broke up the Mughal Empire. He died in 1680, but the Maratha power continued to grow till it dominated India. The Marathas and the British struggle for supremacy, triumph of the British. The 100 years that followed the death of Aurangzeb in 1707 saw a complicated and many-sided struggle for mastery over India. The Mughal Empire rapidly fell to pieces, and the imperial viceroys and governors began to function as semi-independent rulers, though so great was the prestige of the descendant of the Mughals in Delhi that a formal allegiance was paid to him even when he was powerless and a prisoner of others. These satrapis had no real power or importance, except insofar as they helped or hindered the main protagonists for power. The Nizam of Hyderabad, by virtue of the strategic position of his state in the south, appeared to have a certain importance in the beginning. But it soon transpired that this importance was entirely fictitious, and the state was straw-stuffed and held upright by external forces. It showed a peculiar capacity for duplicity and profiting by the misfortunes of others while avoiding all risks and dangers. Sir John Shaw described it as incorrigibly depraved, devoid of energy, consequently liable to sink into vassalage. The Marathas looked upon the Nizam as one of their subordinate chieftains paying tribute to them. An attempt by him to avoid this and to show independence met with swift retribution, and the Marathas put to flight his feeble and none too brave army. He took refuge under the protecting wings of the growing power of the British East India Company, and survived as a state because of this vassalage. Indeed, Hyderabad state enlarged its area considerably without any remarkable effort on its part by the British victory over Tipu Sultan of Mysore. Warren Hastings writes in 1784, referring to the Nizam of Hyderabad, "His dominions are of small extent and scanty revenue. His military strength is represented to be most contemptible, nor was he at any period of his life distinguished for personal courage or the spirit of enterprise. On the contrary, it seems to have been his constant and ruling maxim to foment the incentives of war among his neighbors, to profit by their weakness and embarrassments, but to avoid being a party himself in any of their contests, and to submit even to humiliating sacrifices rather than subject himself to the chances of war." The real protagonists for power in India during the 18th century were four. Two of these were Indian and two foreign. The Indians were the Marathas and Hyder Ali and his son Tipu Sultan in the south. The foreigners were the British and the French. Of these, it appeared almost inevitable during the first half of the century that the Marathas were destined to establish their supremacy over India as a whole and to be successors of the Mughal Empire. Their troops appeared at the very gates of Delhi as early as 1737, and there was no strong power enough to oppose them. Just then, in 1739, a new eruption took place in the northwest, and Nadir Shah of Persia swept down to Delhi and killing and plundering and carrying off enormous treasures, including the famous peacock throne. It was an easy raid for him, for the Delhi rulers were effete and effeminate, wholly unused to warfare, and Nadir Shah did not come into conflict with the Marathas. In a sense, his raid facilitated matters for the Marathas, in subsequent years spread to the Punjab. Again, Maratha supremacy of India was in sight. Nadir Shah's raid had two consequences. He put an end completely to any pretensions that the Delhi Mughal rulers had to power and dominion. Henceforth, they became vague shadows, enjoying a ghostly sovereignty, puppets in the hands of anyone who was strong enough to hold them. To a large extent, they had arrived at that stage even before Nadir Shah came. He completed the process. And yet, so strong is the hold of tradition and long-established custom that the British East India Company, as well as others, continued to send humble presents to them in token of tribute right up to the eve of Plassey. And even afterwards, for a long time, the company considered itself functioning as an agent of the Delhi Emperor, in whose name the money was coined till 1835. The second consequence of Nadir Shah's raid was the separation of Afghanistan from India. Afghanistan, which for long ages past had been part of India, was now cut off and became part of Nadir Shah's dominions. Sometime afterwards, a local rebellion resulted in the murder of Nadir Shah by a group of his own officers, and Afghanistan became an independent state. The Marathas in no way been weakened by Nadir Shah. They continued to spread in the Punjab. But in 1761, they met with a crushing defeat at Panipat from an Afghan invader, Ahmad Shah Durrani, who was ruling Afghanistan then. The flower of the Maratha forces perished in this disaster, and for a while their dreams of empire faded away. They recovered gradually, and the Maratha dominions were divided into a number of independent states joined together in a confederacy under the leadership of the Peshwa at Pune. The chiefs of the bigger states were the Scindias of Gwalior, Holkar of Indore, Gaikwar of Baroda. This confederacy still dominated a vast area in western and central India, but the Panipat battle defeat of the Marathas by Ahmad Shah had weakened them just when the English company was emerging as an important territorial power of India. In Bengal, Clive, by promoting treason and forgery and with very little fighting, had won the Battle of Plassey in 1757, a date which is sometimes said to mark the beginning of the British Empire in India. It was an unsavory beginning, and something of that bitter taste has clung to it ever since. Soon, the British held the whole of Bengal and Bihar, and one of the early consequences of their rule was a terrible famine which ravaged these two provinces in 1770, killing ever a third of the population of this rich, vast, and densely populated area. In South India, the struggle between English and the French, a part of the world struggle between the two, ended in the triumph of the English, and the French were almost eliminated from India. With the elimination of the French power from India, three contestants for supremacy remain: the Maratha Confederacy, Hyder Ali in the south, and the British. In spite of their victory at Plassey and spreading over Bengal and Bihar, a few, if any, people in India then looked upon the British as a dominant power destined to rule over the whole of India. An observer would still have given the first place to the Marathas, who sprawled all over western and central India right up to Delhi, and whose courage and fighting qualities were known well over. Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan were formidable adversaries who inflicted a severe defeat on the British and came near to breaking the power of the East India Company. But they were confined to the south and did not directly affect the fortunes of India as a whole. Hyder Ali was a remarkable man and one of the notable figures in Indian history. He had some kind of a national ideal and possessed the qualities of a leader with a vision. Continually suffering from a painful disease, his self-discipline and capacity for hard work were astonishing. He realized long before others did so the importance of sea power and the growing menace of the British based on naval strength. He tried to organize a joint effort to drive them out, and for this purpose sent envoys to the Marathas, the Nizam, the Shoja Daulah of Oudh. But nothing came of this. He started building his own navy, and capturing the Maldives island made them his headquarters for shipbuilding and naval activities. He died by the wayside as he was marching with his army. His son, Tipu, continued to strengthen his navy. Tipu also sent messages to Napoleon and to the Sultan in Constantinople. In the north, a Sikh state under Ranjit Singh was growing up in Punjab to spread later over Kashmir and the northwest frontier province. But that too was a marginal state, not affecting the real struggle for supremacy. This struggle, it became clear as the 18th century approached its end, lay between the only two powers that counted, the Marathas and the British. All the other states and principalities were subordinate and subsidiary of these two. Tipu Sultan of Mysore was finally defeated by the British in 1799, and that left the field clear for the final contest between the Marathas and the British East India Company. Charles Metcalfe, one of the ablest of the British officials in India, wrote in 1806, "India contains no more than two great powers, British and the Maratha, and every other state acknowledges the influence of one or the other. Every inch that we recede will be occupied by them." But there was rivalry among the Maratha chieftains, and they fought and were defeated separately by the British. They won some notable victories, especially inflicted a severe defeat on the British near Agra in 1804, but by 1818 the Maratha power was finally crushed, and the great chiefs that represented it in central India submitted and accepted the overlordship of the East India Company. The British became then the unchallenged sovereigns of a great part of India, governing the country directly or through puppet and subsidiary princes. The Punjab and some outlying parts were still beyond their control, but the British Empire in India had become an established fact, and subsequent wars with the Sikhs and the Gurkhas and in Burma merely rounded it off on the map. The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru, Chapter 6. The backwardness of India and the superiority of the English in organization and technique. Looking back over this period, it almost seems that the British succeeded in dominating India by a succession of fortuitous circumstances and lucky flukes. With remarkably little effort, considering the glittering prize, they won a great empire and enormous wealth, which helped to make them the leading power in the world. It seems easy for a slight turn of events to have taken place which would have dashed their hopes and ended their ambitions. They were defeated on many occasions by Hyder Ali and Tipu, by the Marathas, by the Sikhs, by the Gurkhas. A little less good fortune, and they might have lost their foothold in India, or at most held on to certain coastal territories only. And yet, a closer scrutiny reveals, in the circumstances then existing, a certain inevitability in what happened. Good fortune there certainly was, but there must be an ability to profit by the good fortune. India was then in a fluid and disorganized state following the breakup of the Mughal Empire. For many centuries, it had not been so weak and helpless. Organized power having broken down, the field was left open to adventurers and new claimants for dominion. Among these adventurers and claimants, the British and the British alone at that time possessed many of the qualities necessary for success. Their major disadvantage was that they were foreigners coming from a far country. Yet, that very disadvantage worked in their favor, for no one took them very seriously or considered them as possible contestants for the sovereignty of India.
It is extraordinary how this delusion lasted till long after Plassey, and their functioning in formal matters as the agents of the Shadow Emperor at Delhi helped to further this false impression. The plunder that they carried away from Bengal and their peculiar methods of trade led to the belief that these foreigners were out for money and treasure and not so much for dominion. That they were a temporary, though painful, infliction, rather like Timur or Nadir Shah, who came and plundered and went back to his homeland. The East India Company had originally established itself for trading purposes, and its military establishment was meant to protect this trade. Gradually, and almost unnoticed by others, it had extended the territory under its control. Chiefly by taking sides in local disputes, helping one rival against another, the company's troops were better trained and were an asset to any side, and the company extracted heavy payment for the help. So the company's power grew and its military establishment increased. People looked upon these troops as mercenaries to be hired. When it was realized that the British were playing nobody's game but their own and were out for political domination of India, they had already established themselves firmly in the country. Anti-foreign sentiments were there undoubtedly, and this grew in later years, but it was far removed from any general or widespread national feeling. The background was feudal, and loyalty went to the local chief. Widespread distress, as in China during the days of the warlords, compelled people to join any military leader who offered regular pay or opportunities of loot. The East India Company's armies largely consisted of Indian sepoys. Only the Marathas had some national sentiment, something much more than loyalty to a leader behind them, but even this was narrow and limited. They managed to irritate the brave Rajputs by their treatment of them. Instead of gaining them as allies, they had to deal with them as opponents or as grumbling and dissatisfied feudatories. Among the Maratha chiefs themselves, there was bitter rivalry and occasionally civil war, in spite of a vague alliance under the Peshwa leadership. At critical moments, they failed to support each other and were separately defeated. Yet, the Marathas produced a number of very able men, statesmen and warriors, among them Nana Furnavis, the Peshwa Bajirao I, Mahadaji Scindia of Gwalior, and Yashwantrao Holkar of Indore, as also that remarkable woman, Princess Aholyabai of Indore. Their rank and file was good, seldom deserting a post, and often facing certain death unmoved. But behind all this courage, there was often an adventurism and amateurishness, both in peace and war, which was surprising. Their ignorance of the world was appalling, and even their knowledge of India's geography was strictly limited. What is worse, they did not take any trouble to find out what was happening elsewhere and what their enemies were doing. There could be no far-sighted statesmanship or effective strategy with these limitations. Their speed of movement and mobility often surprised and unnerved the enemy. But essentially, war was looked upon as a series of gallant charges and little more. They were ideal guerrilla fighters. Later, they organized their armies on more orthodox lines, with the result that they gained in armor, they lost in speed and mobility. And they could not adjust themselves easily to the new conditions. They considered themselves clever, and so they were, but it was not difficult to overreach them in peace or war, for their thought was imprisoned in an old and outdated framework and could not go beyond it. The superiority in discipline and technique of foreign-trained armies had, of course, been noticed at an earlier stage by Indian rulers. They employed French and English officers to train their own armies. The rivalry between these two helped to build up Indian armies. Hyder Ali and Tipu also had some conception of the importance of sea power, and they tried unsuccessfully and too late to build up a fleet in order to challenge the British at sea. The Marathas also made a feeble attempt in this direction. India was then a shipbuilding country, but it was not easy to build a navy within a short time and in the face of constant opposition. With the elimination of the French, many of their officers in the armies of the Indian powers had to go. The foreign officers who remained, chiefly British, often deserted their employers at critical stages and on some occasions betrayed them, surrendering and marching over to their enemies, the British, with their armies and treasure. This reliance on foreign officers not only indicates the backwardness of the army organization of the Indian powers, but also was a constant source of danger owing to their unreliability. The British often had a powerful fifth column both in administration and in the armies of Indian rulers. If the Marathas, with their homogeneity and group patriotism, were backward in civil and military organization, much more so were the other Indian powers. The Rajputs, for all their courage, functioned in the old feudal way, romantic but thoroughly inefficient, and were rent among themselves by tribal feuds. Many of them, from a sense of feudal loyalty to an overlord, and partly as a consequence of Akbar's policy in the past, sided with the vanishing powers of Delhi. But Delhi was too feeble to profit by this, and the Rajputs deteriorated and became the plaything of others, ultimately falling into the orbit of the Scindia and the Maratha. Some of their chiefs tried to play a careful balancing game in order to save themselves. The various Muslim rulers and chiefs in the northern and central India were as feudal and backward in their ideas as the Rajputs. They made no real difference except to add to the confusion and misery of the mass of the people. Some of them acknowledged the suzerainty of the Marathas. The Gorkhas of Nepal were splendid and disciplined soldiers, the equals, if not superiors, of any troops that the East India Company could produce. Although completely feudal in organization, their attachment to their homelands were great, and this sentiment made them formidable fighters in its defense. They gave a fright to the British but made no difference to the issue of the main struggle in India. The Marathas did not consolidate themselves in the vast areas in the northern and central India where they had spread. They came and went, taking no root. Perhaps nobody could take root just then owing to the alternating fortunes of war, and indeed many territories under British control or acknowledging British suzerainty were in a far worse condition, and the British or their administration had not taken root there. If the Marathas, and much more so the other Indian powers, were amateurish and adventurous in their methods, the British in India were thoroughly professional. Many of the British leaders were adventurous enough, but they were in no way adventurous in the policy for which they worked in their separate spheres. The East India Secretary, writes Edward Thompson, was served in the courts of native India by a succession and galaxy of men such as even the British Empire had hardly possessed together at any time. One of the chief duties of the British residents at these courts was to bribe and corrupt the ministers and other officials. Their spy system was perfect, says a historian. They had complete information of the courts and armies of their adversaries, while those adversaries lived in ignorance of what the British were doing or were going to do. The fifth column of the British functioned continuously, and in moments of crisis and in the heat of war, there would be defections in their favor which made a great difference. They won most of their battles before the actual fighting took place. That had been Sir Plassey and was repeated again and again right up to the Sikh wars. Notable instance of desertion was that of a high officer in the service of the Scindia of Gwalior, who had secretly come to terms with the British, went over to them with his entire army at the moment of battle. He was awarded for this later by being made ruler of a new Indian state carved out of the territories of the Scindia, whom he had betrayed. That state still exists, but the man's name became a byword for treason and treachery, just as Quisling in the recent years. The British thus represented a higher political and military organization, well knit together and having very able leaders. They were far better informed than their adversaries, and they took full advantage of the disunity and the rivalries of the Indian powers. The command of the seas gave them safe bases and opportunities to add to their resources. Even when temporarily defeated, they could recuperate and assume the offensive again. Their possession of Bengal after Plassey gave them enormous wealth and resources to carry on this warfare with the Marathas and the others, and each fresh conquest added to these resources. For the Indian powers' defeat often meant a disaster which could not be remedied. This period of war and conquest and plunder converted central India and Rajputana and some parts of the south and west into derelict areas full of violence and unhappiness and misery. Armies marched across them, and in their train came highway robbers, and no one cared for the miserable human beings who lived there, except to despoil them of their money and goods. Parts of India became rather like Central Europe during the 30-Year War. Conditions were bad almost everywhere, but they were worst of all in areas under British control or suzerainty. Nothing could be more fantastic than the picture presented by the Madras or the vassal states of Oudh and Hyderabad, a seething delirium of misery. In comparison, the regions where the Nana, Farnavis and the Maratha statesmen governed were an oasis of gentle security. So writes Edward Thompson. Just prior to this period, large parts of India were singularly free from disorder, in spite of the disruption of the Mughal Empire. In Bengal, during the long reign of Alawardi, the semi-independent Mughal viceroy, peaceful and orderly government prevailed, and trade and business flourished, adding to the great wealth of the province. Some little time after Alawardi's death, the Battle of Plassey in 1757 took place. And the East India Company constituted themselves the agents of the Delhi Emperor, though in reality they were completely independent and could do what they willed. They began the pillage of Bengal on behalf of the company and their agents and factors. Some years after Plassey began the reign of Alabai of Indore in central India, and it lasted for 30 years, 1765 to 1795. This has become almost a legend as a period during which perfect order and good government prevailed and people prospered. She was a very able ruler and organizer, highly respected during her lifetime, and considered as a saint by a grateful people after her death. Thus, during the very period when Bengal and Bihar, under the new rule of the East India Company, deteriorated, there was organized plunder and political and economic chaos, leading to terrible famines. And central India, as well as many parts of the country that were in prosperous condition. The British had power and wealth, but felt no responsibility for the good government or any government. The merchants of the East India Company were interested in dividends and treasure and not in the improvement or even protection of those who had come their sway. In particular, in the vassal states, there was perfect divorce between power and responsibility. When the British had finished with the Marathas and were secure in their conquest, they had turned their minds towards civil governments and some kind of order was evolved. In the subsidiary states, however, the change was very slow, and for in those so-called protected areas, there was a permanent divorce between responsibility and power. We're often reminded, lest we forget, that the British rescued India from chaos and anarchy. That is true insofar as they established an orderly government after this period, which the Marathas have called the time of terror. The chaos and anarchy were partly at least due to the policy of the East India Company and their representatives in India. It is also conceivable that even without the good offices of the British, so eagerly given, peace and orderly government might have been established in India after the conclusion of the struggle for supremacy. Such developments had been known to have taken place in India, as in other countries, in the course of 5,000 years of history. Ranjit Singh and Jai Singh. It seems clear that India became a prey to foreign conquest because of the inadequacy of her own people and because the British represented a higher and advancing social order. The contrast between the leaders on both sides is marked. The Indians, for all their ability, functioned in a narrow, limited sphere of thought and action, unaware of what was happening elsewhere, therefore unable to adapt themselves to the changing conditions. Even if the curiosity of individuals were aroused, they could not break the shell which held them and their people prisoners. The English, on the other hand, were much more worldly wise, shaken up and forced to think by events in their own country and in France and America. Two great revolutions had taken place. The campaigns of the French revolutionary armies and of Napoleon had changed the whole science of war. Even the most ignorant Englishman who came to India saw different parts of the world in the course of his journey. In England itself, great discoveries were being made and heralding the Industrial Revolution, though perhaps few realized the far-reaching significance at the time. But the leaven of change was working powerfully and influencing the people. Behind it all was the expansive energy which sent the British to distant lands. Those who had recorded the history of India are so full of wars and tumults and the political and military leaders of the day that they tell us very little of what was happening in the mind of India and how social and economic processes were at work. Only occasional and accidental glimpses emerge from the sordid record. It appears that during this period of terror that people generally were crushed and exhausted, passively submitting to the decrees of a malevolent fate, dazed and devoid of curiosity, there must have been many individuals who were curious and who tried to understand the new forces at play, but were overwhelmed by the tide of events and could not influence them. One of the individuals who was full of curiosity was Maharaj Ranjit Singh, a Jat Sikh who had built up a kingdom in Punjab which subsequently spread to Kashmir and the frontier province. He had failings and vices. Nevertheless, he was a remarkable man. The Frenchman Jacques Bon calls him extremely brave, almost the first inquisitive Indian I've seen, but his curiosity makes up for the apathy of the whole nation. His conversation is like a nightmare. It must be remembered that Indians, as a rule, are a reserved people, and more so the intellectuals amongst them. Very few of these would have cared to associate then with foreign military leaders and adventurers in India, many of whose actions filled them with horror. So these intellectuals try to preserve their dignity by keeping as far as possible from the foreign elements and met them only on formal occasions when circumstances compelled them to do so. The Indians, whom the English and other foreigners usually met, were of the opportunist and servile class that surrounded them, or the ministers, frequently corrupt and intriguing, of the Indian courts. Ranjit Singh was not only intellectually curious and inquisitive, he was remarkably humane at a time when India and the world seethed with callousness and inhumanity. He built up a kingdom and a powerful army, and yet he disliked bloodshed. Never was so large an empire founded by one man with so little criminality, said Prinsep. He abolished death sentence for every crime, however heinous it may be, when in England even the petty pilferers had to face death. Except in actual warfare, writes Osborne, who visited him, he had never known to take life, though his own has been attempted more than once. And his reign will be found freer from any striking acts of cruelty and oppression than many of the civilized monarchies. Another, but different type of Indian statesman was Savai Jai Singh of Jaipur in Rajputana. He belongs to a somewhat earlier period, and he died in 1743. He lived during the period of disruption following Aurangzeb's death. He was clever and opportunist enough to survive the many shocks and challenges that followed each other in quick succession. He acknowledged the suzerainty of the Delhi emperor. When he found that the advancing Marathas were too strong to be checked, he came to terms with them on the behalf of the emperor. But it is not his political or military career that interests me. He was a brave warrior and accomplished diplomat. But he is something much more than this. He was a mathematician and an astronomer, a scientist and a town planner, and he was interested in the study of history. Jai Singh built big observatories at Jaipur, Delhi, Ujjain, Benares and Mathura. Learning through Portuguese missionaries of the progress of astronomy in Portugal, he sent his own men with one of the missionaries to the court of the Portuguese king Emmanuel. Emmanuel sent his envoy Xavier de Silva with De La Haye's tables to Jai Singh. On comparing these with his own tables, Jai Singh came to the conclusion that the Portuguese tables were less exact and had several errors. He attributed these to the inferior diameters of the instruments used. Jai Singh was, of course, fully acquainted with Indian mathematics. He had studied the old Greek treatises, and also knew of the recent European development in mathematics. He had some of the Greek books Euclid, etc., as well as European works on planes and special trigonometry, and the construction and the use of logarithms translated into Sanskrit. He also had Arabic books on astronomy translated. He founded the city of Jaipur. Interested in town planning, he collected plans of many European cities of the time and then drew up his own plan. Many of these plans of the old European cities of the time are preserved in the Jaipur Museum. The city of Jaipur was so well and wisely planned that it is still considered a model of town planning. Jai Singh did all this and much more in the course of a comparatively brief life and in the midst of perpetual wars and court intrigues on which he was himself often involved. Nader Shah's invasion took place just 4 years before Jai Singh's death. Jai Singh would have been a remarkable man anywhere and at any time. The fact that he rose and functioned as a scientist in a typically feudal milieu of Rajputana, and during one of the darkest periods of Indian history, when the disruption and war and tumults filled the scene, is very significant. It shows the spirit of scientific inquiry was not dead in India, and that there was some ferment at work which might have yielded rich results if only an opportunity had been given to it to fructify. Jai Singh was no anachronism or solitary thinker in an unfriendly and uncomprehending environment. He was a product of his age and collected a number of scientific workers to work with him. Out of these, he sent some in the embassy to Portugal, and social custom or taboo did not deter him from doing so. It seems probable that there was plenty of good material for scientific work in the country, but both theoretical and technical, only if it was given a chance to function. That opportunity did not come for a long time. Even when the troubles and disorders were over, there was no encouragement of scientific work by those in authority. The economic background of India. The two Englands. What was the economic background of India? When all these far-reaching political changes were taking place. V. Anstey has written that right up to the 18th century, Indian methods of production and of industrial and commercial organization could stand in comparison with those in vogue in any other part of the world. India was a highly developed manufacturing country, exporting her manufactured products to Europe and other countries. Her banking system was efficient and well organized throughout the country, and the hundis, or bills of exchange issued by the great businesses or financial houses, were honored everywhere in India, as well as in Iran and Kabul and Herat and Tashkent and other places in Central Asia. Merchant capital had emerged, and there was an elaborate network of agents, jobbers, brokers, and middlemen. The shipbuilding industry is flourishing. One of the flagships of an English admiral during the Napoleonic Wars had been built by an Indian firm in India. India was, in fact, as advanced industrially, commercially, and financially as any country prior to the Industrial Revolution. No such development could have taken place unless the country had enjoyed long periods of stable and peaceful government and the highways were safe for traffic and trade. Foreign adventurers originally came to India because of the excellence of her manufacturers, which had had a big market in Europe. The chief business of British India Company in its early days was to trade with Indian goods in Europe, and very profitable trade it was, yielding enormous dividends. So efficient and highly organized were the Indian methods of production, and such was the skill of Indian artisans and craftsmen, that they could compete successfully even with the higher techniques of production which were being established in England. When the big machine age began in England, Indian goods continued to pour in and had to be stopped by very heavy duties and in some cases by outright prohibition. Clive described Murshidabad in Bengal in 1757, the very year of Plassey, as a city as extensive, populous, and rich as the city of London, with the difference that there are individuals in the first possessing infinitely greater property than in the last. The city of Dhaka in eastern Bengal was famous for its fine muslins. These two cities, important as they were near the periphery of Hindustan. All over the vast land, there were greater cities and large number of big manufacturing and trading centers, and a very rapid and ingenious system of communicating news and market prices had been evolved. The great business houses often received news, even of the wars that were going on, long before the dispatches reached officials of the East India Company. The economy of India had thus advanced to as high a stage as it could reach prior to the Industrial Revolution. Whether it had the seeds of further progress in it or was too much bound up with the rigid social structure is difficult to say. It seems quite possible, however, that the normal conditions it would have undergone the change and begun to adopt itself in its own way to the new Industrial Revolution. And yet, though it was ripe for a change, that change itself required a revolution within its own framework. Perhaps some catalytic agent was necessary to bring about that change. It is clear that, however highly organized and developed its pre-industrial economy was, it could not compete for long with the products of the industrialized countries. It had to industrialize itself or submit to foreign economic penetration, which could have led to political interference. As it happened, foreign political domination came first. This led to a rapid destruction of the economy India had built up, without anything positive or constructive taking its place. The East India Company represented both British political power and British vested interests and economic power. It was supreme, and being a company of merchants, it was intent on making money. Just when it was making money with amazing rapidity and in fantastic quantities, Adam Smith wrote about it in The Wealth of Nations in 1776. The government of an exclusive company of merchants is perhaps the worst of all governments for any country whatever. Adam Smith wrote about it in The Wealth of Nations in 1776. The government of an exclusive company of merchants is perhaps the worst of all governments for any country whatever. Though the Indian merchant and manufacturing classes were rich and spread out all over the country and even controlled the economic structure, they had no political power. The government was despotic and still largely feudal. In fact, it was probably more feudal than it had been at some previous stage of Indian history. Hence, there was no middle class strong enough or even consciously thinking of seizing power, as in some Western countries. The people generally had grown apathetic and servile. There was thus a gap which had to be filled before any revolutionary change could take place. Perhaps this gap had been produced by the static nature of Indian society, which refused to change in a changing world. For every civilization which resists changes tends to decline. That society, as constituted, had no more creative part to play. A change was overdue. The British at that time were politically much more advanced. They had had their political revolution and had established the power of Parliament over that of the king. Their middle classes, conscious of their new powers, were full of impulse to expand. That vitality and energy and proof of a growing progressive society were indeed very evident in England. They showed themselves in many ways, and most of all in the inventions and discoveries which heralded the Industrial Revolution. And yet, what was the British ruling class then? Charles and Mary Beard, the eminent American historians, tell us how the success of American Revolution removed suddenly from the royal provinces in America the British ruling class, a class accustomed to a barbarous criminal code, a narrow, intolerant university system, a government conceived as a huge aggregation of jobs and privileges, a contempt of men and women who toiled in the field and shop, a denial of education to the masses, an established religion forced alike on dissenters and Catholics, a dominion of squire and parson in counties and villages, callous brutality in army and navy, a scheme of primogeniture buttressing the rule of landed gentry, a swarm of hungry placemen offering sycophancy to the king in exchange for offices, sinecures, and pensions, and a constitution of church and state so ordered as to fasten upon the masses this immense pile of pride and plunder. The British ruling class, a class accustomed to barbarous criminal code, a narrow, intolerant university system, a government conceived as a huge aggregation of jobs and privileges, a contempt of men and women who toiled in the field and shop, a denial of education to the masses, an established religion forced alike on dissenters and Catholics, a dominion of squire and parson in counties and villages, callous brutality in army and navy, a scheme of primogeniture buttressing the rule of the landed gentry, a swarm of hungry placemen offering sycophancy to the king in exchange for offices, sinecures, and pensions, and a constitution of church and state so ordered as to fasten upon the masses this immense pile of pride and plunder. From the weight of this mountain, the American revolutionists delivered the colonial subjects of the British Crown. Within a decade or two after the emancipation, they accomplished reforms in law and policy which required 100 years or more of persistent agitation to effect in the mother country. Reforms which gave to the statesmen who led an agitation their title to immortality in English history. The American Declaration of Independence. The American Declaration of Independence, that landmark in the freedom's history, was signed in 1776. And 6 years later, the colonies separated from England and began their real intellectual, economic, and social revolution. The landed system that had grown up under the British inspiration and after the model of England was completely transformed. Many privileges were abolished and the large estates confiscated and then distributed in small lots. A stirring period of awakening and intellectual and economic activity followed. Free America, rid of feudal relics and foreign control, marched ahead with giant strides. In France, the Great Revolution smashed the Bastille, the symbol of the old order, and swept away the king and feudalism and declared the rights of man to the world. And in England, frightened by these revolutionary changes in America and France, England became even more reactionary, and her fierce and barbarous penal code became even more savage when George III came to the English throne in 1760. There were about 160 offences for which men and women and children were put to death. By the time his long reign ended in 1820, nearly 100 new offences carrying death penalty were added to this terrible list. The ordinary soldier in the British Army was treated worse than a beast of the field, with a brutality and inhumanity that horrify. Death sentences were common. Commoner still was flogging, inflicted in public, flogging up to several hundred lashes till death sometimes intervened, or the mangled body of the sufferer just surviving told the story to his dying day. In this matter, as in many others involving humanity and respect for the individual and the group, India was far more advanced and had a higher civilization. There was more literacy in India than in England or the rest of Europe, though the education was strictly traditional. Probably there was more civic amenities too. The general condition of the masses in Europe was very backward and deplorable, and compared unfavorably with the conditions prevailing in India. But there was this vital difference. New forces and living currents were working invisibly in Western Europe, bringing changes in their train. In India, the conditions were far more static. England came to India when Queen Elizabeth gave a charter to the East India Company in 1600. Shakespeare was alive and writing. In 1611, the authorized English edition of the Bible was issued. In 1608, Milton was born. There followed Hampden and Cromwell and the political revolution. In 1660, the Royal Society of England, which was to advance the cause of science so much, was organized. 100 years later, in 1760, the flying shuttle was invented. There followed in quick succession the spinning jenny, the steam engine, and the power loom. Which of these two Englands came to India? The England of Shakespeare and Milton, of noble speech and writing, and brave deed of political revolution and the struggle for freedom, of science and technical progress, or the England of the savage penal code and brutal behavior, of entrenched feudalism and reaction? For there were two Englands, just as in every country there are two aspects of national character and civilization. The discrepancy in England, writes Edward Thompson, between the highest and ordinary levels of our civilization has always been immense. I doubt if there is anything like it in any country with which we should wish to see be compared, and it is a discrepancy that lessens so slowly that it often seems hardly to lessen at all. The two Englands live side by side, influencing each other, and cannot be separated. Nor could one of them come to India forgetting completely the other. Yet, in every major action, one plays the leading role, dominating the other, and it was inevitable that the wrong England should play that role in India and should come in contact with and encourage the wrong India in the process. The independence of the United States of America is more or less contemporaneous with the loss of freedom by India. Surveying the past century and a half, an Indian looks somewhat wistfully and longingly at the vast progress made by the United States during this period and compares it with what has been done and what has not been done in his own country. It is true, no doubt, that the Americans have many virtues and we have many failings, that America offered a virgin field and an almost clean slate to write upon, while we were cluttered up with ancient memories and traditions. And yet, perhaps, it is not inconceivable that if the British had not undertaken this great burden in India, and as she tells us, endeavored for so long to teach us the difficult art of self-government, of which we had been so ignorant, India might not only have been freer and more prosperous, but also far more advanced in science and art and all that makes life worth living. End of Chapter 6, The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru, a recording for Vox Olympia. The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. Chapter 7, The Last Phase, Part 1. Consolidation of British rule and the rise of nationalist movement. The ideology of empire, the new caste. Our writing of India's history is perhaps resented more than anything else we have done. So writes an Englishman well acquainted with India and her history. It is difficult to say what Indians are resented most in the record of British rule in India. The list is long and varied. But it is true that the British account of India's history, more especially of what is called the British period, are bitterly resented. History is almost always written by the victors and conquerors and gives their viewpoint, or at any rate, the victor's version is given prominence and holds the field. Very probably, all the earlier records we have of the Aryans in India, their epics and traditions glorify the Aryans and are unfair to the people of the country whom they subdued. No individual can wholly rid himself of his racial outlook and cultural limitations, and when there is a conflict between races and countries, even an attempt at impartiality is considered a betrayal of one's own people. War, which is an extreme example of this conflict, results in a deliberate throwing overboard of all fairness and impartiality so far as the enemy nation is concerned. The mind coarsens and becomes closed to almost all avenues of approach except one. The overpowering need of the moment is to justify one's own actions and condemn and blacken those of the enemy. Truth hides somewhere at the bottom of the deepest well, and falsehood, naked and unashamed, reigns almost supreme. Even when actual war is not being waged there is often potential war and conflicts between rival countries and interests. In a country dominated by an alien power, that conflict is inherent and continuous and affects and perverts people's thoughts and actions. The war mentality is never wholly absent. In the old days, when the war and its consequences, brutality and conquest and enslavement of a people, were accepted as belonging to the natural order of events, there was no particular need to cover them or justify them from some other point of view. With the growth of higher standards, the need for justification has arisen, and this leads to a perversion of facts, sometimes deliberate, often unconscious. Thus, hypocrisy pays its tribute to virtue, and a false and sickening piety allies itself to evil deeds. In any country, and especially in a huge country like India, with its complicated history and mixed culture, it is always possible to find facts and trends to justify a particular thesis. And then this becomes the accepted basis for a new argument. America, it is said, is a land of contradictions, in spite of its standardization and uniformity. How much more then must India be full of contradictions and incongruities? We shall find there, as elsewhere, what we seek, and on this preconceived basis we can build up a structure of belief and opinion. And yet, the structure will have untrue foundations and will give a false picture of reality. Recent Indian history, that is, the history of the British period, is so connected with present-day happenings that the passions and prejudices of today powerfully influence our interpretation of it. Englishmen and Indians are both likely to err, though their errors will lie in opposite directions. Far the greater part of the records and papers out of which history takes shape and is written comes from British sources and inevitably represents British point of view. The very circumstances of defeat and disruption prevented the Indian side of the story from being properly recorded. And many of the records that existed suffered destruction during the revolt of 1857. The papers that survived were hidden away in family archives and could not be published for the fear of consequences. They remained dispersed, little known, and many perished in the manuscript stage from the incursion of termites and other insects which abounded in the country. At a later stage, when some of these papers were discovered, they threw a new light on many historical incidents. Even British-written Indian history had to be somewhat modified, and the Indian conception, often very different from the British, took shape. Behind this conception lay also a mass of tradition and memories, not of the remote past, but of a period when our grandfathers and great-grandfathers were living witness and often the victims of events. As history, this tradition may have little value, but it is important as it enables us to understand the background of the Indian mind today. The villain of the British in India is often a hero to Indians, and those whom the British have delighted to honor and reward are often traitors and quislings in the eyes of the great majority of the Indian people. That taint clings to their descendants. The history of the American Revolution has been differently written by Englishmen and Americans, and even today, when old passions have subsided and there is friendship between the two peoples, each version is resented by the other party. In our own day, Lenin was a monster and a brigand to many English statesmen of high repute, yet millions have considered him as a savior and the greatest man of the age. These comparisons will give us some faint idea of the resentment felt by Indians at being forced to study in their schools and colleges so-called histories which disparage India's past in every way, vilify those whose memories they cherish, and honor and glorify the achievements of British rule in India. Gopal Krishna Gokhale once wrote in his gently ironical way of the inscrutable wisdom of Providence, which had ordained the British connection for India. Whether it was due to this inscrutable wisdom or to some process of historic destiny or just chance that the coming of the British to India brought two very different races together, or at any rate it should have brought them together, but as it happened they seldom approached each other and their contacts were indirect. English literature and English political thought influenced a tiny fringe of those who had learned English, but this political thought, though dynamic in its context, had no reality in India then. The British who came to India were not political or social revolutionaries. They were the conservatives representing the most reactionary social class in England, and England was in some ways one of the most conservative countries in Europe. The impact of Western culture on India was the impact of a dynamic society, of a modern consciousness on a static society, wedded to the medieval habits of thought, which, however sophisticated and advanced in its own way, could not progress because of its inherent limitations. And yet, curiously enough, the agents of this historic process were not only wholly unconscious of their mission in India, but as a class actually represented no such process. In England, their class fought this historic process, but the forces opposed to them were too strong and could not be held back. In India, they had a free field and were successful in applying the brakes to that very change and progress which in the larger context they represented. They encouraged and consolidated the position of the socially reactionary groups in India and opposed all those who worked for political and social change. If change came, it was in spite of them or as an incidental and unexpected consequence of these activities. The introduction of the steam engine and the railway was a big step towards a change of the medieval structure. but it was intended to consolidate their rule and facilitate the exploitation for their own benefit of the interior of the country. This contradiction between the deliberate policy of the British authorities in India and some of its unintended consequences produces a certain confusion and masks that policy itself. Change came to India because of this impact of the West, but it came almost in spite of the British in India. They succeeded in slowing down the pace of that change to such an extent that even today, the transition is very far from complete. The feudal landlords and their kind who came from England to rule over India had the landlord's view of the world. To them, India was a vast estate belonging to the East India Company, and the landlord was the best and natural representative of his estate and his tenants. That view continued even after the British East India Company handed over its estate of India to the British Crown, being paid very handsome compensation at India's cost. Thus began the public debt of India. It was India's purchase money paid by India. The British government of India then became the landlord's or the landlord's agent. For all practical purposes, they considered themselves India, just as the Duke of Devonshire might be considered Devonshire by his peers. The millions of people who lived and functioned in India were just some kind of landlord's tenants who had to pay their rents and cesses and to keep their place in the natural feudal order. For them, the challenge to that order was an offense against the very moral basis of the universe and a denial of a divine dispensation. This somewhat metaphysical conception of British rule in India has not changed fundamentally, though it is expressed differently now. The old methods of obvious rack renting gives place to more subtle and devious devices. It was admitted that the landlord should be the benevolent towards his tenantry and should seek to advance their interests. It was even agreed that some of the more loyal and faithful among tenants should be promoted to the estate office and share in a subordinate way in the administration. But no challenge to the system of landlordism could be tolerated. The estate must continue to function as it used to even when it changed hands. When the pressure of events made such change inevitable, it was stipulated that all faithful employees in the estate office should continue. All the old and new friends, followers, and dependents of the landlord should be provided for. The age-old pensioners should continue to draw the pensions, and the old landlord himself should now function as a benevolent patron and advisor of the estate, and thus all attempts to bring about essential changes should be frustrated. This sense of identifying India with their own interests was strongest in the higher administrative services, which were entirely British. In the later years, they developed in that close and well-knit corporation called the Indian Civil Service, the world's most tenacious trade union, as it has been called by an English writer. They ran India, they were India, and anything that was harmful to their interest must of necessity be injurious to India. From the Indian Civil Service and the kind of history and record of current events that was placed before them, this conception spread in varying degrees to the different strata of the British people. The ruling class naturally shared it in full measure, but even the worker and the farmer were influenced by it to some slight extent, and felt, in spite of their own subordinate position in their own country, the pride of possession and empire. That same worker or farmer, if he came to India, inevitably belonged to the ruling class here. He was totally ignorant of India's history and culture, and he accepted the prevailing ideology of the British in India, for he had no other standards to judge by or apply. At the most, a vague benevolence filled him, but that was strictly conditioned within that framework. For 100 years, this ideology permeated all sections of the British people and became, as it were, a national heritage, a fixed and almost unalterable notion which governed their outlook on India and imperceptibly affected even their domestic outlook. In our own day, the curious group which has no fixed standards or principles or much knowledge of the outside world, the leaders of the British Labour Party, have usually been the staunchest supporters of the existing order in India. Sometimes a vague sense of uneasiness fills them at a seeming contradiction between their domestic and colonial policy, between their professions and practice, but considering themselves above all practical men of common sense, they sternly repress all these stirrings of conscience. Practical men must necessarily base themselves on established and known practice, on existing conditions, and not take a leap into the dark unknown merely because of some principle or untested theory. Viceroys who come to India direct from England have to fit in and rely upon the Indian civil service structure. Belonging to the possessing and ruling class in England, they have no difficulty whatever in accepting the prevailing ICS outlook and their unique positions of absolute authority, unparalleled elsewhere, leads to subtle changes in their ways and methods of expression. Authority corrupts, and absolute authority corrupts absolutely, and no man in the wide world today has had such absolute authority over such large number of people as the British Viceroy of India. The Viceroy speaks in a manner such as no Prime Minister of England or President of the United States can adopt. The only possible would be that of Hitler. And not the Viceroy only, but the British members of his council, the governors, and even the smaller fry who function as secretaries of departments or magistrates. They speak from a noble and unattainable height, secure not only in the conviction that what they say and do is right, but that it will have to be accepted as right whatever lesser mortals may imagine, for theirs is the power and the glory. Some members of the Viceroy's Council are appointed direct from England and do not belong to the Indian civil service. There is usually a marked difference in their ways and utterances from those of the civil service. They function easily enough in that framework, but they cannot quite develop that superior and self-satisfied air of assured authority. Much less can the Indian members of the Council, a fairly recent addition, who are obvious supers, whatever their numbers or intelligence. Indians belonging to the civil service, whatever their rank in the official hierarchy, not belong to the charm circle. A few of them try to ape the manners of their colleagues without much success. They become rather pompous and ridiculous. The new generation of British members of the Indian civil service are, I believe, somewhat different in mind and texture from their predecessors. They do not easily fit into the old framework, But all authority and policy flow from senior members, and the newcomers make no difference. They have either to accept the established order, or, as sometimes happened, resign and return to their homeland. I remember that when I was a boy, the British-owned newspapers in India were full of official news and utterances, of service news, transfers and promotions, of doings of English society, of polo, races, dances, and amateur theatricals. There was hardly a word about the people of India, about their political, cultural, social, or economic life. Reading them, one would hardly suspect that they existed. In Bombay, there used to be quadrangular cricket matches between 4 11s made up of respectively of Hindus, Muslims, Parsis, and Europeans. The European 11 was called Bombay Presidency. The others were just Hindu Muslims or Parsis. Bombay was thus essentially represented by Europeans. The other, one would imagine, were foreign elements who were recognized for this purpose. These quadrangular matches still take place, though there is much argument about them and a demand that 11 should not be chosen on religious lines. I believe that the Bombay Presidency team is now called European. English clubs in India usually have territorial names: the Bengal Club, the Allahabad Club, etc. They are confined to Britishers or rather to Europeans. There need not be objection to territorial designation or even to a group of persons having a club for themselves and not approving of outsiders joining it. But this designation is derived from the old British habit of considering that they are the real India that counts, the real Bengal, the real Allahabad. Others are just excrescences, useful in their own way if they know their places, but otherwise a nuisance. The exclusion of non-Europeans is far more a racial affair than a justifiable means for people with cultural affinities to meet together in their leisure moments for play and social intercourse without the intrusion of other elements. For my part, I have no objection to exclusive English or European clubs, and very few Indians would care to join them. But when social exclusiveness is clearly based on racialism and on ruling class, always exhibiting its superiority and unapproachability, it bears another aspect. In Bombay, there is a well-known club which did not allow, and so far as I know does not allow, an Indian except as a servant, even in its visitors' rooms, even though he might be a ruling prince or a captain of industry. Racialism in India is not so much English versus Indian, it is European as opposed to Asiatic. In India, every European, be it German or Pole or Romanian, is automatically a member of the ruling class. Railway carriages, station retiring room, benches in parks are marked for Europeans only. This is bad enough in South Africa or elsewhere, but to have to put up with it in one's own country is a humiliating and exasperating reminder of one's enslaved condition. It is true that a gradual change has been taking place in these external manifestations of racial superiority and imperial arrogance, but the process is slow, and frequent instances occur to show how superficial it is. Political pressure and the rise of a militant nationalism enforce change and lead to a deliberate attempt to tone down the former racialism and aggressiveness, and yet that very political movement when it reaches a stage of crisis and is sought to be crushed, leads to a resurgence of all the old imperialist and racial arrogance in its extremest forms. The English are a sensitive people, and yet when they go to a foreign country, there is a strange lack of awareness about them. In India, where the relation of the ruler and ruled makes mutual understanding difficult, this lack of awareness is peculiarly evident. Almost one would think that it is deliberate so that they may see only what they want to see and be blind to all else. But facts do not vanish because they are ignored, and when they compel attention, there is a feeling of displeasure and resentment at the unexpected happening, as if some trick having been played. In this land of caste, the British, more especially the Indian Civil Service, have built up a caste which is rigid and exclusive. Even the Indian members of the service do not really belong to that caste, though they wear the insignia and conform to its rules. That caste has developed something in the nature of a religious faith in its own paramount importance, and around that faith is grown an appropriate mythology that which helps to maintain it. A combination of faith and vested interest is a powerful one, and any challenge to it arouses the deepest passions and fierce indignation. The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. Chapter 7. The plunder of Bengal helps the Industrial Revolution in England. The East India Company had received permission from the Mughal Emperor to start a factory at Surat early in the 17th century. Some years later, they purchased a patch of land in the south and founded Madras. In 1662, the island of Bombay was presented to Charles II of England by the way of dowry from Portugal, and he transferred it to the company. In 1690, the city of Calcutta was founded. Thus, by the end of the 17th century, the British had gained a number of footholds in India and established some bridgeheads on the Indian coastline. They spread inland slowly. The Battle of Plassey in 1757, for the first time, brought a vast area under their control. Within a few years, Bengal, Bihar, Orissa, and the east coast were subject to them. The next big step forward was taken about 40 years later, at the beginning of the 19th century. This brought them to the gates of Delhi. The third major advance took place after the last defeat of the Marathas in 1818. The fourth in 1849, after the Sikh Wars, completed the picture. Thus, the British have been in the city of Madras a little over 300 years. They have ruled Bengal, Bihar, etc. for 187 years. They extended their domination over the south 145 years ago. They established themselves in the United Provinces, as they are now called, Central and Western India, about 125 years ago. And they spread to Punjab 95 years ago. This is being written in June 1944. Leaving out the city of Madras as too small an area, there is a difference of nearly 100 years between their occupation of Bengal and that of Punjab. During this period, the British policy and administrative methods changed repeatedly. These changes were dictated by new developments in England, as well as the consolidation of British rule in India. The treatment of each newly acquired area varied according to these changes and depended also on the character of the ruling group, which had been defeated by the British. Thus in Bengal, where the victory had been very easy, the Muslim landed gentry were looked upon as the ruling class, and a policy was pursued to break their power. In the Punjab, on the other hand, power was seized from the Sikhs, and there was no initial antagonism between the British and the Muslims. In the greater part of India, the Marathas had been opponents of the British. A significant fact which stands out is that those parts of India which have been longest under British rule are the poorest today. Indeed, some kind of chart might be drawn up to indicate the close connection between the length of British rule and progressive growth of poverty. A few large cities and some new industrial areas do not make an essential difference to this survey. What is noteworthy is the condition of the masses as a whole, and there can be no doubt that the poorest parts of India are Bengal, Bihar, Orissa, and parts of Madras Residency. The mass level and standard of living are highest in Punjab. Bengal certainly was a very rich and prosperous province before the British came. There may be many reasons for these contrasts and differences, but it is difficult to get over the fact that Bengal, once so rich and flourishing, after 187 years of British rule, accompanied, as we are told, by strenuous attempts on the part of British to improve its conditions and to teach its people the art of self-government, is today a miserable mass of poverty-stricken, starving, and dying people. Bengal had the first full experience of British rule in India. That rule began with outright plunder and a land revenue system which extracted the uttermost farthing not only from the living but also from the dead cultivators. The English historians of India, Edward Thompson and G.T. Garrett, tells us that a gold lust unequaled since the hysteria that took hold of the Spaniards of Cortes and Pizarro's age filled the English mind. Bengal, in particular, was not to know peace again until she had been bled white. The monstrous financial immorality of the English conduct in India for many years after this, Clive was largely responsible. Clive, the great empire builder, whose statue faces the India Office in London today. It was pure loot. The pagoda tree was shaken again and again till the most terrible famines ravaged Bengal. This process was called trade later on. That made little difference. Government was this so-called trade, and trade was plunder. There are few instances in history of anything like it. And it must be remembered that this lasted under various names and under different forms, and not for a few years, but for generations. The outright plunder gradually took the shape of legalized exploitation, which, though not so obvious, was in reality worse. The corruption, venality, nepotism, violence, and greed of money of these early generations of British rule in India is something which passes comprehension. It is significant that one of the Hindustani words, which has become part of the English language, is loot. Says Edward Thompson, and that this does not refer to Bengal only. One remembers the early history of British India, which is perhaps the world's high water mark of graft. The result of all this, and even in its early stages, was the famine of 1770, which swept away a third of the population of Bengal and Bihar. It was all in the cause of progress, and Bengal can take pride in the fact that she helped greatly in giving birth to the Industrial Revolution in England. The American writer Brooke Adams tells us exactly how this happened. The influx of Indian treasure, by adding considerably to the nation's cash capital, not only increased its stock of energy, but added much to its flexibility and the rapidity of its movement. Very soon after Plassey, the Bengal plunder began to arrive in London, and the effect appears to have been instantaneous, for all authorities agree that the Industrial Revolution began with the year 1770. Plassey was fought in 1757. Probably nothing has ever equaled the rapidity of the change that followed. In 1760, the flying shuttle appeared, and coal began to replace wood in smelting. In 1764, Hargreaves invented the spinning jenny. In 1776, Brompton contrived the mule. In 1785, Cartwright patented the power loom, and in 1768, Watt matured the steam engine. But though these machines served as outlets for the accelerating movements of the time, they did not cause the acceleration. In themselves, inventions are passive, waiting for the sufficient store of force to have accumulated to set them working. The store must always take the shape of money, and money not hoarded but in motion. Before the influx of the Indian treasure and the expansion of credit which followed, no force sufficient for this purpose existed. Possibly, since the world began, no investment has ever yielded the profit reaped from the Indian plunder, because for nearly 50 years, Great Britain stood without a competitor. The destruction of India's industry and the decay of her agriculture. The chief business of the East India Company in its early period, the very object for which it was started, was to carry Indian manufactured goods, textiles, as well as spices, and the like, from the East to the Europe, where there was a great demand for these articles. With the developments in industrial technique in England, a new class of industrial capitalists rose there, demanding a change in this policy. The British market was to be closed to Indian products, and the Indian market open to British manufacturers. The British Parliament, influenced by this new class, began to take greater interest in India and the working of the East India Company. To begin with, Indian goods were excluded from Britain by legislation, and as the East India Company held a monopoly in Indian export business, this exclusion influenced other foreign markets also. This was followed by vigorous attempts to restrict and crush Indian manufacturers by various measures and internal duties which prevented the flow of Indian goods within the country itself. British goods, meanwhile, had free entry. The Indian textile industry collapsed, affecting vast numbers of weavers and artisans. The process was rapid in Bengal and Bihar. Elsewhere, it spread gradually with the expansion of British rule and the building of railways. It continued throughout the 19th century, breaking up other old industries also: shipbuilding, metalworking, glass, paper, and many crafts. To some extent, this was inevitable as the old manufacturing came into conflict with the new industrial technique. But it was hastened by political and economic pressure, and no attempt was made to apply the new techniques to India. Indeed, every attempt was made to prevent this happening, and thus the economic development of India was arrested and the growth of the new industry prevented. Machinery could not be imported into India. A vacuum was created which should only be filled by British goods, and which led to rapidly increasing unemployment and poverty. The classic type of modern colonial economy was built up, India becoming an agricultural colony of industrial England, supplying raw materials and providing markets for England's industrial goods. The liquidation of the artisan class led to unemployment on a prodigious scale. What were all the scores of millions who had so far been engaged in industry and manufacture to do now? Where were they to go? The old profession was no longer open to them. The way to a new one was barred. They could die, of course. That way of escape from an intolerable situation is always open. They did die, in tens of millions. The English Governor-General of India, Lord Bentinck, reported in 1834 that misery hardly finds a parallel in the history of commerce. The bones of the cotton weavers are bleaching the plains of India. But still, vast numbers of them remained, and these increased from year to year as British policy affected remoter areas of the country and created more unemployment. All these hordes of artisans and craftsmen had no job, no work, and all their ancient skill was useless. They drifted to the land, for the land was still there, but the land was fully occupied, and could not possibly absorb them profitably. So, they became a burden on the land, and the burden grew, and with it grew the poverty of the country. And the standard of living fell to incredibly low levels. This compulsory back to the land movement of artisans and craftsmen led to an ever-growing disproportion between agriculture and industry. Agriculture became more and more the sole business of the people because of the lack of occupations and wealth-producing activities. India became progressively ruralized. In every progressive country there has been, during the past century, a shift of the population from agriculture to industry, from village to town. In India, this process was reversed as a result of British policy. The figures are instructive and significant. In the middle of the 19th century, about 55% of the population is said to have dependent on agriculture. Recently, this proportion was estimated to be 74%. This is a pre-war figure. Though there has been greater industrial employment during the war, the number of dependent on agriculture actually went up in the census of 1941 owing to the increase of population. The growth of a few large cities, chiefly at the expense of the small town, is apt to mislead the superficial observer and give him a false idea of Indian conditions. This, then, is the real fundamental cause of the appalling poverty of the Indian people, and it is of comparatively recent origin. Other causes that contribute to it are themselves the result of this poverty and chronic starvation and undernourishment, like disease and illiteracy. Excessive population is unfortunate, and steps should be taken to curb it wherever necessary, but it still compares favorably with the destiny of the population of many industrialized countries. It is only excessive for a predominantly agricultural community, and under a proper economic system, the entire population can be made productive and should add to the wealth of the country. As a matter of fact, great density of population exists only in special areas, like Bengal, the Gangetic Valley, and the vast areas are still sparsely populated. It is worth remembering that Great Britain is more than twice as densely populated as India. The crises in industry spread rapidly to the land and became a permanent crisis in agriculture. The holdings became smaller and smaller, and the fragmentation proceeded to an absurd and fantastic degree. The burden of agricultural debt grew, and ownership of the land often passed to moneylenders. The number of landless laborers increased by the million. India was under an industrial capitalist regime, but her economy was largely that of the pre-capitalist period, minus many of the wealth-producing elements of that pre-capitalist economy. She became a passive agent of modern industrial capitalism, suffering all its ills and with hardly any of its advantages. The transition from a pre-industrialist economy to an economy of capital industrialism involves great hardship and a heavy cost in human suffering borne by the masses of people. This was especially so in the early days when no efforts were made to plan such a transition or to lessen its evil results, and everything was left to individual initiative. There was this hardship in England during the period of transition, but taken as a whole, it was not great as the changeover was rapid and the unemployment caused was soon absorbed by the new industries. But that did not mean that the cost in human suffering was not paid. It was indeed paid, and paid in full by others, particularly by the people of India, by famine and death and vast unemployment. It may be said that a great part of the costs of transition to industrialism in Western Europe were paid for by India, China, and other colonial countries whose economy was dominated by the European powers. It is obvious that there has been all along abundant material in India for industrial development, managerial and technical ability, skilled workers, even some capital in spite of the continuous drain from India. Historian Montgomery Martin, giving evidence before an inquiry committee of the British Parliament in 1840, said, "India is as much a manufacturing country as an agriculturalist, and he who would seek to reduce her to the position of an agricultural country seeks to lower her in the scale of civilization." This is exactly what the British in India sought to do, continuously and persistently, and the measure of their success is the present condition of India, after they've held despotic sway there for a century and a half. Ever since the demand for the development of modern industry arose in India, and this I imagine is at least 100 years old, we've been told that India is preeminently an agricultural country and it is in her interest to stick to agriculture. Industrial development may upset the balance and prove harmful to her main business, agriculture. The solicitude which British industrialists and economists have shown for the Indian peasant has been truly gratifying. In view of this, as well as of the tender care lavished upon him by the British government in India, one can only conclude that some all-powerful and malign fate, some supernatural agency, has countered their intentions and measures and made the peasant one of the most poorest and miserable beings on earth. It is difficult now for anyone to oppose the industrial development in India. Even now, when an extensive and far-reaching plan is drawn up, we are warned by our British friends who continue to shower their advice upon us that agriculture must not be neglected and must have the first place. As if any Indian with an iota of intelligence can ignore or neglect agriculture or forget the peasant. The Indian peasant is India more than anyone else, and it is on his progress and betterment that India's progress will depend. But our crisis in agriculture, grave as it is interlinked with the crisis in industry, out of which it arose. The two cannot be disconnected and dealt with separately, and it is essential for the disproportion between the two to be remedied. India's ability to develop modern industry can be seen by her success in whatever she has had a chance to build it up. Indeed, such success has been achieved in spite of the strenuous opposition of the British government in India and of the vested interests in Britain. Her first real chance came during the War of 1914 to 1918, when the inflow of British goods was interrupted. She profited by it, though only for a relatively small extent because of the British policy. Ever since then, there has been a continuous pressure on the government to facilitate the growth of Indian industry by removing the various barriers and special interests that come in the way. While apparently accepting this as its policy, the government has obstructed all real growth, especially of basic industries. Even in the Indian Constitution of 1835, it was especially laid down that Indian legislatures could not interfere with vested interests of British industry in India. The pre-war witnessed repeated and vigorous attempts to build up basic and heavy industries, all scotched by official policy. But the most amazing instances of official obstruction have been during the present war, when war needs for production were paramount. Even those vital needs were sufficient to overcome the British dislike of Indian industry. The industry has grown because of the force of events, but its growth is trivial compared to what it could have been, or to the growth of industry in many other countries. The direct opposition of the early periods to growth of Indian industry gave place to indirect methods which have been equally effective, just as direct tribute gave place to manipulation of customs and excise duties and financial and currency policies which benefited Britain at the expense of India. The direct opposition of the early periods to the growth of Indian industry gave place to indirect methods which have been equally effective, just as direct tribute gave place to manipulation of customs and excise duties and financial and currency policies which benefited Britain at the expense of India. Long subjection of a people and the denial of freedom bring many evils, and perhaps the greatest of these lies in the spiritual sphere, demoralization and sapping of the spirit of the people. It is hard to measure this, though it may be obvious. It is easier to trace and measure the economic decay of a nation. As we look back on British economic policy in India, it seems that the present poverty of the Indian people is the ineluctable consequence of it. There is no mystery about this poverty. We can see the causes and follow the processes which have led to the present condition. India becomes, for the first time, a political and economic appendage of another country. The establishment of British rule in India was an entirely novel phenomenon for her, not comparable with any other invasion or political or economic change. India had been conquered before, but by invaders who settled within her frontiers and made themselves part of her life. Like the Normans in India, like the Normans in England, or the Manchus in China. She has never lost her independence, never been enslaved. That is to say, she had never been drawn into political and economic system whose center of gravity lay outside her soil, never been subjected to, and ruling class which was, and which remained, permanently alien in origin and character. Every previous ruling class, whether it had originally come from outside or was indigenous, had accepted the structural unity of India's social and economic life and tried to fit into it. It had become Indianized, had struck roots in the soil of the country. The new rulers were entirely different, with their base elsewhere, and between them and the average Indian, there was a vast and unbridgeable gulf. A difference in tradition, in outlook, in income and ways of living. The early Britishers in India, rather cut off from England, adopted many Indian ways of living, but it was a superficial approach, and even this was deliberately abandoned with the improvement in communications between India and England. It was felt that the British ruling class must maintain its prestige in India by keeping aloof, exclusive apart from Indians, living in a superior world of its own. There were two worlds, the world of British officials and the world of India's millions, and there was nothing in common between them except a common dislike for each other. Previously, races had merged into one another, or at least fitted into an organically interdependent structure. Now, racialism became the acknowledged creed, and this was intensified by the fact that the dominant race had both political and economic power without check or hindrance. The world market that the new capitalism was building up would have in any event affected India's economic system. The self-sufficient village community, with its traditional division of labor, could not have continued in its old form, but the change that took place was not a normal development, and it disintegrated the whole economic and structural basis of Indian society. A system which had social sanctions and controls behind it was a part of the people's cultural heritage, was suddenly and forcibly changed, and another system, administered from the outside the group, was imposed. India did not come into the world market, but became a colonial and agricultural appendage of the British structure. The village community, which had so far been the basis of Indian economy, was disintegrated, losing both its economic and administrative functions. In 1830, Sir Charles Metcalfe, one of the ablest of British officials in India, described these communities in words which have been quoted. The village communities are little republics, having nearly everything they want within themselves, and almost independent of foreign relations. They seem to last where nothing else lasts. This union of the village communities, each one forming a separate little state in itself, is in a high degree conducive to their happiness and to the enjoyment of a great proportion of freedom and independence. The destruction of village industries was a powerful blow to these communities. The balance between industry and agriculture was upset. The traditional division of labor was broken up, and numerous stray individuals could not be easily fitted into any group activity. A more direct blow came from the introduction of the landlord system, changing the whole conception of ownership of land. This conception had been one of the communal ownership, and not so much of the land as of the produce of the land. Possibly not fully appreciating this, but more probably taking the step deliberately for reasons of their own, the British governors, themselves representing the English landlord class, introduced something resembling the English system in India. At first, they appointed revenue farmers for short term, that is, persons who were made responsible for the collection of revenue or land tax and payment of it to the government. Later, these revenue farmers developed into landlords. The village community was deprived of all control over the land and its produce. What had always been considered as the chief interest and concern of the community now became the private property of the newly created landowner. This led to the breakdown of the joint life and the corporate character of the community, and the cooperative systems of services and functions began to disappear gradually. The introduction of this type of property in land was not only a great economic change, but it went deeper and struck at the whole Indian conception of a cooperative group social structure. A new class, the owners of land, appeared, a class created by, and therefore to a large extent identified with, the British government. The breakup of the old system created new problems, and probably the beginnings of the new Hindu-Muslim problem can be traced to it. The landlord system, first introduced in Bengal and Bihar, where big landowners were created under the system known as the permanent settlement, it was later realized that this was not advantageous to the state, as the land revenue had been fixed and could not be enhanced. Fresh settlements in other parts of India were therefore made for a period only, and enhancements in revenue took place from time to time. In some provinces, a kind of peasant proprietorship was established. The extreme rigor applied to the collection of revenue resulted, especially in Bengal, the ruin of the old land gentry, and new people from the moneyed and business classes took their place. Thus Bengal became a province predominantly of Hindu landlords, or their tenants, though both Hindu and Muslim, but chiefly the latter. Big landowners were created by the British after their own English pattern, chiefly because it was far easier to deal with a few individuals than a vast peasantry. The objective was to collect as much money in the shape of revenue and as speedily as possible. If an owner failed at the stipulated time, he was immediately pushed out and another took his place. It was also considered necessary to create a class whose interest was identified with the British. The fear of revolt filled the minds of British officials in India, and they referred to this repeatedly in their papers. Governor General Lord William Bentinck said in 1829, "If security was wanting against extensive popular tumult or revolution, I should say that the permanent settlement, though a failure in many other respects, has this great advantage at least of having created such a vast body of rich landed proprietors deeply interested in the continuance of the British dominion and having complete command over the mass of the people." British rule thus consolidated itself by creating new classes and vested interests which were tied up with that rule and privileges which depended on its continuance. There were the landowners and the princes, There was a large number of subordinate members of the services in various departments of the governments, from the patwari, the village headman, upwards. The two essential branches of the government were the revenue system and the police. At the head of both of these, in each district, was the collector or the district magistrate, who was the linchpin of the administration. He functioned as an autocrat in his district, combining in himself executive, judicial, revenue, and police functions. If there were any small Indian states adjoining the area under his control, he was also the British agent for them. There was the Indian Army, consisting of British and Indian troops, but officered entirely by Englishmen. This was reorganized repeatedly, especially after the Mutiny of 1857, and ultimately became organizationally linked up with the British Army. This was so arranged as to balance its different elements and to keep the British troops in key positions. Next to the grand counterpoise of a sufficient European force came the counterpoises of natives against natives, says the official report on the reorganization in 1858. The primary function of these forces was to serve as an independent army of occupation, internal security troops they were called, and majority of these was British. The frontier province served as a training ground for the British Army at India's expense. The field army, chiefly Indian, was meant for services abroad, and it took part in numerous British imperial wars and expeditions, India always bearing the cost. Steps were taken to segregate Indian troops from the rest of the population. Thus, India had to bear the cost of her own conquest and then of her transfer or sale from the East India Company to the British Crown for the extension of the British Empire to Burma and elsewhere for expeditions to Africa, Persia, etc., and for her defense against Indians themselves. She was not only used as a base for imperial purposes without any reimbursement for this, but she had further to pay for the training of the part of British Army in England. Capitation charges these were called. Indeed, India was charged for all manner of other expenses incurred by Britain, such as maintenance of British diplomatic and consular establishments in China and Persia, the entire cost of the telegraph line from England to India, part of the expenses of the British Mediterranean fleet, and even receptions given to the Sultan of Turkey in London. The building of railways in India, undoubtedly desirable and necessary, was done in an enormously wasteful way. The government of India guaranteed 5% interest on all capital invested, and there was no need to check or estimate what was necessary. All purchases was to be made in England. The civil establishment of government was also run on a lavish and extravagant scale. All the highly paid positions were reserved for Europeans. The process of Indianization of the administrative machine was very slow and only became noticeable in the 20th century. This process, far from transferring any power to Indian hands, proved yet another method of strengthening British rule. The really key positions remained in British hands, and the Indians in the administration could only function as the agents of British rule. To all these methods must be added the deliberate policy pursued through the period of British rule, of creating divisions among Indians, of encouraging one group at the cost of the other. This policy was openly admitted in the early days of their rule, and indeed it was a natural one for an imperial power. With the growth of the nationalist movement, that policy took subtler and more dangerous forms, and though denied, functioned more intensively than ever. Nearly all our major problems today have grown up during the British rule and as a result of British policy. The princes, the minority problem, the various vested interests, the foreign and Indian, the lack of industry, the neglect of agriculture, the extreme backwardness in the social services, and above all, the tragic poverty of the people. The attitude to education has been significant. In Kay's Life of Metcalfe, it is stated that this dread of the free diffusion of knowledge became a chronic disease, continually afflicting the members of the government with all sorts of hypochondriacal daydreams and nightmares, in which visions of the printing press and the Bible were making their flesh creep and their hair to stand erect with horror. It was our policy in those days to keep the natives of India in the profoundest state of barbarism and darkness, and every attempt to diffuse the light of knowledge among the people, either of our own or of the independent states, was vehemently opposed and resented. Imperialism must function in this way, or else it ceases to be imperialism. The modern type of financial imperialism added new kinds of economic exploitation, which were unknown in earlier ages. The record of British rule in India during the 19th century must necessarily depress and anger an Indian. And yet it illustrates the superiority of the British in many fields, not least in the capacity to profit by our disunity and weaknesses. The people who are weak and who are left behind in the march of time invite trouble and ultimately have only to themselves to blame. If the British imperialism with all its consequences was, in the circumstances to be expected in natural order of events, so also was the growth of opposition to it inevitable, and the final crises between the two. The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. Chapter 7. The Growth of the Indian States System. One of our major problems in India today is that of the princes of the Indian states. These states are unique of their kind in the world, and they vary greatly in size and political and social conditions. Their number is 601. About 15 of them may be considered major states. The biggest of these being Hyderabad, Kashmir, Mysore, Travancore, Baroda, Gwalior, Indore, Cochin, Jaipur, Jodhpur, Bikaner, Bhopal, and Patiala. Then follow a number of middling states, and lastly several hundreds of very small areas, some not bigger than a pin's point on the map. Many of these tiny states are in Kathiawar, Western India, and the Punjab. These states not only vary in size from that of France to almost that of an average farmer's holding, but also differ in other way. Mysore is industrially the most advanced. Mysore, Travancore and Cochin are educationally far ahead of British India. Most of the states are, however, very backward, and some are completely feudal. All of them are autocracies, though some have started elected councils whose powers are strictly limited. Hyderabad, the premier state, still carries on with a typical feudal regime supported by an almost complete denial of civil liberties. So also most of the states in Rajputana and the Punjab. A lack of civil liberties is a common feature of the states. These states do not form compact blocks. They are spread out all over India, islands surrounded by non-state areas. The vast majority of them are totally unable to support even a semi-independent economy. Even the largest, situated as they are, can hardly hope to do so without the full cooperation of the surrounding areas. If there was any economic conflict between a state and non-state India, the former could be easily reduced to submission by tariff barriers and other economic sanctions. It is manifest that both politically and economically, these states, even the largest of them, cannot be separated and treated as independent entities. As such, they would not survive, and the rest of India would also suffer greatly. They would become hostile enclaves all over India, and if they relied on some external power for protection, this in itself would be a continuous and serious menace to a free India. Indeed, they would not have survived till today but for the fact that politically and economically the whole of India, including the states, is under one dominant power which protects them. Apart from possible conflicts between a state and non-state India, it must be remembered that there is a continuous pressure on the autocratic ruler of the state from his own people who demand free institutions. Attempts to achieve this freedom are suppressed and kept back with the aid of British power. Even in the 19th century, these states, as constituted, became anachronisms. Under modern conditions, it is impossible to conceive of India being split up into scores of separate independent entities. Not only would there be perpetual conflict, but all planned economic and cultural progress would become impossible. We must remember that when these states took shape and entered into treaties with the East India Company at the beginning of the 19th century, Europe was divided up into numerous small principalities. Many wars and revolutions have changed the face of Europe since then and are changing it today. but the face of India was set and petrified by external pressure imposed upon it and not allowed to change. It seems absurd to hold up some treaty drawn up 140 years ago, usually on the field of battle or immediately afterwards between two rival commanders or their chiefs, and to say that this temporary settlement must last forever. The people of the state, of course, had no say in the settlement, and the other party at the time was a commercial corporation concerned only with its own interests and profits. This commercial corporation, the East India Company, acted not as the agent of the British Crown or Parliament, but in theory as the agent of the Delhi Emperor, from whom the power and authority were supposed to flow, although he was himself quite powerless. The British Crown or Parliament had nothing whatever to do with these treaties. Parliament only considered Indian affairs when the Charter of the East India Company came up for discussion from time to time. The fact that East India Company was functioning in India under the authority conferred on it by the Diwani grant of the Mughal Emperor made it independent of any direct interference by the British Crown or Parliament. Indirectly, the Parliament could, if it so chose, cancel the charter or impose a new condition at the time of renewal. The idea that the English king or Parliament should even in theory function as agents and therefore subordinates of the shadowy emperor at Delhi was not liked in England, and so they studiously kept up aloof from the activities of the East India Company. The money spent in Indian wars was Indian money raised and disposed of by the English East India Company. Subsequently, as the territories under the control of the East India Company increased in area and its rule was consolidated, the British Parliament began to take greater interest in Indian affairs. In 1858, after the shock of the Indian Mutiny and Revolt, the East India Company transferred its domain of India for the money paid by India to the British Crown. That transfer did not involve a separate transfer of the Indian states apart from the rest of India. The whole of India was treated as a unit, and the British Parliament functioned in India through the Government of India, which exercised a suzerainty over the states. The states had no separate relations with the British Crown or Parliament. They were part and parcel of the system of government, direct and indirect, represented by the Government of India. This government, in later years, ignored those old treaties whenever it suited its changing policy to do so, and exercised a very effective suzerainty over the states. Thus, the British Crown was not in picture at all so far as the Indian states were concerned. It is only in recent years that the claim to some kind of independence has been raised on the behalf of the states, and it has been further claimed that they have some special relations with the British Crown apart from the Government of India. These treaties, it should be noted, are with very few of the states. There are only 40 treaty states. The rest have engagements and sanads. These 40 states have 3/4 of the total Indian state population, and 6 of them have considerably more than 1/3 of this population. In the Government of India Act of 1935, For the first time, some distinction was made between the relations of the states and the rest of India with the British Parliament. These states were removed from the supervisory authority and direction of the Government of India and placed directly under the Viceroy, who for this purpose was called the Crown Representative. The Viceroy continued to be, at the same time, the head of the Government of India. The political department of the Government of India, which used to be responsible for the states, was now placed directly under the Viceroy and was no longer under his executive council. How did these states come into existence? Some are quite new, created by the British. Others were the viceroyalties of the Mughal emperor, and their rulers were permitted to continue as a feudatory chiefs by the British. And yet others, notably the Maratha chiefs, were defeated by the British armies and then made into feudatories. Nearly all of these can be traced back to the beginnings of the British rule. They have no earlier history. If some of them functioned independently for a while, that independence was of brief duration and ended in defeat or threat of war. Only a few of the states, and these are chiefly in Rajputana, date back to the pre-Mughal times. Travancore has an ancient 1,000-year-old historical continuity. Some of the proud Rajput clans trace back their genealogy to prehistoric times. The Maharana of Udaipur, of the Surya Vansh, or the race of the sun, has a family tree comparable to that of Mikado of Japan. But these Rajput chiefs became the Mughal feudatories and then submitted to the Marathas and finally to the British. The representatives of East India Company, writes Edward Thompson, now set the princes in their positions, lifting them out of the chaos in which they were submerged. When thus picked up and re-established, the princes were completely helpless and derelict as any powers since the beginning of the world. Had the British government not intervened, nothing but extinction lay before the Rajput states and the disintegration before the Maratha states. As for such states as Oudh and Nizam's dominion, their very existence was bogus. They were kept in a semblance of life only by means of breath blown through them by the protecting power. Hyderabad, the premier state today, was small in area to begin with. Its boundaries were extended twice after Tipu Sultan's defeat by the British in the Maratha Wars. These additions were at the instance of the British and on express stipulation that the Nizam was to function in a subordinate capacity to them. Indeed, on Tipu's defeat, the offer of the part of his territory was first made to Peshwa, the Maratha leader, but he refused to accept it on those conditions. Kashmir, the next largest state, was sold by the East India Company after the Sikh Wars to the great-grandfather of the present ruler. It was subsequently taken under direct British control on a plea of misgovernment. Later, the ruler's powers were restored to them. The present state of Mysore was created by the British after Tipu's wars. It was also under direct British rule for a lengthy period. The only truly independent kingdom in India is Nepal on the northeastern frontier, which occupies a position analogous of Afghanistan, though it is rather isolated. All the rest came within the scope of what is called the subsidiary system, under which all real power lay with the British government exercised through a resident or agent. Often, even ministers of the ruler were British officials imposed upon him. But the entire responsibility for good government and reform lay with the ruler, who, with the best will in the world, and usually lacked that will as well as competence, could do little in the circumstances. Henry Lawrence wrote in 1846 about the Indian state system. If there was a device for ensuring mal-government, it is that of a native ruler and a minister both relying on foreign bayonets and directed by a British resident. Even if all these were able, virtuous, and considerate, still the wheels of government could hardly move smoothly. If it be difficult to select one man, European or native, with all the requisite of a just administrator, where are three who can or will work together be found? Each of the three may work incalculable mischief, but no one of them can do good if thwarted by the other. Earlier still, in 1817, Sir Thomas Munro wrote to Governor General, "There are many weighty objections to the employment of a subsidiary force. It has a natural tendency to render the government of every country in which it exists weak and oppressive, to extinguish all honorable spirit among the higher classes of society, and to degrade and impoverish the people. The usual remedy of a bad government in India is a quiet revolution in the palace, or a violent one by rebellion or foreign conquest. But the presence of British force cuts off every chance of remedy by supporting the princes on the throne against every foreign and domestic enemy. It renders him indolent by teaching him to trust strangers for his security, and cruel and avaricious by showing him that he has nothing to fear from the hatred of his subjects. Wherever the subsidiary system is introduced, unless the reigning prince be a man of great abilities, the country will soon bear the mark of it in decaying villages and decreasing population. Even if the prince himself were disposed to adhere rigidly to the British alliance, there will always be amongst his principal officers who will urge him to break it. As long as there remains in the country any high-minded independence which seeks to throw off the control of strangers, such counsellors will be found. I have a better opinion of the natives of India than to think that this spirit will ever be completely extinguished. And I can therefore have no doubt that the subsidiary system must everywhere run its full course and destroy every government which it undertakes to protect. In spite of such protests, the subsidiary Indian state system was built up, and it brought inevitably corruption and tyranny in its train. The government of these states were often bad enough, but in any event, they were almost powerless. A few of the residents or agents in these states like Metcalfe were honest and conscientious, but more often they were neither, and they exercised the harlot's privilege of having power without responsibility. Private English adventurers, secure in the knowledge of their race and of official backing, played havoc with the funds of the state. Some of the accounts of what took place in these states during the first half of the 19th century, especially in Oudh and Hyderabad, are almost incredible. Oudh was annexed to British India a little before the Mutiny of 1857. British policy was then in favor of such annexations, and every pretext was taken advantage for a lapse of the state to British authority. But the Mutiny and the Great Revolt of 1857 demonstrated the value of the subsidiary state system to the British government. Except for some minor defections, the Indian princes not only remained aloof from the rising, but in some instances actually helped the British to crush it. This brought about a change in the British policy towards them, and it was decided to keep them and even to strengthen them. The doctrine of British paramountcy was proclaimed, and in practice, the control of the political department of the Government of India over the states has been strict and continuous. The rulers have been removed or deprived of their powers. Ministers have been imposed upon them by the British services. Quite a large number of such ministers are functioning now in the States, and they consider themselves answerable far more to British authority than to the nominal head, the prince. Some of the princes are good, some are bad. Even the good ones are thwarted and checked at every turn. As the class, they are of necessity backward, feudal in outlook, and authoritarian in method, except in their dealings with the British government, when they showed a becoming subservience. Shilvanka has rightly called the Indian states Britain's fifth column in India. The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. Chapter 7. Contradictions of British Rule in India. Ram Mohan Roy. The Press. Sir William Jones. English Education in Bengal. One remarkable contradiction meets us at every turn in considering the record of British rule in India. The British became dominant in India and the foremost power in the world because they were the heralds of the new big machine industrial civilization. They represented a new historic force which was going to change the world, and were thus, unknown to themselves, the forerunners and representatives of change and revolution. And yet they deliberately tried to prevent change, except in so far as this was necessary to consolidate their position and help them in exploiting the country and its people to their own advantage. Their outlook and objectives were reactionary, partly because of the background of the social class that came here, but chiefly because of a deliberate desire to check changes in a progressive direction as these might strengthen the Indian people and thus ultimately weaken the British hold on India. The fear of the people runs through all their thought and policy, for they did not want to and could not merge with them, and were destined to remain an isolated foreign ruling group surrounded by an entirely different and hostile humanity. Changes, and some in a progressive direction, did come, but they came in spite of British policy, although their impetus was the impact of the new West through the British. Individual Englishmen, educationists, Orientalists, journalists, missionaries, and others played an important part in bringing Western culture to India, and in their attempts to do so, often came into conflict with their own government. That government feared the effects of the spread of modern education and put many obstacles in its way. And yet, it was due to the pioneering efforts of able and earnest Englishmen who gathered enthusiastic groups of Indian students around them that English thought and literature and political tradition were introduced to India. When I say Englishmen, I include, of course, people from the whole of Great Britain and Ireland, though I know this is improper and incorrect. But I dislike the word Britisher, and even that probably does not include the Irish. My apologies to the Irish, the Scots, and the Welsh. In India, they've all functioned alike and have been looked upon as one indistinguishable group. Even the British government, in spite of its dislike of education, was compelled by circumstances to arrange for the training and production of clerks for its growing establishment. It could not afford to bring out from England large number of pupils to serve in this subordinate capacity. So, education grew slowly, and though it was limited and a perverted education, it opened the doors and windows of the mind to new ideas and dynamic thoughts. The printing press, and indeed all machinery, were also considered dangerous and explosive for the Indian mind, not to be encouraged in any way, lest they lead to the spread of sedition and industrial growth. There is a story that the Nizam of Hyderabad once expressed a desire to see European machinery, and thereupon the British resident procured for him an air pump and a printing press. The Nizam's momentary curiosity having been satisfied, these were stored away with other gifts and curiosities. But when the government in Calcutta heard of this, they expressed their displeasure to their resident and rebuked him especially for introducing a printing press in an Indian state. The resident offered to get it broken up secretly if the government so desired. But while Private printing presses were not encouraged. Government could not carry on its work without printing, and official presses were therefore started in Calcutta and Madras and elsewhere. The first private printing press was started by the British missionaries in Serampore, and the first newspaper was started by an Englishman in Calcutta in 1780. All these and other like changes crept in gradually, influencing the Indian mind and giving rise to the modern consciousness. Only a small group was directly influenced by the thought of Europe, for India clung to her own philosophic background, considering it superior to that of the West. The real impact and influence of the West were on the practical side of life, which was obviously superior to the Eastern. The new techniques, the railway train, the printing press, other machinery, more efficient ways of warfare could not be ignored. And these came up against old methods of thought, almost unawares, by indirect approaches, creating a conflict in the mind of India. The most obvious and far-reaching change was the breakup of the agrarian system and the introduction of conceptions of private property and landlordism. Money economy had crept in, and land became a marketable commodity. What had once been held rigid by custom was dissolved by money. Bengal witnessed and experienced all these agrarian, technical, educational, and intellectual changes long before any other considerable part of India, for Bengal had a clear half-century of British rule before it spread over wider areas. During the second half of the 18th century and the first half of the 19th, Bengal therefore played a dominant role in British Indian life. Not only was Bengal the center and heart of British administration, but it also produced the first groups of English-educated Indians who spread out to other parts of India under the shadow of the British power. A number of very remarkable men rose in Bengal in the 19th century who gave the lead to the rest of India in cultural and political matters, and out of whose efforts the new nationalist movement ultimately took shape. Bengal not only had a much longer acquaintance with British rule, but it experienced it in its earliest phases when it was both harsher and more exuberant, more fluid and less set in rigid frames. It had accepted that rule, adapted itself to it, long before northern and central India submitted. The Great Revolt of 1857 had little effect on Bengal, although the first spark appeared accidentally at Barakpur near Calcutta. Previous to British rule, Bengal had been an outlying province of the Mughal Empire, important but still rather cut off from the center. During the early medieval period, many debased forms of worship and tantric philosophy and practices had flourished among the Hindus there. Then came the Hindu reform movement, affecting social customs and laws and even changing somewhat the well-regarded rules of inheritance elsewhere. Chaitanya, a great scholar who became a man of faith and emotions, established a form of Vaishnavism based on faith and influenced greatly the people of Bengal. The Bengalis developed a curious mixture of high intellectual attainments and equally strong emotionalism. This tradition of loving faith and service of humanity was represented in Bengal in the second half of the 19th century by another remarkable man of saintly character, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. In the name, an order of service was established which has an unequaled record in humanitarian relief and social work, full of the ideal of the patient-loving service of the Franciscans of old, and quiet, unostentatious, efficient, rather like the Quakers. The members of the Ramakrishna mission carry on their hospitals and educational establishments and engage in relief work whenever any calamity occurs, all over India and even outside. Ramakrishna represented the old Indian tradition. Before him, in the 18th century, another towering personality had risen in Bengal, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, who was a new type, combining himself the old learning and the new. Deeply versed in Indian thought and philosophy, a scholar in Sanskrit, Persian, and Arabic, he was a product of the mixed Hindu-Muslim culture that was then dominant among the cultured classes of India. The coming of the British to India and their superiority in many ways led his curious and adventurous mind to find out what their cultural roots were. He learned English, but this was not enough. He learned Greek, Latin, and Hebrew, also to discover the sources of religion and culture of the West. He was also attracted by science and the technical aspects of Western civilization, though at the time these technical changes were not so obvious as they subsequently became. Being of a philosophical and scholarly bent, Ram Mohan Roy inevitably went to the older literatures. Describing him, Monier Williams the Orientalist, has said that he was perhaps the first earnest-minded investigator of the science of comparative religion that the world has produced. And yet, at the same time, he was anxious to modernize education and take it out of the grip of old scholasticism. Even in those early days, he was in favor of the scientific method, and he wrote to the Governor General emphasizing the need for education in mathematics, natural philosophy, chemistry, anatomy, and other useful sciences. He was more than a scholar and an investigator. He was a reformer above all. Influenced in his early days by Islam and later to some extent by Christianity, he stuck nevertheless to the foundations of his own faith. But he tried to reform that faith and rid it of abuses and the evil practices that had become associated with it. It was largely because of his agitation for the abolition of sati that the British government prohibited it. This sati, or the immolation of women on the funeral pyre of their husbands, was never widespread, but rare instances continue to occur among the upper classes. Probably the practice was brought to India originally by Scythio-Tartars, among whom the custom prevailed of vassals and liegemen killing themselves on the death of their lord. In early Sanskrit, the sati custom is denounced. Akbar tried hard to stop it, and the Marathas also were opposed to it. Ram Mohan Roy was one of the founders of the Indian press. From 1780 onwards, a number of newspapers had been established by Englishmen in India. They were usually very critical of the government and led to conflict and the establishment of a strict censorship. Among the earliest champions of the freedom of press in India were Englishmen, and one of them, James Silk Buckingham, who is still remembered, who was deported from the country. The first Indian-owned and edited newspaper was issued in English in 1818, and in the same year, Baptist missionaries of Serampore brought out a Bengali monthly and a weekly, the first periodicals published in an Indian language. Newspapers and periodicals in English and the Indian languages followed in quick succession in Calcutta, Madras, and Bombay. Meanwhile, the struggle for a free press had already begun to continue with many ups and downs till today. The year 1818 also saw the birth of the famous Regulation 3, which provided for the first time for detention without trial. This regulation is still in force today, and a number of people are kept in prison under this 126-year-old decree. Raja Ram Mohan Roy was associated with several newspapers. He brought out a bilingual Bengali-English magazine, and later, desiring an all-India circulation, he published a weekly in Persian, which was recognized then as the language of the cultured classes all over India. This came to grief soon after the enactment of the 1823 of new measures for the control of the press. Ram Mohan and others protested vigorously against these measures and even addressed a petition to the King in Council in England. Ram Mohan Roy's journalist activities were intimately connected with his reform movements. His synthetic and universalist points of view were resented by orthodox sections who also opposed many of the reforms he advocated. But he also had staunch supporters, among them the Tagore family, which played an outstanding part later in the Renaissance in Bengal. Ram Mohan went to England on behalf of the Delhi Emperor and died in Bristol in the early 30s of the 19th century. Ram Mohan Roy and others studied English privately. There were no English schools or colleges outside Calcutta, and the government's policy was definitely opposed to the teaching of English to Indians. In 1781, the Calcutta Madrasa was started by the government in Calcutta for Arabic studies. In 1817, a group of Indians and Europeans started the Hindu College in Calcutta, now called Presidency College. In 1791, a Sanskrit college was started in Benares. Probably in the second decade of the 19th century, some missionary schools were teaching English. During the 20s, a school of thought arose in government circles in favor of teaching English, but this was opposed. However, as an experimental measure, some English schools were attached to the Arabic school in Delhi and to some institutions in Calcutta. The final decision in favor of the teaching of English was embodied in Macaulay's Minute on Education of February 1835. In 1857, the universities of Calcutta, Madras, and Bombay began their careers. If British education in India was reluctant to teach English to Indians, Brahmin scholars objected even more, but for different reasons, to teach Sanskrit to Englishmen. When Sir William Jones, already a linguist and a scholar, came to India as a judge of the Supreme Court, he expressed his desire to learn Sanskrit. But no Brahmin would agree to teach the sacred language to a foreigner and an intruder, even though handsome rewards were offered. Jones ultimately, with considerable difficulty, got hold of a non-Brahmin Vaidya, or a medical practitioner, who agreed to teach, but on his own peculiar and stringent conditions. Jones agreed to every stipulation. So great was his eagerness to learn the ancient language of India. Sanskrit fascinated him, and especially the discovery of the old Indian drama. It was through his writings and translation that Europe first had a glimpse of some of the treasures of Sanskrit literature. In 1784, Sir William Jones established the Bengal Asiatic Society, which later became the Royal Asiatic Society. To Jones and to many other European scholars, India owes a deep debt of gratitude for the discovery of her past literature. Much of it was known, of course, throughout every age, but the knowledge had become more and more confined to select and exclusive groups, and the dominance of Persian as the language of culture also had diverted people's minds from it. The search for manuscripts brought out many a little known work, and the application of modern critical methods of scholarship gave a new background to the vast literature that was revealed. The advent and use of the printing press gave a great stimulus to the development of the popular Indian languages. Some of these languages, Hindi, Bengali, Gujarati, Marathi, Urdu, Tamil, Telugu, had not only long been in use, but had also developed literatures. Many of the books in them were widely known among the masses. Almost always, these books were epic in form, poems, or collection of songs and verses, which could easily be memorized. There was practically no prose literature in them at the time. Serious writing was almost confined to Sanskrit and Persian, and every cultured person was supposed to know one of them. These two classical languages played a dominating role and prevented the growth of the popular provincial languages. The printing of books and newspapers broke the hold of the classics, and immediately prose literatures in the provincial languages began to develop. The early Christian missionaries, especially of the Baptist mission at Serampore, helped in this process greatly. The first private printing presses were set up by them, and their efforts to translate the Bible into prose version of the Indian languages met with considerable success. There was no difficulty in dealing with the well-known and established languages. But the missionaries went further and tackled some of the minor and undeveloped languages and gave them shape and form, compiling grammars and dictionaries for them. They even labored at the dialects of the primitive hill and forest tribes and reduced them to writing. The desire of the Christian missionaries to translate the Bible into every possible language thus resulted in the development of many Indian languages. Christian mission work in India has not always been admirable or praiseworthy, but in this respect, as well as in the collection of folklore, it has undoubtedly been of great service to India. The reluctance of East India Company to spread education was justified. For as early as 1830, a batch of students of the Hindu College of Calcutta, where Sanskrit and English were taught, demanded certain reforms. They asked for restrictions on the political power of the company and provision for free and compulsory education. Free education was well known in India from most ancient times. That education was traditional, not very good or profitable, but it was available to poor students without any payment, except some personal service to the teacher. In this respect, both the Hindu and Muslim traditions were similar. While the new education was deliberately prevented from spreading, the old education had been largely liquidated in Bengal. When the British seized power in Bengal, there were a very large number of maufis, that is, tax-free grants of land. Many of these were personal, but most were in shape of endowments for educational institutions. A vast number of elementary schools of the old type subsisted on them, as well as some institutions for higher education which was chiefly imparted in Persian. The East India Company, which was anxious to make money rapidly in order to pay dividends to its shareholders in England, and the demands of its directors were continuous and pressing. A deliberate policy was therefore adopted to resume and confiscate these Maufi lands. Strict proof was demanded of the original grant, but the old sanads and papers had long been lost or eaten up by termites, so the Maufis were resumed and the old holders were ejected, and the schools and colleges lost their endowments. Huge areas were involved in this way, and many old families were ruined. The educational institutions, which had been supported by these Maufis, ceased to function, and a vast number of teachers and others connected with them were thrown out of employment. This process helped in ruining the old feudal classes in Bengal, both Muslim and Hindu, as well as those classes who were dependent on them. Muslims were especially affected as they were, as a group, more feudal than the Hindus, and were also the chief beneficiaries of the Maufis. Among the Hindus, there were far larger number of middle-class people engaged in trade and commerce and the professions. These people were more adaptable and took to English education more readily. They were also more useful to the British for their subordinate services. They were also more useful to the British for the subordinate services. Muslims avoided English education, and in Bengal, they were not looked upon with favor by the British rulers, who were afraid that the remnants of the old ruling class might give trouble. Bengali Hindus thus acquired a monopoly in the beginning in the subordinate government services and were sent to northern provinces. A few Muslims and relics of the old families were later taken into this service. English education brought a widening of the Indian horizon, an admiration for English literature and institutions, a revolt against some customs and aspects of Indian life, and a growing demand for political reform. The new professional classes took the lead in political agitation, which consisted chiefly in sending representations to government. English educated people in the professions and the services formed in effect a new class which was to grow all over India, a class influenced by Western thought and ways, rather cut off from the mass of the population. In 1852, the British Indian Association was started in Calcutta. This was one of the forerunners of the Indian National Congress, and yet a whole generation was to pass among before the Congress was started in 1885. This gap represents the period of the revolt of 1857 and 1858, its suppression and its consequences. The great difference between the state of Bengal and that of the northern and central India in the middle of the centuries is brought out by the fact that while in Bengal the new intelligentsia, chiefly Hindu, had been influenced by English thought, and literature looked to England for political constitutional reform, and other areas were seething with the spirit of revolt. In Bengal, one can clearly see than elsewhere the early effects of British rule and Western influence. The breakup of the agrarian economy was complete, and the old feudal classes had almost been eliminated. In their place had come new landowners whose organic and traditional contacts with land were far less, and who had few of the virtues and most of the failings of the old feudal landlords. The peasantry suffered famine and spoliation in many ways, and were reduced to extreme poverty. The artisan class was almost wiped out. Over these disjointed and broken up foundations rose new groups and classes, the products of British rule, and connected with it in many ways. They were the merchants who were really middlemen of British trade and industry, profiting by the leavings of that industry. There were also the English educated class in the subordinate services and the learned professions, both looking to the British power for advancement, and both influenced in varying degrees by Western thought. Among these grew up a spirit of revolt against the rigid conventions and social framework of Hindu society. They looked to English liberalism and institutions for inspiration. This was the effect on the upper fringe of the Hindus of Bengal. The mass of Hindus there were not directly affected, and even the Hindu leaders probably seldom thought of the masses. The Muslims were not affected at all, some individuals apart, and they kept deliberately aloof from the new education. They had been previously backward economically, and they became even more so. The 19th century produced a galaxy of brilliant Hindus in Bengal, and yet there is hardly a single Muslim Bengali leader of any note who stands out there during this period. So far as the masses were concerned, there was hardly any appreciable differences between the Hindus and the Muslims. They were indistinguishable in habits, ways of living, language, and in their common poverty and misery. Indeed, nowhere in India were the religious and other differences between Hindus and Muslims of all classes so little marked as in Bengal. Indeed, nowhere in India were the religious and other differences between Hindus and Muslims of all classes so little marked as in Bengal. Probably 98% of the Muslims were converts from Hinduism, usually from the lowest strata of society. In population figures, there was probably a slight majority of Muslims over Hindus. Today, the proportions in Bengal are 53% Muslims and 46% Hindus, 1% others. All these early consequences of the British connection and the various economic, social, intellectual, and political movements that they gave rise to in Bengal are noticeable elsewhere in India, but in lesser and varying degrees. The breakup of the old feudal order and economy was less complete and more gradual elsewhere. In fact, that order rose in rebellion, and even when crushed, survived to some extent. The Muslims in Upper India were culturally and economically far superior to their co-religionists of Bengal, but even they kept aloof from Western education. The Hindus took to this education more easily and were more influenced by Western ideas. The subordinate government services and the professions had far more Hindus than Muslims. Only in the Punjab this difference was less marked. The revolt of 1857-58 flared up and was crushed, but Bengal was hardly touched by it. Throughout the 19th century, the new English-educated class, mainly Hindu, looked up with admiration towards England and hoped to advance with her help and in cooperation with her. There was a cultural renaissance and a remarkable growth of the Bengali language, and the leaders of Bengal stood out as the leaders of political India. Some glimpse of that faith in England, which filled the mind of Bengal in those days, as well as of the revolt against the old established social codes, may be had from the moving message of Rabindranath Tagore, which he gave on his 80th birthday in May 1941, a few months before his death. As I look back, he says, on the vast stretch of years that lie behind me and see in clear perspective the history of my early development, I am struck by the change that has taken place both in my attitude and in the psychology of my countrymen. A change that carries within it a cause of profound tragedy. Our direct contact with the larger world of men was linked up with the contemporary history of the English people whom we came to know in those earlier days. It was mainly through their mighty literature that we formed our ideas with regard to the newcomers of our Indian shores. In those days, the type of learning that was served out to us was neither plentiful nor diverse, nor was the spirit of scientific inquiry very much in evidence. Thus, their scope being strictly limited, the educated of those days had recourse to English language and literature, and their days and nights were eloquent with the stately declamation of Burke, with Macaulay's long rolling sentences, decisions, discussions centered upon Shakespeare's drama and Byron's poetry, and above all, the large-hearted liberalism of the 19th century English politics. At the time, though, tentative attempts were being made to gain our national independence. At the heart, we had not lost faith in the generosity of the English race. This belief was so firmly rooted in the sentiments of our leaders as to lead them to hope that the victor would of his own grace pave the path to freedom for the vanquished. This belief was based upon the fact that England at the time provided a shelter to all those who had to flee from persecution in their own country. Political martyrs who had suffered for the honor of their people were accorded unreserved welcome at the hands of the English. I was impressed by this evidence of liberal humanity in the character of the English, and thus I was led to set them on the pedestal of my highest respect. This generosity in their national character had not yet been vitalized by imperialist pride. About this time, as a boy in England, I had the opportunity of listening to the speeches of John Bright, both in and outside Parliament. The large-hearted, radical liberalism of those speeches, overflowing all narrow national bounds, had made so deep an impression on my mind that something of it lingers even today. even in these days of graceless disillusionment. Certainly, that spirit of abject dependence upon the spirit of our rulers was no matter of pride. What was remarkable, however, was the wholehearted way in which we gave our recognition to human greatness, even when it revealed itself in the foreigner. The best and noblest gifts of humanity cannot be the monopoly of a particular race or country. Its scope may not be limited, nor may it be regarded as the miser's hoard buried underground. That is why English literature, which nourished our minds in the past, does even now convey its deep resonance to the recesses of our heart. Tagore proceeds to refer to the Indian ideal of product prescribed by the tradition of the race. Narrow in themselves, these time-honored social conventions originated and held good in circumscribed geographical area, in that strip of land, Brahmavarta by name, bound on either side by the rivers of Saraswati and Dristavati. This is how a Pharisaic formalism gradually got the upper hand of free thought and idea of proper conduct, which Manu found established in Brahmavarta, steadily degenerated into socialized tyranny. During my boyhood days, the attitude of the cultured and educated sections of Bengal, nurtured on English language, was charged with a feeling of revolt against these rigid regulations of society. In place of these set codes of conduct were accepted the ideals of civilization as we represented by the English term. In our own family, this change of spirit was welcomed for the sake of its sheer rational and moral force, and its influence was felt in every sphere of language of our life, both in that atmosphere which was moreover colored by our intuitive bias for literature. I naturally set the English on the throne of my heart. Thus passed the first chapters of my life. Then came the parting of ways, accompanied with a painful feeling of disillusion, when I began increasingly to discover how easily those who had accepted the highest truths of civilization disowned them with impunity whenever the questions of national self-interest were involved.
The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. Chapter 7. The Great Revolt of 1857. Racialism. After nearly a century of British rule, Bengal had accommodated itself to it. The peasantry, devastated by famine and crushed by new economic burdens, the new intelligentsia looked to the West, hoping that progress would come through English liberalism. So also, more or less in the South and in Western India, in Madras and Bombay, but in the upper provinces, there was no such submission or accommodation, and the spirit of revolt was growing, especially among the feudal chiefs and their followers. Even in the masses, discontent and an intense anti-British feeling were widespread. The upper classes keenly resented the insulting and overbearing manners of the foreigners. The people generally suffered from the rapacity and ignorance of the officials of the East India Company, who ignored their time-honored customs and paid no heed to what the people of the country thought. Absolute power over vast numbers of peoples had turned their heads, and they suffered no check or hindrance. Even the new judicial system they introduced became a thing of terror because of its complications and the ignorance of judges of both the language and the customs of the country. As early as 1817, Sir Thomas Munro, writing to the Governor-General, Lord Hastings, after pointing out the advantages of British rule, said, "But these advantages are dearly bought. They are purchased by the sacrifice of independence of national character, and whatever renders a people respectable. The consequence, therefore, of the conquest of India by the British arms would be, in place of raising, to debase a whole people. There is perhaps no example of any conquest in which natives have been so completely excluded from all share of the government of their own country as in British India." Munro was pleading for the employment of Indians in the administration. A year later he wrote again, "Foreign conquerors have treated the natives with violence and often with great cruelty, but none has treated them with so much scorn as we. No one has stigmatized the whole people as unworthy of trust, as incapable of honesty, and as fit to be employed only where we cannot do without them. It seems to be not only ungenerous, but impolite, to debase the character of a people fallen under our dominion." British dominion was extended to the Punjab by 1850 after 2 Sikh wars. Maharaja Ranjit Singh, who had held and extended the Sikh state in Punjab, had died in 1839. In 1856, Oudh was annexed. Oudh had been virtually under British rule for half a century, for it was a vassal state, its nominal ruler being both helpless and degenerate, and the British resident all-powerful. It had sunk to the very depths of misery and illustrated all the evils of the subsidiary state system. In May 1857, the Indian Army at Meerut mutinied. The revolt had been secretly and well organized, but a premature outburst rather upset the plans of the leaders. It was much more than a military mutiny, and it spread rapidly and assumed the character of a popular rebellion and a war of Indian independence. As such, a popular rebellion of the masses, it was confined to Delhi, the United Provinces as they are now called, in parts of central India and Bihar. Essentially, it was a feudal outburst, headed by feudal chiefs and their followers and aided by widespread anti-foreign sentiment. Inevitably, it looked up to the relic of the Mughal dynasty, still sitting in the Delhi palace, but feeble and old and powerless. Both Hindus and Muslims took full part in the revolt. This revolt strained British rule to the utmost and was ultimately suppressed with Indian help. It brought out all the inherent weakness of the old regime, which was making its last despairing effort to drive out foreign rule. The feudal chiefs had sympathy of the masses over the large areas, but they were incapable, unorganized, and with no constructive ideal or community of interest. They had already placed their role in history, and there was no place for them in the future. Many of their number, in spite of their sympathies, though discretion the better part of valor, and stood apart waiting to see on which side the victory lay. Many played the part of quislings. The Indian princes as a whole kept aloof or helped the British, fearing to risk what they had acquired or managed to retain. There was hardly any national and unifying sentiment among the leaders, and a mere anti-foreign feeling, coupled with a desire to maintain their feudal privileges, was a poor substitute for this. The British got the support of the Gurkhas, and what is much more surprising, of the Sikhs also, for the Sikhs had been their enemies and had been defeated by them only a few years before. It is certainly to the credit of the British that they could win over the Sikhs in this way, whether it is to the credit or the discredit of the Sikhs of those days, depending upon one's point of view. It is clear, however, that there was a lack of nationalist feeling which might have bound the people of India together. Nationalism of the modern type was yet to come to India. India had still to go through much sorrow and travail before she learnt the lesson which would give her real freedom. Not by fighting for a lost cause, the feudal order, would freedom come. The revolt threw up fine guerrilla leaders. Firoz Shah, a relative of Bahadur Shah of Delhi, was one of them. But most brilliant of all was Tantia Tope, who harassed the British for many months, even when defeat stared him in the face. Ultimately, when he crossed the Narmada River into the Maratha regions, hoping to receive aid and welcome from his own people, there was no welcome, and he was betrayed. One name stands out above others and is revered still in popular memory, the name of Lakshmi Bai, Rani of Jhansi, a girl of 20 years of age who died fighting. Best and bravest of the rebel leaders, she was called by the English general who opposed her. British memorials of the mutiny have been put up in Kanpur and elsewhere. There is no memorial for the Indians who died. The rebel Indians sometimes indulged in cruel and barbarous behavior. They were unorganized, suppressed, and often angered by reports of British excesses. But there is another side to the picture also that impressed itself on the mind of India, and also in my own province especially, the memory of it persists in town and village. No one would like to forget all this, for it is ghastly and a horrible picture showing man at his worst, evenly according to the standards of barbarity set up by Nazism and modern war. But it can only be forgotten or remembered in a detached, impersonal way when it becomes truly the past, with nothing to connect it with the present. So long as the connecting links and the reminders are present, and the spirit behind those events survives and shows itself, the memory also will endure and influence our people. Attempts to suppress that picture do not destroy it, but drive it deeper in the mind. Only by dealing with it normally can its effect be lessened. A great deal of false and perverted history has been written about the revolt and its suppression. What the Indians think about it seldom finds its way to the printed page. Savarkar wrote the history of the War of Indian Independence some 30 years ago, but his book was promptly banned and is banned still. Some frank and honorable English historians have occasionally lifted the veil and allowed us a glimpse of the race mania and lynching mentality which prevailed on an enormous scale. The accounts given in Kay and Maleison's History of the Mutiny, and in Thompson and Garrett's Rise and Fulfillment of British Rule in India, makes one sick with horror. Every Indian who was not actually fighting for the British became a murderer of women and children. A general massacre of the inhabitants of Delhi, a large number of whom were known to wish us success, was openly proclaimed. The days of Timur and Nader Shah were remembered, but their exploits were eclipsed by the new terror, both in extent and the length of the time it lasted. Looting was officially allowed for a week, but it actually lasted for a month, and it was accompanied by a wholesale massacre. In my own city and district of Allahabad, and in the neighborhood, General Neil held his bloody assizes. Soldiers and civilians alike were holding bloody assizes or slaying natives without any assizes at all, regardless of age or sex. It is on the records of our British Parliament, in papers sent home by the Governor General and the Council, that the aged, women and children were sacrificed, as well as those guilty of rebellion. They were not deliberately hanged, but burned to death in villages. Perhaps now and then accidentally shot. Volunteer hanging parties went into the districts, and amateur executioners were not wanting to the occasion. One gentleman boasted of the number he had finished off quite in an artistic manner, with mango trees as giblets and elephants for drops, the victims of this wild injustice being strung up as though for pastime in the form of figures of 8, and so in Kanpur and Lucknow and all over the place. It is hateful to have to refer to this past history. The history behind those events did not end with them. It survived, and whenever a crisis comes, our nerves give way. It is in evidence again. The world knows about Amritsar and Jallianwala Bagh, but it does not know much of what has happened since the days of the mutiny. Much that has taken place even in recent years and in our time, which has embittered the present generation. Imperialism, the domination of one people over another, is bad, and so is racialism. But imperialism plus racialism can only lead to horror and ultimately to the degradation of all concerned with them. The future historians of England will have to consider how far England's decline from her proud eminence was due to imperialism and racialism, which corrupted her public life and made her forget the lessons of her own history and literature. Since Hitler emerged from obscurity and became the Führer of Germany, we've heard a great deal about racialism and the Nazi theory of Herrenvolk. The doctrine has been condemned and is today condemned by the leaders of the United Nations. Biologists tell us that racialism is a myth and there is no such thing as a master race. But we in India have known racialism in all its forms ever since the commencement of British rule. The whole ideology of this rule was that of the Herrenvolk and the master race, and the structure of government was based upon it. Indeed, the idea of master race is inherent in any imperialism. There was no subterfuge about it. It was proclaimed in unambiguous language by those in authority. More powerful than words is the practice that accompanied them, and generation after generation and year after year, India as a nation and Indians as individuals were subjected to insult, humiliation and contemptuous duels, treatment. The English were an imperial race, we were told, with a God-given right to govern us and keep us in subjection. If we protested, we were reminded of the tiger qualities of an imperial race. As an Indian, I am ashamed to write all this, for the memory of it hurts, and what hurts still more is the fact that we submitted for so long to this degradation. I would have preferred any kind of resistance to this, whatever the consequence, rather than our people should endure this treatment. And yet it is the body that both Indians and Englishmen should know. For that is the psychological background of England's connection with India, and psychology counts, and racial memories are long. One rather typical quotation will make us realize how most of the English in India have felt and acted at the time of Albert Bill agitation in 1883. Seyton Kerr, who had been the Foreign Secretary to the Government of India, declared that this bill outraged the cherished conviction which was shared by every Englishman in India, from the highest to the lowest, by the planter's assistant in his lowly bungalow, and by the editor in the full light of the presidency town, from those of chief commissioner in charge of an important province, and to the viceroy on his throne, that the conviction in every man that he belongs to a race whom God has destined to govern and subdue. The techniques of British rule, balance, and counterpoise. The revolt of 1857-58 was essentially a feudal rising, though there were some nationalistic elements in it, yet, at the same time, it was due to the abstention or active help of the princes and other feudal chiefs that the British succeeded in crushing it. Those who had joined the revolt were as a rule disinherited, and those deprived of their power and privileges by the British authority, and those who feared that some such fate was in store for them. British policy, after some hesitation, had decided in favor of a gradual elimination of the princes and the establishment of direct British rule. The revolt brought about a change in this policy in favor not only of the princes but of the talukdars or the big landlords. It was felt that it was easier to control the masses through these feudal or semi-feudal chiefs. These talukdars of Oudh had been the tax farmers of the Mughals, but owing to the weakness of the central authority, they had begun to function as feudal landlords. Nearly all of them have begun to function Nearly all of them joined the revolt, though some took care to keep a way of escape open. In spite of the rebellion, the British authority offered to reinstate them, with few exceptions, and confirm them in their estates on conditions of loyalty and good service. Thus, these talukdars, who take pride in calling themselves barons of Oudh, became one of the pillars of British rule. Though the revolt had directly affected only certain parts of the country, it had shaken up the whole of India, and particularly the British administration. The government set about reorganizing their entire system. The British Crown, that is the Parliament, took over the country from East India Company. The Indian Army, which had begun the revolt by its mutiny, was organized afresh. The techniques of British rule, which had already been well established, were now clarified and confirmed and deliberately acted upon. Essentially, these were the creation and protection of vested interests bound up with British rule, a policy of balancing and counterpoise of different elements, and the encouragement of vociferous tendencies and divisions among them. The princes and the big landlords were the basic vested interests thus created and encouraged. But now a new class, even more tied up with British rule, grew in importance. This consisted of Indian members of the services, usually in subordinate positions. Previously, the employment of Indians had been avoided, except when this could not be helped, and Monroe had pleaded for such employment. Experience had now demonstrated that Indians employed were so dependent on the British administration and rule that they could be relied upon and treated as agents of that rule. In the pre-mutiny days, most of the Indian members of the subordinate services had been Bengalis. These had spread out over the upper provinces wherever the British administration needed clerks and the like in its civil or military establishments. The regular colonies of Bengalis had thus grown up at the administrative or military centers in the United Provinces, Delhi, and even in the Punjab. These Bengalis accompanied the British armies and proved faithful employees to them. They became associated in the minds of the rebels with the British power and were greatly disliked by them and given uncomplimentary titles. Thus became the process of the Indianization of the administrative machine in its subordinate ranks, all the real power and initiative being, however, concentrated in the hands of English personnel. As English education spread, the Bengalis had no longer a virtual monopoly of service, and other Indians came in, both on the judicial and executive sides of the administration. This Indianization became the most effective method of strengthening the British rule. It created a civil army and a garrison everywhere, which was more important even than the military army of occupation. There were some members of the civil army who were able and patriotic and nationalistically inclined, but like the soldier, who also may be patriotic in his individual capacity, they were bound up by the army code and discipline, and the price of disobedience and desertion and revolt was heavy. Not only was this civil army created, but the hope and prospect of employment in it affected and demoralized a vast and growing number of others. There was a measure of prestige and security in it, and a pension at the end of the term of service, and if a sufficient subservience was shown to one's superior officers, other failings did not count. These civil employees were the intermediaries between the British authorities and the people, and if they had to be obsequious to their superiors, they could be arrogant and to exact obedience from their own inferiors and the people at large. The lack of other avenues of employment, other ways of making a living, added additional importance to the government service. A few could become lawyers or doctors, but even so, success was no means assured. Industry hardly existed. Trade was largely in the hands of certain hereditary classes who had a peculiar attitude for it and who helped each other. The new education did not fit anyone for trade or industry. Its chief aim was government service. The education was so limited as to offer few openings for a professional career. Other social services were almost non-existent. So, government service remained, and as the colleges poured out their graduates, even the growing government service could not absorb them all, and a fierce competition arose. The unemployment graduates and others formed a pool from which the government could always draw. They were a potential threat to the security of even the employed. Thus, the British government in India became not only the biggest employer, but for all practical purposes, the sole big employer, including railways, and a vast bureaucratic machine was built up, strictly managed and controlled at the top. This enormous patronage was exercised to strengthen the British hold on the country, to crush discordant and disagreeable elements, and to promote rivalry and discord amongst the various groups anxiously looking forward to employment in government service. It led to the demoralization and conflict, and the government could play one group against the other. The policy of balance and counterpoise was deliberately furthered in the Indian Army. Various groups were so arranged as to prevent any sentiment of national unity growing up amongst them, and the tribal and communal loyalties and slogans were encouraged. Every effort was made to isolate the army from the people, and even ordinary newspapers were not allowed to reach the Indian troops. All the key positions were kept in the hands of Englishmen, and no Indian could hold the King's commission. A raw English subaltern was senior to the older and most experienced Indian non-commissioned officer of those holding the so-called Viceroy's commissions. No Indian could be employed at army headquarters except as a petty clerk in the accounts department. For additional protection, the more effective weapons of warfare were not given to the Indian forces. They were reserved for British troops in India. These British troops were always kept with the Indian regiments in all of the vital centers of India to serve as internal security troops for the suppression of disorder and to overawe the people. While this internal army, with a predominance of British personnel, served as an army of occupation for the country, the greater portion of the Indian troops were part of the field army organized for service abroad. The Indian troops were recruited from special classes only, chiefly in northern India, which were called the martial classes. Again, we notice in India that inherent contradiction in British rule. Having brought about the political unification of the country and thus let loose dynamic forces which thought not only in terms of that unity but aimed at the freedom of India, the British government tried to disrupt that very unity it had helped to create. That disruption was not thought of in political terms then as a splitting up of India. It was aimed at the weakening of nationalist elements so that British rule might continue over the whole country. But it was nonetheless an attempt at disruption by giving greater importance to the Indian states than they had ever had before. But encouraging reactionary elements and looking to them for support by promoting divisions and encouraging one group against another by encouraging vociferous tendencies due to religion or province, and by organizing quisling classes which were afraid of a change which might engulf them. All this was a natural, understandable policy for a foreign imperialist power to pursue, and it is little naive to be surprised at it, harmful from the Indian nationalist point of view though it was. But the fact that it was so must be remembered if we are to understand subsequent developments. Out of this policy arose those important elements in India's national life of which we are reminded so often today, which were created and encouraged to disagree and disrupt, and are now called upon to agree among themselves. Because of this natural alliance of the British power with the reactionaries in India, it became the guardian and upholder of many an evil custom and practice which it otherwise condemned. India was custom-ridden when the British came, and the tyranny of old custom is often a terrible thing. Yet customs change and are forced to adapt themselves to some extent to a changing environment. Hindu law was largely custom, and as custom changed, the law also was applied in a different way. Indeed, there was no provision of Hindu law which could not be changed by custom. The British replaced this elastic customary law by judicial decisions based on the old text, and these decisions became precedents which had to be rigidly followed. That was in theory an advantage, as it produced greater uniformity and certainty. But in the manner it was done, it resulted in the perpetuation of the ancient law, unmodified by subsequent customs. Thus the old law, which, in some particulars and in various places, had been changed by custom, and was thus out of date, was petrified, and every tendency to change it in the well-known customary way was suppressed. It was still open to a group to prove a customary overriding the law, but this was extraordinarily difficult in the law courts. Change could only come by positive legislation, but the British government, which was the legislating authority, had no wish to antagonize the conservative elements on whose support it counted. When later some legislative powers were given to partially elected assemblies, every attempt to promote social reform legislation was frowned upon by the authorities and sternly discouraged.
The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru, Chapter 7, Growth of Industry, Provincial Differences. Slowly, India recovered from the after effects of the revolt of 1857-58. Despite British policy, Powerful forces were at work changing India, and a new social consciousness was arising. The political unity of India, contact with the West, technological advances, and even the misfortune of a common subjection led to a new current of thought, the slow development of industry, and the rise of a new movement for national freedom. The awakening of India was twofold. She looked to the West, and at the same time, she looked at herself and her own past. The coming of the railway to India brought the industrial age on its positive side. So far, only the negative aspect in shape of manufactured goods from Britain had been in evidence. In 1860, the duty on imported machinery, imposed so as to prevent the industrialization of India, was removed, and large-scale industry began to develop, chiefly with British capital. First came the jute industry of Bengal, with its nerve center at Dundee in Scotland. Much later, cotton mills grew up in Ahmedabad and Bombay, largely with Indian capital and under Indian ownership. Then came mining. Obstruction from the British government in India continued, and an excise duty was put on Indian cotton goods to prevent them from competing with the Lancashire textiles. Even in India, nothing perhaps reveals the police state policy of the government of India more than the fact that they had no Department of Agriculture, no Department of Commerce and Industry till the 20th century. It was, I believe, chiefly due to the donation of an American visitor given for agricultural improvement in India that a Department of Agriculture was started in the central government. Even now, this department is a very small affair. A Department for Commerce and Industry followed soon after in 1905. Even then, these departments functioned in a very small way. The growth of industry was artificially restricted, and India's natural economic development was arrested. Though the masses of India were desperately poor and growing poorer, a tiny fringe at the top was prospering under the new conditions and accumulating capital. It was this fringe that demanded political reform as well as opportunities for investment. On the political side, the Indian National Congress was started in 1885. Commerce and industry grew slowly, and it is interesting to note that classes who took to them were predominantly those whose hereditary occupations for hundreds of years had been trade and commerce. Ahmedabad, the new center of the textile industry, had been a famous manufacturing and trading center during the Mughal period, and even earlier, exporting its products to foreign countries. The big merchants of Ahmedabad had their own shops for this seaborne trade to Africa and the Persian Gulf. Brauch, the seaport nearby, was well known in Greco-Roman times. The people of Gujarat, Kathiawar, and Kutch were traders, manufacturers,
merchants, and seafaring folk from ancient times. Many changes took place in India, but they carried on with their old business, adapting them to new conditions. They are now among the most prominent leaders in industry and commerce. Religion, or a change of religion, made no difference. The Parsis, who originally settled in Gujarat 1300 years ago, may be considered as Gujaratis for this purpose. The language has long been Gujarati. Among the Muslims, the most prominent sects in business and industry are the Khojas, Memons, and Bohras. All of these are converts from Hinduism and all come from Gujarat, Kathiawar, or Kutch. All these Gujaratis not only dominate industry and business in India, but have spread out to Burma, Ceylon, East Africa, South Africa, and other foreign countries. The Marwaris from Rajputana used to control internal trade and finance and were to be found at all nerve centers of India. They were the big financiers as well as the small village bankers. A note from a well-known Marwari financial house would be honored anywhere in India and even abroad. The Marwaris still represent big finance in India, but have added industry to it now. The Sindhis in the northwest have also an old commercial tradition, and with their headquarters at Shikarpur or Hyderabad, they used to spread out over Central and Western Asia and elsewhere. Today, that is before the war, there is hardly a port anywhere in the world where one or more Sindhi shops cannot be found. Some of the Punjabis also have been traditionally in business. The Chettis of Madras have also been leaders in business and banking, especially from the ancient times. The word Chetty is derived from Sanskrit Shreshti, the leader of a merchant guild. The common appellation Seth is also derived from Shreshti. The Madras Chettis have not only played an important part in South India, they spread all over Burma, even in the remoter villages. Within each province also, trade and commerce were largely in the hands of old Vaishya class who had been engaged in business for untold generations. They were the retail and wholesale dealers and moneylenders. In each village there was a banya shop which dealt in the necessaries of village life and advanced loans on very profitable terms to the villagers. The rural credit system was almost entirely in the hands of these banyas. They spread even to the tribal and independent territories of Northwest and performed important functions there. As poverty grew, agricultural indebtedness also grew rapidly, and the money-lending establishment held mortgages on the land and eventually acquired much of it. Thus, the moneylender became the landlord also. These demarcations of commercial trading and banking classes from others became less clearly defined as newcomers crept into various business, but they continued and are still marked. Whether they are due to the caste system, or the hold of tradition, or inherited capacity, or all of these together, it is difficult to specify. Undoubtedly, among Brahmins and Kshatriyas, business was looked down upon, and even the accumulation of money, though agreeable enough, was not a sufficient recompense. The possession of land was a symbol of social position as in feudal times, and scholarship and learning were respected even apart from possessions. Under British rule, government service gave prestige, security, and status, and later, when Indians were allowed to enter the Indian Civil Service, this service, called the Heaven-born Service, heaven being some pale shadow of Whitehall, became the Elysium of the English-educated classes. The professional classes, especially lawyers, some of whom had earned large incomes in the new law courts, also had prestige and high status and attracted young men. Inevitably, these lawyers took the lead in political and social reform movements. The Bengalis were the first to take to the law, and some of them flourished exceedingly and cast a glamour over their profession. They were also the political leaders. They did not fit into the growing industry, either because of lack of aptitude or other reasons. The result has been that when industry began to play an important part in the country's life and to influence politics, Bengal lost its preeminence in the political field. The old current, when Bengalis poured out of their province as government servants and in other capacities, was reversed, and people from other provinces poured into Bengal, especially in Calcutta, and permeated the commercial and industrial life there. Calcutta had been and continues to be the chief center of British capital and industry, and the English and the Scotch dominate business there, but they were being caught up by Marwaris and Gujaratis. Even petty traders in Calcutta are often in non-Bengali hands. All the thousands of taxi drivers in Calcutta, almost without an exception, are Sikhs from Punjab. Bombay became the center and headquarters of Indian-owned industry, commerce, banking, insurance, etc. The Parsis, the Gujaratis, and Marwaris were leaders in all these activities, and it is significant to note that the Maharashtrians or Marathas have played very little part in them. Bombay is a huge cosmopolitan city now, but its population consists mainly of Marathas and Gujaratis. The Marathas have distinguished themselves in the professions and in scholarships. They make, as one would expect, good soldiers, and large numbers of them are employed as workers in the textile mills. They are hardy and wiry, and as a province, poor. They are proud of the Shivaji tradition and of the achievements of their forefathers. The Gujaratis are soft in body, gentler, richer, and perfectly at home in trade and commerce. Perhaps these differences are largely due to geography, for the Maratha country is bare and hard and mountainous, while Gujarat is rich and fertile. It is interesting to observe these and other differences in various parts of India which continue to persist, though they tend to grow less. Madras, highly intellectual, has produced and still produces distinguished philosophers, mathematicians, and scientists. Bombay now is almost entirely devoted to business with all its advantages and disadvantages. Bengal, rather backward in industry and business, has produced some fine scientists and has especially distinguished itself in art and literature. The Punjab has produced no outstanding personalities, but is a go-ahead province advancing in many fields. Its people are hard-headed, make good mechanics, and are successful in small trades and petty industries. The United Provinces, including Delhi, are a curious amalgam and in some ways an epitome of India. They are the seat of the old Hindu culture as well as of the Persian culture that came in Afghan and Mughal times, and hence the mixture of the two is most in evidence there, intermingled with the culture of the West. There is less of provincialism there than in any other part of India. For long they have considered themselves and have been looked upon by others as the heart of India. Indeed, in popular parlance, they are often referred to as Hindustan. These differences, it must be noted, are geographical and not religious. A Bengali Muslim is far nearer to a Bengali Hindu than he is to a Punjabi Muslim, so also with others. If a number of Hindu and Muslim Bengalis happen to meet anywhere, in India or elsewhere, they will immediately congregate together and feel at home with each other. Punjabis, whether Muslim or Hindu or Sikh, will do likewise. The Muslims of Bombay Presidency, Khojars, Memons and Bohras have many Hindu customs. Khojars, they are followers of the Aga Khan, and the Bohras are not looked upon as orthodox by Muslims of the North. Muslims as a whole, especially in Bengal and the North, not only kept away from English education for a long time, but also took little part in the growth of industry. Partly this was due to feudal modes of thought, partly, as in Roman Catholicism, to Islam's prohibition against usury and interest on money. But, curiously enough, among the notorious money lenders are a particular tribe of Pathans who come from near the frontier. Muslims were thus in the second half of the 19th century backward in English education and therefore in contact with Western thought, as also in government service and in industry. The growth of industry in India, slowed and arrested as it was, gave the impression of progress and attracted attention, and yet it made practically no difference to the problem of the poverty of the masses and the overburden on the land. A few 100,000 workers were transferred to industry out of the scores of millions of the unemployed and partially employed. This changeover was so extremely small that it did not affect the increasing ruralization of the country. Widespread unemployment and the pressure on the land led to emigration of workers on a substantial scale to foreign countries, often under humiliating conditions. They went to South Africa, Fiji, Trinidad, Jamaica, Guyana, Mauritius, Ceylon, Burma, and Malaya. The small group of individuals who found opportunities for growth and betterment under foreign rule were divorced from the masses, whose condition continues to worsen. Some capital accumulated in the hands of these groups, and the conditions were gradually created for further growth. But the basic problems of poverty and unemployment remain untouched. Reform and other movements among Hindus and Muslims. The real impact of the West came to India in the 19th century through technical changes and their dynamic consequences. In the realm of ideas also, there was a shock and change, a widening of the horizon which had so long been confined within a narrow shell. The first reaction, limited to the small English-educated class, was one of admiration and acceptance of almost everything Western. Repelled by some of the social customs and practices of Hinduism, many Hindus were attracted towards Christianity, and some notable conversions took place in Bengal. An attempt was therefore made by Raja Ram Mohan Roy to adapt Hinduism to this new environment, and he started the Brahmo Samaj on a more or less rationalist and social reform basis. His successor, Keshav Chandra Sen, gave it a more Christian outlook. The Brahmo Samaj influenced the rising middle classes of Bengal, but as a religious faith, it remained confined to few, among whom, however, were some outstanding persons and families. But even these families, though ardently interested in social and religious reform, tended to go back to the old Indian philosophic ideals of the Vedanta. Elsewhere in India, and also the same tendencies were at work, and dissatisfaction arose at the rigid social reforms and social forms and protean character of Hinduism as practiced. One of the most notable reform movements was started in the second half of the 19th century by a Gujarati, Swami Dayanand Saraswati. But it took root among the Hindus of the Punjab. This was the Arya Samaj, and its slogan was "Back to the Vedas." This slogan really meant an elimination of developments of Aryan faith since the Vedas. The Vedanta philosophy, as it subsequently developed, the central conception of monism, the pantheistic outlook, as well as popular and cruder developments, were all alike severely condemned. Even the Vedas were interpreted in a particular way. The Arya Samaj was a reaction to the influence of Islam and Christianity, more especially the former. It was a crusading and reforming movement from within, as well as a defensive organization for protection against external attacks. It introduced proselytization into Hinduism and thus tended to come into conflict with other proselytizing religions. The Arya Samaj, which had been a close approach to Islam, tended to become a defender of everything Hindu against what it considered as encroachment of other faiths. It is significant that it spread chiefly among the middle-class Hindus of Punjab and the United Provinces. At one time, it was considered by the government as a political revolutionary movement, with a large number of government servants in it
made it thoroughly respectable. It has done very good work in the spread of education both among boys and girls, in improving the condition of women, and in raising the status and standards of the depressed classes. About the same period as Swami Dayananda, a different type of a person lived in Bengal, and his life influenced many of the new English-educated classes. He was Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, a simple man, no scholar, but a man of faith and not interested in social reform as such. He was in direct line with Chaitanya and other Indian saints, essentially religious and yet broad-minded in his search for self-realization. He had even met Muslim and Christian mystics, some of whom lived with him for some time. He settled down at Dakshineshwar near Calcutta, and his extraordinary personality and character gradually attracted attention. People who went to visit him, and some who were even inclined to scoff at the simple man of faith, were powerfully influenced, and many who had been completely westernized felt there was something they had missed. Stressing the essentials of religious faith, he linked up the various aspects of the Hindu religion and philosophy and seemed to represent all of them in his own person. Indeed, he brought within his fold other religions also. Opposed to all sectarianism, he emphasized that all roads lead to truth. He was like some of the saints we read about in the past records of Asia and Europe, difficult to understand in the context of modern life, and yet fitting into India's many-colored pattern and accepted and revered by many of her people as a man with a touch of divine fire about him. His personality impressed itself on all who saw him, and many who never saw him have been influenced by the story of his life. Among these latter is Romain Rolland, who has written a story of his life and that of his chief disciple, Swami Vivekananda. Vivekananda, together with his brother's disciples, founded the non-sectarian Ramakrishna mission of service. Rooted in the past and full of pride in India's heritage, Vivekananda was yet modern in his approach to life's problems and was a kind of a bridge between the past of India and her present. He was a powerful orator in Bengali and English and a graceful writer of Bengali prose and poetry. He was a fine figure of a man, imposing, full of poise and dignity, sure of himself and his mission, and at the same time full of a dynamic, fiery energy and a passion to push India forward. He came as a tonic to the depressed and demoralized Hindu mind and gave it self-reliance and some roots in the past. He attended the Parliament of Religions in Chicago in 1893, spent over a year in USA, traveled across Europe, going as far as Athens and Constantinople, and visited Egypt, China, and Japan. Wherever he went, he created a minor sensation
not only by his presence, but by what he said and how he said it. Having seen this, Hindu sannyasi, once it was difficult to forget him or his message. In America, he was called the cyclonic Hindu. He was himself greatly influenced by his travels in Western countries. He admired British perseverance and the vitality and the spirit of equality of the American people. America is the best field in the world to carry on any idea, he wrote to a friend in India. But he was not impressed by the manifestations of religion in the West, and his faith in the Indian philosophical and spiritual background became firmer. India, in spite of her degradation, still represented to him the light. He preached the monism of the Advaita philosophy of the Vedanta and was convinced that only this could be the future religion of thinking humanity. For the Vedanta was not only spiritual but rational and in harmony with scientific investigations of external nature. This universe has not been created by any extra cosmic god, nor is it the work of any outside genius. Existence, the Brahma, the Vedanta ideal, was of the solidarity of man and his inborn divine nature. To see God in man is the real God vision. Man is the greatest of all beings. But the abstract Vedanta must become living, poetic in everyday life. Out of the hopeless, intricate mythology must come the concrete moral forms. And out of bewildering yogism must come the scientific and practical psychology. India had fallen because she had narrowed herself and gone into her shell and lost touch with other nations, and thus sunk into a state of mummified and crystallized civilization. Caste, which was necessary and desirable in its early forms and meant to develop individuality and freedom, had become a monstrous degradation, the opposite of what it was meant to be, and had crushed the masses. Caste was a form of social organization, which was and should be kept separate from religion. Social organizations should change with the changing times. Passionately, Vivekananda condemned the meaningless metaphysical discussions and arguments about ceremonials, and especially the touch-me-notism of the upper caste. Our religion is in the kitchen, our God is in the cooking pot, and our religion is, don't touch me, I'm holy. He kept away from politics and disapproved of the politicians of his day. But again and again, he laid stress on the necessity for liberty and equality and the raising of the masses. Liberty of thought and action is the only condition of life, of growth and well-being. Where it does not exist, the man, the race, the nation must go. The only hope of India is from the masses. The upper classes are physically and morally dead. He wanted to combine Western progress with India's spiritual background. Make a European society with India's religion. Become an Occidental of Occidentals in your spirit of equality, freedom, work, and energy, and at the same time a Hindu to the very backbone in religious culture and instincts. Progressively, Vivekananda grew more international in outlook. Even in politics and sociology, problems that were only national 20 years ago can no longer be solved on national grounds only. They are assuming huge proportions, gigantic shapes. They can only be solved when looked at in the broader light of international grounds. International organizations, international combinations, international laws are the cry of the day. That shows solidarity. In science, every day they are coming to a similar broad view of matter. And again, there cannot be any progress without the whole world following in the wake, and it is becoming every day clearer that a solution of any problem can never be attained on racial or national or narrow grounds. Every idea has to become broad till it covers the whole of this world. Every aspiration must go on increasing till it has engulfed the whole of humanity, nay, the whole of life, or within its scope. All this fitted in with Vivekananda's view of the Vedanta philosophy, and he preached this from end to end of India. I am thoroughly convinced that no individual or nation can live by holding itself apart from the community of others, and wherever such an attempt has been made under the false ideas of greatness, policy, or holiness, the result has always been disastrous to the secluding one. The fact of our isolation from all the other nations of the world is the cause of our degradation, and its only remedy is getting back into the current of the rest and of the world. Motion is the sign of life. He once wrote, I am a socialist, not because I think it is a perfect system, but a half a loaf is better than no bread. The other systems have been tried and found wanting. Let this one be tried, if for nothing else, for the novelty of the thing. Vivekananda spoke of many things, but the one constant refrain of his speech was no miserable sinner, but a part of divinity. Why should he be afraid of anything? If there is sin in the world, it is weakness. Avoid all weakness. Weakness is sin, weakness is death. That had been the great lesson of the Upanishads. Fear breeds evil, and weeping and wailing. There had been enough of that, enough of softness. What our country now wants are muscles of iron and nerves of steel and gigantic wills which nothing can resist, which can penetrate into the mysteries and the secrets of the universe and will accomplish their purpose in any fashion, even if it meant going down to the bottom of the ocean and meeting death face to face. He condemned occultism and mysticism, these creepy things. There may be great truths in them, but they have nearly destroyed us. And here is the test of truth. Anything that makes you weak physically, intellectually, and spiritually, reject as poison. There's no life in it. It cannot be true. Truth is strengthening. Truth is purity. Truth is all knowledge. These mysticisms, in spite of some grains of truth in them, are generally weakening. Go back to your Upanishads, the shining, the strengthening, the bright philosophy, and depart from all these mysterious things, all these weakening things. Take up this philosophy. The great truths are the simplest thing in the world. So, Vivekananda thundered from Cape Comorin on the southern tip of India to the Himalayas, and he wore himself out in the process, dying in 1902 when he was 39 years of age. A contemporary of Vivekananda, and yet belonging much more to latter generation, was Rabindranath Tagore. The Tagore family had played a leading part in various reform movements in Bengal, and during the 19th century, there were men of spiritual stature in it, and fine writers and artists, but Rabindranath towered above them all. Indeed, all over India, his position gradually became one of unchallenged supremacy. His long life of creative activity covered 2 entire generations. He seems almost of our present day. He was no politician, but he was too sensitive and devoted to the freedom of the Indian people to remain always in his ivory tower of poetry and song. Again and again he stepped out of it when he could tolerate some development no longer, and in prophetic language warned the British government or his own people. He played a prominent part in the Swadeshi movement that swept Bengal in the first decade of the 20th century, and again when he gave up his knighthood at the time of the Amritsar massacre. His constructive work in the field of education, quietly begun, has already made Shantiniketan one of the focal points of Indian culture. His influence over the mind of India, and especially of successive rising generation, has been tremendous. Not Bengalis only, the language in which he himself wrote, but all the modern languages of India have been molded partly by his writings. More than any other Indian, he has helped to bring into harmony the ideals of the East and the West and broaden the basis of Indian nationalism. He has been India's internationalist par excellence, believing and working for international cooperation, taking India's message to other countries, bringing their message to his own people. And yet, with all his internationalism, his feet have always been planted firmly on Indian soil, and his mind has been saturated with the wisdom of the Upanishads. Contrary to the usual course of development, as he grew older, he became more radical in his outlook and views. Strong individualist as he was, he became an admirer of the great achievements of the Russian Revolution, especially in the spread of education, culture, health, and the spirit of equality. Nationalism is a narrowing creed, and nationalism in conflict with a dominating imperialism produces all manner of frustrations and complexes. It was Tagore's immense service to India, as it had been Gandhi's, in a different plane, that he forced the people in some measure out of their narrow grooves of thought and made them think of broader issues affecting humanity. Tagore was the great humanist of India. Tagore and Gandhi have undoubtedly been the two outstanding, dominating figures of India in the first half of the 20th century. It is instructive to compare and contrast them. No two persons could be so different from one another in their makeup or temperaments. Tagore, the aristocratic artist turned democrat with proletarian sympathies, represented essentially the cultural tradition of India, the tradition of accepting life in the fullness thereof and going through it with song and dance. Gandhi, more of a man of the people, almost the embodiment of the Indian peasant, represented the other ancient Indian tradition of India, that of renunciation and asceticism. And yet Tagore was primarily the man of thought, Gandhi of concentrated and ceaseless activity. But in their different ways had a world outlook, and both were at the same time wholly Indian. They seemed to present different but harmonious aspects of India and to complement one another. Tagore and Gandhi bring us to our present age, but we are considering an earlier period and the effect produced on the people, especially the Hindus, by the stress laid by Vivekananda and others on the past greatness of India and their pride in it. Vivekananda himself was careful to warn people not to dwell too much on the past, but to look to the future. "When, O Lord," he wrote, "shall our country be free from this eternal dwelling upon the past?" But he himself and others had evoked the past, and there was a glamour in it and no getting away from it. This looking back to the past and finding comfort and sustenance there was helped by a renewed study of ancient literature and history, and later by the story of Indian colonies in the Eastern Sea as this unfolded itself. Miss Annie Besant was a powerful influence in adding to the confidence of the Hindu middle classes in their spiritual and national heritage. There was a spiritual and religious element about all this, and yet there was a strong political background to it. The rising middle classes were politically inclined and were not so much in search of a religion, but they wanted some cultural root to cling on to, something that gave them assurance of their own worth, something that would reduce the sense of frustration and humiliation that a foreign conquest and the rule had produced. In every country with a growing nationalism, there is this surge apart from religion, this tendency to go to the past. Iran, without in any way weakening its religious faith, has deliberately gone back to its pre-Islamic days of greatness and utilized this memory to strengthen its present-day nationalism. So also in other countries, the past of India, with all its cultural variety and greatness, was a common heritage of all the Indian people. Hindu, Muslim, Christian, and others, and their ancestors had helped to build it. The fact of subsequent conversions to other faiths did not deprive them of this heritage, just as the Greeks, after their conversion to Christianity, did not lose their pride in the mighty achievements of their ancestors, or the Italians, the great days of the Roman Republic and early empire. If all the people of India had been converted to Islam or Christianity, her cultural heritage would still have remained to inspire them and given them that poise and dignity which a long record of civilized existence, with all its mental struggles with the problems of life, gives a people. If we had been an independent nation, all of us in this country working together in the present for a common future would no doubt have looked to our common past with equal pride. Indeed, during the Mughal period, the emperors and their chief associates, newcomers as they were, wanted to identify themselves with the past and to share it with others. But the accidents and process of history, helped no doubt by man's policy and weakness, worked differently, and the changes which came prevented normal development. One would have expected that the new middle class, which was the product of the impact from the West and of technological and economic changes, would have a common background in Hindu and Muslim alike. To some extent, this was, and yet differences arose which were not present or were present in far lesser degree in the feudal and semi-feudal classes and the masses. The Hindu and Muslim masses were hardly distinguishable from each other, and the old aristocracy had developed common ways and standards. They yet followed a common culture and had common custom and festivals. The middle classes began to diverge psychologically and later in other ways. To begin with, the new middle classes were almost absent among the Muslims. Their avoidance of Western education, their keeping away from trade and industry, and their adherence to feudal ways gave a start to the Hindus, which they profited by and retained. The British policy was inclined to be pro-Hindu and anti-Muslim, except in Punjab, where Muslims took more easily to Western education than elsewhere. But the Hindus had got a big start long before British took possession of Punjab. Even in Punjab, though the conditions were more equal for Hindus and Muslims, the Hindus had an economic advantage. Anti-foreign sentiment was shared alike by the Hindu and Muslim aristocracy and the masses. The revolt of 1857 was a joint affair, but in its suppression, Muslims felt strongly and to some extent rightly that they were the greater sufferers. This revolt also put an end finally to any dreams or fantasies of the revival of the Delhi Empire. That empire had vanished long ago, even before the British arrived upon the scene. The Marathas had smashed it and controlled Delhi itself. Ranjit Singh ruled in Punjab. Mughal rule had ended in naught without any intervention of the British, and in the south also it had disintegrated. Yet the shadow emperor sat in the Delhi palace, and though he had become a dependent and pensioner of the Marathas, the British successively, and still he was a symbol of a famous dynasty. Inevitably, during the revolt, the rebels tried to take advantage of this symbol in spite of his weakness and unwillingness. The ending of the revolt meant also the smashing of the symbol. As people recovered slowly from the horror of the mutiny days, there was a blank in their minds and a vacuum which sought for something to fill it. Of necessity, British rule had to be accepted, but the break with the past had brought something more than a new government. It had brought doubt and confusion and a loss of faith in themselves that the break indeed had come long before the mutiny and had led to the many movements of thought in Bengal and elsewhere to which I have already referred. But the Muslims generally had then retired into their shells far more than Hindus, avoided Western education, and lived in daydreams of restoration of the old order. There could be no more dreaming now, but there had to be something to which they could cling on. They still kept away from the new education. Gradually, and after much debate and difficulty, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan turned their minds towards English education and started the Aligarh College. That was the only avenue leading to government service, and the lure of that service proved powerful enough to overcome old resentments and prejudices. The fact that Hindus had gone far ahead in education and service was disliked and proved a powerful argument to do likewise. Parsis and Hindus were also going ahead in industry, but the Muslim attention was directed to government service alone. But even this new direction to their activities, which was really confined to comparatively few, did not resolve the doubt and confusion of their minds. Hindus, in like straits, had looked back and sought consolation in ancient times. Old philosophy, literature, art, and history had brought some comfort. Ram Mohan Roy, Dayananda, Vivekananda, and others had started new movements of thought, and while they drank from the rich streams of English literature, their minds were also full of ancient sages and heroes of India, their thoughts and deeds, and of the myths and tradition which they had imbibed from their childhood. Much of this was common to the Muslim masses, who were well acquainted with these traditions, but it began to be felt, especially for the Muslim upper class, that it was not quite proper for them to associate themselves with these semi-religious traditions, that any encouragement of them would be against the spirit of Islam. They searched for their national roots elsewhere, and to some extent they found them in the Afghan and the Mughal periods of India. But this was not quite enough to fill the vacuum. Those periods were common for Hindus and Muslims alike, and the sense of foreign intrusion had disappeared from Hindu minds. The Mughal rulers were looked upon as Indian national rulers, though in the case of Aurangzeb there was a difference of opinion. It is significant that Akbar, who the Hindus especially admired, had not been approved of in recent years by some Muslims. Last year, the 400th anniversary of his birth was celebrated in India. All classes of people, including many Muslims, joined, but the Muslim League kept aloof because Akbar was a symbol of India's unity. This search for cultural roots led Indian Muslims, that is, some of them of the middle class, to Islamic history and to the periods when Islam was a conquering and creative force in Baghdad, Spain, Constantinople, Central Asia, and elsewhere. They had always been interested in this history and some contacts with neighboring Islamic countries. There was also the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca, which brought Muslims from various countries together, but all such contacts were limited and superficial and did not really affect the general outlook of Indian Muslims, which was confined to India. The Afghan kings of Delhi, especially Muhammad Tughlaq, had acknowledged the Caliph at Cairo. The Ottoman emperors at Constantinople subsequently became Caliphs, but they were not recognized as such in India. The Mughal emperors in India recognized no Khalifa or spiritual superiors outside India. It was only after the collapse of the Mughal power early in the 19th century that the name of the Turkish Sultan began to be mentioned in the Indian mosques. This practice was confirmed after the mutiny. Thus, the Indian Muslims sought to derive some psychological satisfaction from a contemplation of Islam's past greatness, chiefly in other countries, and in the fact of the continuance of Turkey as an independent Muslim power, practically the only one left. This feeling was not opposed to or in conflict with Indian nationalism. Indeed, many Hindus admired and were well acquainted with Islamic history. They sympathized with Turkey because they considered Turks as Asiatic victims of European aggression. Yet, that emphasis was different, and in their case, that feeling did not supply a psychological need as it did in the case of the Muslims. After the mutiny, the Indian Muslims had hesitated which way to turn. The British government had deliberately repressed them to an even greater degree than it had repressed the Hindus, and this repression had especially affected those sections of Muslims from which the new middle class, the bourgeoisie, might have been drawn. They felt down and out and were intensely anti-British as well as conservative. British policy towards them underwent a gradual change in the 70s and became more favorable. This change was essentially due to the policy of balance and counterpoise which the British government had consistently pursued. Still, in the process, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan played an important part. He was convinced that he could only raise the Muslims through cooperation with the British authorities. He was anxious to make them accept English education and thus to draw them out of their conservative shells. He had been much impressed by what he had seen of European civilization, and indeed some of his letters from Europe indicate that he was so dazed that he had rather lost his balance. Sir Syed was an ardent reformer, and he wanted to reconcile modern scientific thought with Islam. This was to be done, of course, not by attacking any basic belief, but by a rationalistic interpretation of Scripture. He pointed out the basic similarities between Islam and Christianity. He attacked further the seclusion of women among the Muslims. He was opposed to any allegiance to the Turkish Caliphate. Above all, he was anxious to push a new type of education. The beginnings of the national movement frightened him, for he thought that any opposition to British authorities would deprive him of their help in his educational program. That help appeared to him to be essential, so he tried to tone down anti-British sentiments among Muslims and tried to turn them away from National Congress, which was taking shape then. One of the declared objects of Aligarh College he founded was to make Mussulmans of India worthy and useful subjects of the British Crown. He was not opposed to the National Congress because he considered it predominantly a Hindu organization. He opposed it because he thought it was politically too aggressive, though it was mild enough in those days, and he wanted British help and cooperation. He tried to show that the Muslims as a whole had not rebelled during the mutiny, and that many had remained loyal to British power. He was in no way anti-Hindu or communally separatist. Repeatedly, he emphasized that religious differences should have no political or national significance. "Do you not inhabit the same land?" he said. "Remember that the words Hindu and Mohammedan are only meant for religious distinction. Otherwise, all persons, whether Hindu or Mohammedan or even the Christian who reside in this country, are all, in this particular respect, belonging to one and the same nation." Sir Syed Ahmad Khan's influence was confined to certain sections of the upper classes among the Muslims. He did not touch the urban or rural masses. These masses were almost completely cut off from their upper classes, and were far nearer to the Hindu masses. While some among the Muslim upper classes were descendants of the ruling groups during Mughal times, the masses had no such background or tradition. Most of them had been converted from the lowest strata of Hindu society and were most unhappily situated, being among the poorest and the most exploited. Sir Syed had a number of able and notable colleagues. In his rationalistic approach, he was supported, among others, by Syed Chirag Ali and Nawab Mohsin-ul-Mulk. His educational activities attracted Munshi Karamat Ali, Munshi Zakula of Delhi, Dr. Nazir Ahmad, Maulana Shibli Nomani, and the poet Hali, who is one of the outstanding figures of Urdu literature. Sir Syed succeeded insofar as the beginnings of English education among the Muslims were concerned, and in diverting the Muslim mind from the political movement. A Mohammedan educational conference was started, and this attracted the rising Muslim middle class in the professions and services. Nonetheless, many prominent Muslims joined the National Congress. British policy became definitely pro-Muslim, or rather in favor of those elements among Muslims who were opposed to the national movement. But early in the 20th century, the tendency towards nationalism and political activity became more noticeable among the younger generations of Muslims. To divert this and provide a safe channel for it, the Muslim League was started in 1906 under the inspiration of the British government and the leadership of one of its chief supporters, the Aga Khan. The League had two principal objects: loyalty to the British government and safeguarding of Muslim interests. It is worth noting that during the post-mutiny period, all the leading men among the Indian Muslims, including Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, were products of the old traditional education. Although some of them added knowledge of English later and were influenced by new ideas, the new Western education had yet produced no notable figure among them. The leading poet in Urdu and one of the outstanding figures of the century in India was Ghalib, who was in his prime before the mutiny. In the early years of the 20th century, there were two trends among the Muslim intelligentsia. One, chiefly among the younger element, was towards nationalism, and the other was a deviation from India's past and even to some extent her present and greater interest in Islamic countries, especially Turkey, the seat of the Khilafat. The pan-Islamic movement, encouraged by Sultan Abdul Hamid of Turkey, had found some response in the upper strata of Indian Muslims, and yet Sir Syed had opposed this and written against Indians interesting themselves in Turkey and the Sultanate. The Young Turk movement produced mixed reactions. It was looked upon with some suspicion by most Muslims in India to begin with, and there was general sympathy for the Sultan, who was considered a bulwark against the intrigues of European powers in Turkey. But there were others among them. Abdul Kalam Azad, who eagerly welcomed the young Turks and the promise of constitutional and social reform they brought, when Italy suddenly attacked Turkey in the Tripoli War of 1911 and subsequently during the Balkans War of 1912 and 1913. An astonishing wave of sympathy for Turkey roused Indian Muslims, and all Indians felt the sympathy and anxiety. But in the case of Muslims, this was keener and something almost personal. The last remaining Muslim power was threatened with extinction. The sheet anchor of their faith and future was destroyed. Mr. M.A. Ansari, leading a strong medical mission to Turkey and even the poor, prescribed. The money came more rapidly than for any proposal for the uplift of Indian Muslims themselves. World War I was a time of trial for Muslims because Turkey was on the other side. They felt helpless and could do nothing. When the war ended, their pent-up feelings were to break out in the Khilafat movement. In the year 1912 was notable also in the development of the Muslim mind in India because of the appearance of two new weeklies, Al-Hilal in Urdu and the Comrade in English. Al-Hilal was started by Abul Kalam Azad, the present Congress president, a brilliant young man of 24 who had received his early education in Al-Azhar University of Cairo, and yet in his teens had become well known for his Arabic and Persian scholarship and deep learning. To this he added a knowledge of the Islamic world outside India and of the reform movements that were coursing through it, as well as of European developments. Rationalist in outlook and yet profoundly versed in Islamic lore and history, he interpreted scriptures from a rationalist point of view. Soaked in Islamic tradition and with many personal contacts with prominent Muslim leaders and reformers in Egypt, Turkey, Syria, Palestine, Iraq, and Iran, he was powerfully affected by political and cultural developments in these countries. Because of his writings, he was known in the Islamic countries probably more than any other Indian Muslim. The wars in which Turkey became involved aroused his interest and sympathy. And yet his approach was different from that of the old Muslim leaders. He had a wider and more rationalist outlook which kept him away from the feudal and narrowly religious and separatist approach of the older leaders, and inevitably made him an Indian nationalist. He had himself seen nationalism grow in Turkey and the other Islamic countries, and he applied the knowledge to India and saw in India the nationalist movement with a similar development. Other Muslims in India were hardly aware of these movements elsewhere and wrapped up in their own feudal atmosphere and had little appreciation of what was happening there. They thought in religious terms only, and if they sympathized with Turkey, it was chiefly because of that religious bond. In spite of that intense sympathy, they were not in tune with the nationalist and rather secular movements in Turkey. Abul Kalam Azad spoke in a new language to them in his weekly Al-Hilal, and it was not only a new language in thought and approach, even its texture was different for Azad's style was tense and virile, though sometimes a little difficult because of its Persian background. He used new phrases for new ideas and was a definite indulgence in giving shape to the Urdu language as it is today. The older conservative leaders among the Muslims did not react favorably to all this and criticized Azad's opinion and approach. Yet, not even the most learned of them could easily meet Azad in debate and argument, even on the basis of scripture and old tradition, for Azad's knowledge of these happened to be greater than theirs. He was a strange mixture of medieval scholasticism, 18th century rationalism, and modern outlook. There were few among the older generation who approved of Azad's writing, among them learned being Maulana Shibli Nomani, who had himself visited Turkey and who had been associated with Sir Syed Ahmad Khan in Aligarh College. The tradition of Aligarh College was, however, different and conservative, both politically and socially. Its trustees came from among princes and big landlords, typically representatives of the feudal order. Under a succession of English principles, closely associated with government circles, it had fostered separatist tendencies and an anti-nationalist and anti-Congress outlook. The chief aim kept before its students was to enter government service in the subordinate ranks, for that a pro-government attitude was necessary and no truck with nationalism and sedition. The Aligarh College group had become leaders of the new Muslim intelligentsia and influenced sometimes openly, more often from behind the scenes, almost every Muslim movement. The Muslim League came into existence largely through their effort. The Abul Kalam Azad attacked the stronghold of conservatism and anti-nationalism and did not directly, but by spreading ideas which undermined the Aligarh tradition. This very youthful writer and journalist caused a sensation in Muslim intellectual circles, and though the elders frowned upon him, his words created a ferment in the minds of the younger generation. That ferment had already started because of events in Turkey, Egypt, and Iran, as well as the development of the Indian nationalist movement. Azad gave a definite trend to it by pointing out that there was no conflict between Islam and sympathy for Islamic countries and Indian nationalism. This helped in bringing the Muslim League nearer to Congress. Azad had himself joined the League whilst yet a boy at its first session in 1906. The Al-Hilal was not approved of by the representatives of the British government. Securities were demanded from it under the Press Act, and ultimately its press was confiscated in 1914. Thus ended the Al-Hilal after a brief existence of 2 years. Azad thereupon brought out another weekly, the Al-Balag, but this too ended in 1916 when Azad was interned by the British government. For nearly 4 years he was kept in internment, and when he came out at last, he took his place immediately among the leaders of the National Congress. Ever since then, he has been continuously in the highest Congress executive, looked upon in spite of his youthful years as one of the elders of the Congress, whose advice both in national and political matters as well as in regard to the communal and minority question is highly valued. Twice he had been the Congress president, and repeatedly he has spent long terms in prison. The other weekly that was started in 1912, some months before the Al-Hilal, was the Comrade. This was in English, and its influence, especially for the English-educated generation of Muslims. It was edited by Maulana Muhammad Ali, who was an odd mixture of Islamic tradition and an Oxford education. He began as an ardent of the Aligarh tradition and was opposed to any aggressive politics. But he was far too able and a dynamic personality to remain confined in that static framework, and his language was always vigorous and striking. The annulment of the partition of Bengal in 1911 had given him a shock, and his faith in the bona fides of the British government had been shaken. The Balkan Wars moved him, and he wrote passionately in the favor of Turkey and the Islamic tradition it presented. Progressively, he grew more anti-British, and the entry of Turkey in World War I completed the process. A famous and enormously long article of his speech and writings did not err on the side of brevity or conciseness, in the Comrade, entitled "The Choice of the Turks," put an end to the Comrade, which was stopped by the government. Soon after, the government arrested him and his brother Shaukat Ali and interned them for the duration of the war, and a year after, they were released at the end of 1919, and both immediately joined the National Congress. The Ali brothers played a very prominent part in the Khilafat agitation and in Congress politics in the early 20s and suffered prisons for it. The Muhammad Ali presided over annual session of the Congress and for many years a member of its highest executive committee. He died in 1930. The change that took place in Muhammad Ali was symbolic of the changing mentality of Indian Muslims. Even the Muslim League found it to isolate the Muslims from nationalist currents and completely controlled by the reactionary and semi-feudal elements, was forced to recognize the pressures from the younger generation. It was drifting though somewhat unwillingly, with the tide of nationalism and coming nearer to the Congress. In 1913, it changed its creed of loyalty to government to a demand for self-government for India. Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad had advocated this change in his forceful writings in the Al-Hilal. The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. Chapter 7. Kamal Pasha, Nationalism in Asia, Iqbal. Kamal Pasha was a naturally popular person in India with Muslims and Hindus alike. He had not only rescued Turkey from foreign domination and disruption, but had foiled the machinations of European imperialist powers, especially England. But as the Ataturk's policy unfolded itself, his lack of religion, his abolition of the Sultanate and Caliphate, the building of a secular state, and his disbandment of religious order, that popularity waned so far as the more orthodox Muslims were concerned, and a silent resentment against his modernist policies rose among them. This very policy, however, made him more popular among the younger generations of both Hindus and Muslims. The Ataturk partly destroyed the dream structure that had gradually grown up in the Indian Muslim mind ever since the days of the mutiny. Again, a kind of vacuum was created. Many Muslims filled this vacuum by joining the nationalist movement. Many had, of course, already joined it previously. Others stood aloof, hesitant and doubtful. The real conflict was between feudal modes of thought and modern tendencies. The feudal leadership had for the moment been swept away by the mass Caliphate movement, but that movement itself had no solid basis in the social and economic condition or in the needs of the masses. It had its center elsewhere, and when the core itself was eliminated by the Ataturk, the superstructure collapsed, leaving the Muslim masses bewildered and disinclined to any political action. The old feudal leaders who had lain low crept back into prominence, helped by the British policy which had always supported them. But they could not come back to their old position of unquestioned leadership, for conditions had changed. The Muslims were also throwing up, rather belatedly, a middle class, and the very experience of a mass political movement under the leadership of the National Congress had made a vital difference. Though the mentality of the Muslims and the new growing middle class was shaped essentially by events, Sir Muhammad Iqbal played an important part in influencing the later and especially the younger generations. The masses were hardly affected by him. Iqbal had begun by writing powerful nationalist poems in Urdu, which had become very popular. During the Balkan Wars, he turned to Islamic subjects. He was influenced by circumstances then prevailing and the mass feeling among Muslims, and he himself influenced and added to the intensity of these sentiments. Yet, he was very far from being a mass leader. He was a poet and an intellectual and a philosopher with affiliations to the old feudal order. He came from Kashmiri Brahmin stock. He supplied in fine poetry, which was written both in Persian and Urdu, a philosophic background to the Muslim intelligentsia, and thus diverted its mind in a separatist direction. His popularity was no doubt due to the quality of his poetry, but even more so it was due to his having fulfilled a need when the Muslim mind was searching for some anchor to hold on to. The old pan-Islamic ideal had ceased to have any meaning. There was no Caliphate, and every Islamic country, Turkey most of all, was intensely nationalist,
caring little for other Islamic people. Nationalism was in fact the dominant force in Asia as elsewhere. And in India, the nationalist movement had grown powerful and challenged British rule repeatedly. That nationalism had a strong appeal to the Muslim mind in India, and large numbers of Muslims had played a leading part in the struggle for freedom. Yet, Indian nationalism was dominated by Hindus and had a Hinduized look. So, a conflict arose in the Muslim mind, and many accepted that nationalism, trying to influence it in the direction of their choice. Many sympathized with it and yet remained aloof, uncertain, and yet many others began to drift in a separatist direction for which Iqbal's poetic and philosophic approach had prepared them. Thus, I imagine, was the background out of which, in recent years, arose the cry for a division of India. There were many reasons, many contributory causes, errors and mistakes on every side, and especially the deliberate separatist policy of the British government. But behind all these was this psychological background which itself was produced, apart from certain historical causes, by the delay in the development of a Muslim middle class in India. Essentially, the internal conflict in India, apart from the nationalist struggle against foreign domination, is between the remnants of the feudal order and modernist ideas and institutions. The conflict exists on a national plane as well as within each group, Hindu, Muslim, and others. The national movement, as represented essentially by the National Congress, undoubtedly represents the historic process of growth towards these new ideas and institutions, though it tries to adapt to these some of the old foundations. Because of this, it has attracted to its fold all manner of people, differing widely among themselves. On the Hindu side, an exclusive and rigid social order has come in the way of growth, and what is more, frightened other groups. But this social order has been undermined and is fast losing its rigidity, and in any event is not strong enough to obstruct the growth of the nationalist movement in its widest political and social sense, which has developed enough impetus to go ahead in spite of obstacles. On the Muslim side, feudal elements have continued to be strong and have usually succeeded in imposing their leadership on the masses. There has been a difference of a generation or more in the development of the Hindu and Muslim middle classes, and the difference continues to show itself in many directions, political, economic, and others. It is this lag which produces a psychology of fear among the Muslims. Pakistan, the proposal to divide India, however much it may appeal emotionally to some, is of course no solution for this backwardness, and it is much more likely to strengthen the hold of feudal elements for some time longer and delay the economic progress of Muslims. Iqbal was one of the early advocates of Pakistan, and yet he appears to have realized its inherent danger and absurdity. Edward Thompson has written
that in the course of a conversation, Iqbal told him that he had advocated Pakistan because of his position as a president of the Muslim League session, but he felt sure that it would be injurious to India as a whole and to Muslims especially. Probably he had changed his mind, or he had not given much thought to the question previously, as it had assumed no importance then. His whole outlook on life does not fit in with the subsequent developments of the idea of Pakistan or division of India. During his last years, Iqbal turned more and more towards socialism. The great progress that Soviet Russia had made attracted him. Even his poetry took a different turn. A few months before his death, as he lay on his sick bed, he sent for me, and I gladly obeyed the summons. As I talked to him about many things, I felt that how much we had in common, in spite of differences, and how easy it would be to get on with him. He was in a reminiscent mood and wandered from one subject to another, and as I listened to him talking little myself, I admired him and his poetry, and it pleased me greatly to feel that he liked me and had a good opinion of me. Little before I left him, he said to me, "What is there in common between Jinnah and you? He is a politician. You are a patriot." I hope there is still much in common between Mr. Jinnah and me. As for my being a patriot, I do not know that this is a particular qualification these days, at least in the limited sense of the word. Greatly attached as I am to India, I have long felt that something more than national attachment is necessary for us in order to understand and solve even our own problems, and much more so those of the world as a whole. But Iqbal was certainly right in holding that I was not much of a politician, although politics had seized me and made me their victim. Heavy industry begins. Tilak and Gokhale, separate electorates. In my desire to explore the background of Hindu-Muslim problems and understand what lay behind the new demand for Pakistan and separation, I have jumped over half a century. During this period, many changes came, not so much in the external apparatus of government as in the temper of the people. Some trivial constitutional developments took place, and these are often paraded, but they made no difference whatsoever to the authoritarian and all-pervasive character of British rule. Nor did they touch the problems of poverty and unemployment. In 1911, Jamshedji Tata laid the foundations of heavy industry in India by starting steel and ironworks in what came to be known as Jamshedpur. Government looked with disfavor on this and other attempts to start industries and in no way encouraged them. It was clearly with American expert help that the steel industry was started. It had a precarious childhood, but the war of 1914 to 1918 came to its help. Again, it languished and was in danger of passing into the hands of British debenture holders, but nationalist pressure saved it. An industrial proletariat was growing up in India. It was unorganized and helpless, and the terribly low standards of peasantry from which it came prevented wage increases and improvements. So far as unskilled labor was concerned, there were many millions of unemployed persons who could be drawn upon, and no strike could succeed in their conditions. In these conditions, the first Trade Union Congress was organized around 1920. The numbers of this new proletariat were not sufficient to make any difference to the Indian political scene. There were bucketful in a sea of peasants and workers on the land. In the 20s, the voice of industrial labor began to be heard. But it was feeble. It might have been ignored but for the fact that the Russian Revolution had forced people to attach importance to the industrial proletariat. Some big and well-organized strikes also compelled attention. The peasant, though he was everywhere, and his problem was the supreme problem of India, was even more silent and forgotten by the political leaders and government alike. The early stages of the political movement were dominated by the ideological urges of upper middle classes, chiefly the professional classes and those looking forward to a place in the administrative machine. With the coming of age of the National Congress, which had been founded in 1885, a new type of leadership appeared, more aggressive and defiant, and representing the much larger numbers of the lower middle classes, as well as students and young men. The powerful agitation against the partition of Bengal had thrown up many able and aggressive leaders there of this type. But the real symbol of the new age was Bal Gangadhar Tilak from Maharashtra. The old leadership was represented also by a Maratha, a very able and a younger man, Gopal Krishna Gokhale. Revolutionary slogans were in the air, tempers ran high, and conflict was inevitable. To avoid this old patriarch of Congress, Dadabhai Nauroji, universally respected and regarded as the father of the country, was brought out of his retirement. The respite was brief, and in 1907 the clash came, resulting apparently in a victory for the old moderate section. But this had been won because of organizational control and then narrow franchise of the Congress. There was no doubt that the vast majority of politically minded people in India favored Tilak and his group. The Congress lost much of its importance and interest shifted to other activities. Terroristic activities appeared in Bengal. Examples set by Russian and Irish revolutionaries was being followed. Muslim young men were also being affected by these revolutionary ideas. The Aligarh College had tried to check this tendency, and now, under the government inspiration, the Aga Khan and others started the Muslim League to provide a political platform for the Muslims and thus keep them away from Congress. More important still, and of vital significance to India's future development, it was decided to introduce separate electorates for Muslims. Henceforward, Muslims could only stand for elections and be elected by separate Muslim electorates. A political barrier was created around them, isolating them from the rest of India and reversing the unifying and amalgamating process which had been going on for centuries, and which was inevitably being speeded up by the technological developments. This barrier was a small one at first, for the electorates were very limited, but with every extension of the franchise it grew and affected the whole structure of the public and social life like some canker which corrupted the entire system. It poisoned municipal and local self-government, and ultimately it led to fantastic divisions. There came into existence much later separate Muslim trade unions and student organizations and merchant chambers. Because the Muslims were backward in all these activities, these organizations were not real organic growth from below, but were artificially created from above, and their leadership was held by the old semi-feudal type of person. Thus, to some extent, the Muslim middle classes and even the masses were isolated from the currents of growth which were influencing the rest of India. There were vested interests enough in India created or preserved by the British government. Now, an additional and powerful vested interest was created by separate electorates. It was not a temporary evil which tended to fade away with developing political consciousness. Nurtured by official policy, it grew and spread and obscured the real problem before the country, whether political, social, or economic. It created divisions and ill feeling, and where there had been none previously, it actually weakened the favored group by increasing a tendency to depend on artificial props and not to think in terms of self-reliance. The obvious policy in dealing with groups or minorities which were backward educationally and economically was to help them in every way to grow and make up these deficiencies, especially by a forward educational policy. Nothing of this kind was done either for the Muslims or for other backward minorities or for the depressed classes who needed it most. The whole argument centered in petty appointments in subordinate public services instead of raising standards all around. Merit was often sacrificed. Separate electorates thus weakened the groups that were already weak or backward. They encouraged separatist tendencies and prevented the growth of national unity. They were the negation of democracy. They created new vested interests of the most reactionary kind. They lowered standards and they diverted attention from the real economic problems of the country which were common to all. These electorates, first introduced among the Muslims, spread to other minorities and groups till India became a mosaic of these separate compartments. Possibly they may have done some good for a little while, though I'm unable to spot it. But undoubtedly the injury they've caused to every department of Indian life has been prodigious. Out of them have grown all manner of separatist tendencies, and finally the demand for a splitting up of India. Lord Morley was the Secretary of State for India, and when these separate electorates were introduced, he resisted them, but ultimately agreed under the pressure from the Viceroy. He has pointed out in his diary the dangers inherent in such a method and how they would inevitably delay the development of representative institutions. Probably this was exactly what the Viceroy and his colleagues intended. In the Montagu-Chelmsford report on the Indian Constitutional Reform 1918, the dangers of these communal electorates were again emphasized. Divisions by creeds and classes means the creation of political camps organized against each other and teaches men to think as partisans and not as citizens. We regard any system of communal electorates, therefore, as a very serious hindrance to the development of the self-governing principle. End of Chapter 7, The Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru, a recording for Vox Olympia. The Discovery of India. The book by Jawaharlal Nehru, read by Samir Nandan, son of P.L. Hemavathi and H.V. Damodar, and grandson of J. Lingaiah and H.K. Kempamma.